Good morning, friends, followers, channel members. Oh, it's an early morning. We haven't done a stream starting this early for a long time, but it's going to be worth it as we plan a 6-hour flight to Nairobi in Kenya. Real world flight, Turkish Airlines. It's call sign today, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. This flight is sometimes also operated by a 737. Possibly a MAX, I'm not sure, I'd have to have a look. But today we are in the newly updated Headwind A330-900, so really looking forward to this flight today. It's a 6-hour flight, guys, so if you're here for the long haul, then you're in the right place. If you're working at home, stick with us and we'll keep you entertained throughout the day. It is indeed going to be a full day stream. Not too dissimilar to the long haul we had crossing the Atlantic the other day. I did think about doing that again with this update, but then I thought, you know what, let's go somewhere different. We have got freeware scenery for both our arrival and departure airports. So this is a freeware Istanbul, looks very nice, and we've got a freeware Nairobi, which also looks very nice. Both available from flightsim.to if you want to go and check those out. So guys, welcome on board this morning as we begin getting started. Lots to talk about, lots to discuss, but lots of time to do it. So we're just going to crack on to begin with and get started. So welcome, guys, to all of you coming on board this morning. Good morning, Swiss Pilot, the Legend Dark Fury here as well. Hey, Robert, Ron, Liana, Barry, Darcy, Ace, TK, Mattville. Good morning, guys. Hope you are all well. Thank you so much for joining me. Chris 11, I think the cargo doors just need to be open from myself inside on the tablet, so I'm sure that'll be open once I get on board. GSX just obviously can't open those itself for some reason. Mikkel, Andrea, Plains, James, Felix, good morning or good afternoon to you. Hope you are well. And Carl, Tim Walters as well coming on board too. Guys on Twitch, welcome as well. Siako, Corn, Speedbird Simulations, good morning. Yeah, so we'll talk about the updates and things once we get airborne. It's a long flight. We need to get going. We need to go through the OFP. We need to work out what fuel we're going to take, and yeah, basically all the usual prep stuff that we need to do. Clinton, this update was yesterday, I think it was, so it is very, very new. Hopefully we'll not have any issues such as we did just off the west coast of Ireland when we were travelling to JFK a few weeks back. Okay, let's jump on board and let's get going. Well, first flight of the day, which of course means that everything is cold and dark. But before we go any further, then let's have a look. Yeah, so there you go. We just need to open up the we just need to open up the doors. Look, there we go. If we do that, I'm pretty certain if we just jump back outside now, there they are. Look, doors are opening, and there he goes on the hydraulic lift, able to start loading all the cargo. See, no problem at all. Just needs to be done on the tablet. All right, well, let's start by getting the. Do you know what? Breakfast is going to have to be served very early on this flight. I've had no cup of tea. I've had no cereal. I'm actually starving, but needed to get started for this flight for you guys today. So we will send the breakfast car around as soon as possible. Hey, Barry Barton, good morning to you as well. Barry, thanks for being here, mate. Hope you are well. Good lad, hi. Well, flight time's around about 6 hours, something like that. That's flight time, of course. Then throw in streaming time and stuff. So this is going to be a good 7.5 hour stream potentially. And Petiani, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Good morning, guys. Right, so here's our flight plan. We're looking to part 35 left. We're arriving 06. Let's have a look at the weather here at Istanbul. So winds are currently 050 at 10, so might feel that as we go. Cav OK, 18 degrees, and QNH is 1014. Now, don't think we have any air traffic control at the moment. Eurocontrol East is online, but I think we're going to be staying clear of them, to be honest, because we're obviously going to be flying south down to Africa. So yeah. Planes and stuff is 3 AM. It's time for the arrival. Set your alarm for 3 AM. And then you catch us as we land. Alright, so that's the weather. Let's have a look at the operational flight plan, which of course is pinned to the top if you are watching on YouTube. Right. Also want to start getting passengers boarded because this could take a long time to load the aircraft.
Cabin crew, we're ready to start boarding the aircraft now, so you can go ahead, open the doors. Thank you.
Right, so we've got boarding underway. And that'll start momentarily. Elian, good morning. Hey, Captain Brits, good to see you as well. Richard, is VNav implemented? It's still being tested, I think, which means that we're going to have to do our own manual calculations, which is good practice, because easy to get out of the habit of doing that, isn't it? Alright, operational flight plan, let's see what we've got. So, this always scares me when I see the A330s and the weights that are involved. So we've got about 45 tons of cargo, which is pretty much the weight of almost a dry empty A320. Cruise flight level 370, cost index of 50, nice. Zero fuel weight 172 tons, very slight headwind today. Shear rate looks fine, so that's good. So yeah, there's confirmation. 35 left, expecting 06 right. That sorry, 06. There's only one runway in Nairobi, and that may change. Of course, we'll just keep an eye on the winds. So plug fuel is just under 44 tons. Let's have a look at the routing. So bit of terrain, about 15 minutes into the flight. Which is quite high then until we get to about 45 minutes into the flight, and a little bit further on I think there's some more terrain as well. Just bear with me, let's just keep going down. There it is. So once we get into Nairobi's flight information region, oh, look at that, 5.5 hours in, then it's going to start getting high terrain as well. Would you believe it? My amazing wife, my cabin crew, has just brought me not one but 2 cups of tea. One for now and one in a flask that'll last. She's absolutely awesome. Oh, big like and thumbs up to my wife. Thank you so much. She doesn't watch the stream, so she'll not hear the thanks, but you guys know it. Alright, so let's have a look then at the weather. Let's see what we've got here in Istanbul. Well, there's a potential for some just low cloud ceiling. Looks like the sun's burnt that off, so that's fine. Bit of a crosswind takeoff, and then once we get to Nairobi and Africa, look at that. That and all the alternates. Visibility is unlimited, so it's Cat 1 all the way, which is fantastic. So looking forward to nice views as we get over Africa. And that's the other thing as well, flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it just looks absolutely gorgeous. No part of the world is really left untouched. Okay, let's have a look at the forecast then. What's our date today? So it's the 16th. So that's currently, yeah, broken clouds 1900, but visibility is fine, no significant changes. Let's just have a little bit of a look for the future forecast. Winds 120 at 10, again visibility is fine, broken clouds. So there's nothing to there that suggests we're going to have any issue getting into Nairobi today. So all of that is fantastic. Let's just have a look then at the en route weathers. What was that? Runways closed due to... oh, that's overnight. No, that doesn't matter. Okay, there's our flight route. Let's have a look. Seem to be avoiding most of the areas around of the significant weather there as well, and mostly we've just got a crosswind. There is a little area of basically some CBs then as we come in on our arrival. So we'll see what they're like when we get there. And there's just the vertical profile. There you can see the terrain both for departure and for landing as well. So what fuel shall we take? Well, with all of that and taking everything into consideration, I think we could probably look at taking... we can throw an extra... bear in mind, you've also got to remember, throwing an extra 300-400 kilograms on, which we do in the A320, you know, that can give us an extra 10-15 minutes. That's not really going to touch us, is it, in the 330? So, what's our takeoff weight? Currently planned to be 215 tons, maximum is 242. So that's fine. Landing weight is about 182. So let's throw in a couple of extra tons just for CB navigation and stuff like that. So with that, we'll take 44, 45, let's take 46 tons of fuel, we'll tell the ground crew. And of course, this being based on the fly-by-wire systems, we can get that loaded now without having to get the payload sorted with the passengers. So I'm going to go fuel, and we want 60. I said 64, didn't I? I've written down 46. That's not going to get us very far. 64 tons of fuel. I need to double check that now. Oh no, it is. It was 46. Yeah, 46 tons. I got it right in the first instance. Okay, so fuel, and we want. I'll just type it in. I think actually it's going to be easier. There we go. 46 tons, and refueling is underway. Alright, so the payload, let's grab that from our Simri flight plan. There it is. Right, Debbie, thank you for the follow on Twitch, mate. Hope you are well. And we'll get that loaded as well. So I think we can, yeah, we can begin boarding then. So that's done. Passengers are coming on board. GSX is doing its thing as well. So all that's left for us to do then, we've gone through the flight plan, we've checked the weather. Let's power up our aircraft. We are cold and dark, remember, so external power is available. Battery voltage is fine, so we'll get those both turned on. And external power is available. There we go. Hey Lee JC, good morning. Mikhail says this is brilliant entertainment for doing laundry, cleaning, cooking. By the way, day off, and the wife's working. Oh, Mikhail, you can stay with us for the entire duration. Excellent. Right, just waiting for the 3 clicks, then we'll do the fire tests. I can't remember the last time we flew this aircraft if the 3 clicks were included. Can't remember if they were or not. We'll give it a moment. Hey, Captain HMW, good morning to you. Oh God, my wife's good. I'm glad she didn't bring me cereal though, because by the time I've done it, my cereal would have gone soggy. We'll see what we'll see what's on the cart when it comes round. Right, I'm gonna guess we're not going to get the clicks, so let's just do the fire test then. So that's the APU test. APU 1. I used to be able to look down on here and see if that was all working. So if I do that, will this help? Do number 2. There we go. Let's get rid of that. Okay, APU and engines fire tests done. Start those getting aligned. Okay, let's go through the usual flows then for our overhead. It's so rare that I start an aircraft up from cold and dark now. Cornwolf on Twitch says, the last time we flew the A330 wasn't the best. Well, Cornwolf, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. And Nabil, yeah, I saw that. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on, and the latest updates from Headwind. Okay, so crew, oxygen supply, ground control, CRV test. There we go. Turn that to captain. That's airline specific, but for the SOPs I follow, I'll leave that on there. Right, nav logo lights, they can now come on. We want to have the no smokings to auto. They need to be armed. Get the packs off. What's the temperature today? It's only 17 degrees. They're not going to be boiling, are they? Leave these all turned off. That's fine. All right, overhead's done. So the QNH is, I can't see, 1014, and skids on. Currently on Unicom, and are we on the guard frequency for VHF2? We are indeed, so that's been monitored. Fantastic. Okay, so they're off. Switching panel, thrust levers, engine starters, levers, mode selector, flap spoilers, parking brake, gear extension, transponder is off. That needs to be set 2000. Acupressure is good. Up to the FCU. So QNH 1014, constraints on. Let's just turn the brightness up of these as well. And the initial climb out here in Istanbul's 5,000. Alright, let's just sort out the brightness of the displays. There we go, turn those up. One of the things you may notice as well now in this new updated version is that the first officer has also got a flypad, tablet, whatever you want to call it. All right, just Willie. Good morning, Willie. Hope you are well. Mikhail, I'm going to go through what's new with the update later on. We've got plenty of time to go through that. So refueling is currently underway. We can see that. All right, so let's now go set up the box. Let's clear that out. Clear that out. So this is new, actually. So I'm unfamiliar with this. ACARS. Presumably then, this looks like this is now working. Now we've got no ATC to actually test that on, sadly, but that's nice. ACMS, that's not working yet. CMS, avionics system report test, avionics status, yeah, so almost looks like it's getting ready for if they want to introduce failures and things like that. Satellite SAT not available. Really nice though that you can see pretty much what's been planned into the future. Right, so we've got the Trent engines, valid direct cycle. That expires tomorrow, so anyone flying tomorrow, that is your final day. So IRS, we have the 3 nav greens, that's aligned. Aircraft status, yeah, just check that, that's fine. Okay, so let's do the init request. There we go. The alternate's not in the database according to that. So let's see what our alternate. I don't even know where the alternate is, to be honest with you. It's a part of the world I'm not familiar with. So let's have a look and see. The alternate is Hotel Romeo Yankee Romeo. I just let Sim brief pig. Hotel. Try again. Hotel Romeo Yankee Romeo. Pop that in there. 435 passengers, cost index of 50. Tropopause is a little bit lower actually. It's 40966. Wind request, just the same as in the fly-by-wire. We can now get the winds. Presumably they're being downloaded. We'll let it sort that out. The IRS in it. They're all happy and close by. I don't need to compare that with the. For the first flight of the day, you should definitely always compare that with what you've got on the charts. But God knows how long that would take me to find it. This chart, and the charts here would be absolutely huge, wouldn't they? Where would they be? Oh, there. So we're stand Bravo 10. Which apron's that on? That's a good question, actually. Which apron is that on? I've got no idea. Doesn't tell us there. That was strange. Clearly I'm not familiar with this this airport. Oh, here we go. I don't need that. Bravo 10. So 4116 and 2844-2. So check that. 4116, 2844. Fair enough. Alright, so that's fine. Init A is finished. Flight plans. So we're departing runway 35 left. God, there's so many runways at this airport as well, and they all point. Have you noticed? They also all point in the same direction. Travis, you've got the old charts. He's jealous. I know. I haven't updated mine. I'm not a fan of the new ones. So what we got? 35 left, and Ratvu 4 Delta. That's the one. It's a lot more colourful, isn't it, than the Phoenix, this box? And then the arrival is ILS 6. And it's Camas 1 Alpha. That might not be the arrival we're doing, actually. But it's certainly the star we're doing, but might check. Might be a different LS. We've got plenty of time to check through the charts and sort those out. Camas 1 Alpha. So let's find that. There we are. Oh, which veer? Oh my lord. God knows. So there are a few arrival charts for the same runway. So look at, we've got ILS Zulu, ILS Whiskey. I think we might be coming in by a Golf Victor actually, if memory serves. So that's the ILS Whiskey 6. Oh, Jomok 2 Alpha then is the one we want. Jom 2 Alpha. We'll refine this as we go. So that is a distance of 2,686 miles. I've got 2,681 miles, so only 5 miles difference over that leg. So this is great. Captain Bitch, you like the colours on the McDo. It's nice. Headwind Simulations is in the chat. Headwind, so great to have you here. Hope you're doing well, mate. Yeah, we're checking out your new update. We're actually just saying we really like the new colours in the box. It's it looks new and fancy and like it had a huge software update. So great to see you. We're going to be putting it to the test today. 6-hour flyer over to Nairobi in Kenya from Istanbul. So yeah, it's we are in for the long haul. Okay, I need to move my cup of tea out of the way before I knock it over. Don't knock it over on the pedestal. Has happened in real life. Didn't end well. Okay, Radnav page, uniform, hotel, Mike. We'll just hard tune that, get those on, get that on. So that's done. Alright, on to the init B then. So this is where obviously we don't have a load sheet that we're used to in the Phoenix, but we do have the EFB. So, zero fuel weight planned is 172.2, and the CFG, zero fuel weight CFG is planned 21.5. Oh, why can I no longer pan around? That's frustrating. I bet this is FS realistic. Has anyone else noticed this happen occasionally? Ah, hang on, no it isn't. It's because I'd clicked that. Yeah, I'd clicked the tablet. So 21.5. There we are. I don't know what the realistic CFG is for a 330. That's actually quite far forward if it was on A320 terms. So we now have a trip wind of 4. I'll just do a fuel prediction. And Headwind Simulations, they're just confirming there is a planned version for an A321 Neo. Do you know how popular that would be, Headwind? That would be absolutely amazing if you can bring that to fruition. Alright, block fuel, it wants 40.1. We're taking 46. So throw that in there. That gives us a takeoff weight then of 217.7. God, that's heavy. Oh, my bloody pen's just run out of ink. Oh no, it hasn't. Fuel for the alternate is, let's call that 6 tons. So we've got sort of 700 kilograms less now. I'm not going to be too worried about that. We've taken quite a bit of extra fuel on. I've been very conservative with the alternate, so we're going to be absolutely fine. That's done. Alright, now onto the performance page then. So, obviously with no takeoff performance calculations available, not like we've got in SimSmart or anything like that. So we will just use toga details. So in order to do that, let's just check, is our aircraft fully loaded now? I think it is. Everyone's on that needs to be on. Yeah, all the passengers are on, etc. Okay, so now we can calculate our speeds. So why have we got a format error? Oh, I know why, because we haven't got the flaps down. Tell you what we'll do though, we'll go flaps 2, something a bit different to normal SOPs. So flaps 2, so we've got V1 150, VR 152, and V2 157. They look quite realistic actually from what we see. And of course toga, because we've got nothing, we've got no software to plan for a flex departure. Cool. Okay. Box is done. Secondary flight plan sadly still in op at the moment, so we can't sort out a engine out procedure, which is fine. What we will do then is let's bring in SimSmart, not for any takeoff data or V-speeds, anything like that, but just check things like thrust reduction, acceleration, altitude, because they'll be the same. So that's 1,310, 1,210, okay, 1,310. Just out of interest then, there's a 100-foot discrepancy there. How high is the airport elevation? Where is it? Airport elevation is 325. Right, so yeah, this is more accurate. 310 and engine out 1310. There we go. As a headwind, yet aware the demand for an A321 Neo still in the early stages. Nothing to highlight for now. No, just the fact that it's on the cards sounds fantastic. So, really looking forward to seeing that over the coming year or whenever. All right, so let's just check out what is the engine out procedure here. Standard, fine, straight out right turn to VASTI holding point. So what we're going to do is going to go to the fixes page, which does work in this aircraft. Pop in VASTE, not in the database. Did I spell it wrong? VASTE. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, plan B. So we're departing 35 left. We do not have a we don't have anything with regards to 35 left for arrival, because they don't use that as an arrival runway. So let's get ourselves at Fox Mike 090. There's a missed approach fix. That will work as an engine out fix as well. Fox Mike 090. Fox Mike 090. There we are. And that just means now that we should see that sort of somewhere. If we go to the plan page. Yeah, there it is, look. So engine out procedure was straight out, then left turn, enter the hold there. That's fine. Right, I think all the passengers are now on board as well. We can start getting ready to tidy up. All right, well, we need to start with our brief as always. So let's do the flight brief for today. Weather, this is pretty straightforward. Wind 050 at 10. Got a few clouds, but nothing that's going to affect us on our departure. It's actually a really nice day. Weather en route looks absolutely fine. We've got winds from the west. And then we've just got some CBs potentially to avoid over Africa as we're coming down into Kenya. Other than that, looks fine. Weather at Kenya, also Cat 1 conditions, and the winds not too strong either. So really nice weather for the entirety of our flight this morning and this afternoon. So the type is A330-900 Neo. Things in the tech log, the weather radar. Don't believe the weather radar works. Terrain radar, I think, does work now. Yeah, there you go. Terrain radar is working, so that's not in op. That's really cool. Turn that off for now. So that's fine. Secondary flight plan, obviously in op, and a few of the other more detailed systems, but for standard flying, aircraft is fine. Threats to be aware of here in Istanbul. One is very unfamiliar with the airport, so my unfamiliarity of it, and my god, it's a bit of a maze. So yeah, unfamiliarity is probably a big threat when it comes to the actual departure and things. We've just got terrain to the south, basically. So just be aware of that. MSAs we depart 3,000, and then once we've turned back on ourselves, it starts to increase, as you can see, 3,500 feet. So that's about it, really. No air traffic control either, so just be aware for other aircraft on Unicom. Okay, so then let's talk about the flight itself. We are going to push back, stand Bravo 10, we're going to push back north on Tango 3, and then we'll take November Whiskey Echo Delta 8 Charlie 1, cross runway 35 right, taxi into Bravo 1 Bravo for departure at 35 left. as we're completely unfamiliar. It's not the longest taxi in the world anyway, so we'll get both engines started as we push. So it's a full length departure for us as well today. Massive long runway. So nothing out of the ordinary there for the taxi. Departure then is straight out. There's a max speed of 240 until we get to FM 012. Now our clean speed according to that is 238. So what we could actually do is just pre-select 238. I mean, it's only a couple of knots, isn't it? But we'll just pre-select that so that we don't break the speed limit. Once we pass that turn, it'll be fine anyway. And to be fair, it's only 5 miles, so I wouldn't be too worried about getting that fast at that point anyway. So yeah, so noise abatement 2. First turn will be to the left. Speed constraint we can clean up anyway and fly in clean config. And then once we've passed this point, we'll push for managed speed and accelerate away. Nothing else on the departure apart from some nice views as we go. Initial climb then for this departure is 5,000 feet and transition level is 12,000 feet. So that's all the normal stuff. Let's go through the box and check all that matches up with what we've briefed. So 3-5 left on the Erratum 4 Delta departure. Any discontinuities in any of that? Yeah, there's the discontinuity. So I'll just tidy that up. So Radnav page just tuned to the VOR here on the field, so we know where that is. 335 is optimum, 370 is planned. We're a bit too heavy, so it looks like we're going to get to looks like we're going to go 350 to start with, because we need to burn off some fuel before we can step climb our way up there. Confirmed 3 is V1 150, VR 152, V2 157, and clean is 238. Flaps 2 departure today, and thrust reduction acceleration 1310. Engine out also 1310. It's a Toga departure as well. Emergency brief then, so standard Airbus emergency brief, and the engine out procedure is standard, so straight out, and once we have secured that engine and we're above 1900 feet, we can push the level off, accelerate away and make a left hand turn. It will be, ignore that, it's going to be a left hand turn to the engine out holding point that we've created and got there in the box if we need it. Okay, well, I think that is everything about done. Passengers are on board. We need to get the APU started, and we can get ready. I look forward to our flight. Just keep an eye on the doors page. Make sure they start to close up. What we got open at the moment? Close that. Why can't I close these doors? There we go. Close that. There we are.
Captain, all passengers are on board and we're finished setting up. Doors are also now closed.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, refueling's done then, so the pump tanks are back on, and seatbelt signs are on as well. We'll just wait for the APU to sort itself out, and then we'll get ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin, and I'd like to welcome you on board this Airbus A320 Neo aircraft. Our flight time today...
Did that just say A320 Neo? A330 Neo?
Editor is already bad weather.
Well, I forgot the passengers haven't been waiting that long. They've only just finished boarding. All 300 of them. Oh no, 400.
Get yourself seated, sat down safely with your seatbelts fastened, and make sure the hours are kept clear so that I can have the crew roll out seating other fellow passengers. The ground crew are nearly finishing loading everything into the aircraft, so we look forward to a safe and pleasant flight with you today, and we thank you for choosing to fly with the EasyJet Pacific Power. Thank you.
Hey, Architect Dave Hudson, Kidrick, good to see you. Explain 11 when's version 2 of the Phoenix coming out? Not sure, but I know that they are still doing lots of work on it and testing new builds, etc. So hopefully the roadmap isn't that long. Okay, Aircraft has now been powered under its own power, so let's get external powers disconnected. GPU can disappear. And we can get GSX into position.
Cabin crew, we're about ready for snacks, so if you can please arm the door and cross-check. Thank you.
Alright, so the cockpit preparation checklist then, let's have a have a look at that.
We are ready for pushback.
So aircraft acceptance has been completed, fuel quantity is 46 tons, balance, seatbelt signs are on, it is 3.5 green, and the QNH is 1014, 1014 is cross-checked, and 320 feet. Hakan K says, welcome to Istanbul, thank you, hope you are well.
Departure checks completed, bypass pins inserted.
And we're on Unicom. So, let's just check. We've got no ATC around, have we? No. Istanbul traffic, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, stand Bravo 10 is pushing back facing north on Tango 3. Beacon light, transponder.
Locking gear.
And the before start checklist then, so parking brake is on, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed, earpiece on flight mode, doors are closed and armed, and beacon light is on. I recognise that voice. Is Mr. Dark Fury doing the long haul with us today as well? Fantastic. Oh, actually, it does say Bravo 18. Ah, so it is. It is Bravo 18. That
Release parking brakes, please.
there's a bit of a discrepancy in the chart for me, because Bravo 10 is in front of the terminal. Bravo 18 is at the corner, which almost looks like this one here.
Release parking brakes, please.
Oh well. Sorry, ground crew. Yeah, parking brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Back we go. So we've got no nose wheel steering disconnected sign there. Presumably that's just something that's omitted at the moment. So we'll start the timer, engine mode selection to ignition, and starting engine 1. Change A237. This aeroplane is the Headwind Airbus A330 Neo. Oh, what a dumpling. Let's try that again. We'll give that a minute before putting the packs on. Those that have and those that will.
Count the number of rows to the exit. Should the cabin experience a pressure loss, stay calm and listen for instructions from your cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over
A32X, good morning. Says greetings from Istanbul. Fantastic. Is the weather as nice there in real life as it looks in the sim?
the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation. Leave all your carry-on luggage and items behind. Light rafts are located beneath your seats. Emergency lighting in the floor will guide you to your nearest exit.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Safety procedures and the safety card in front of you. Electronic devices must now be
Now, obviously, being far more familiar with A320, I'm not actually sure what the correct engine parameters are for the 330. However, we've got the Avail, so that looks fine. Let's start engine 2.
make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy your flight.
There's a great little trick for remembering the A320 CEO, which is 2467. Bit different for the Neo.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is is clear, right is clear.
I wish I could actually see them when they say that. I don't know where they've gone. So, if you are enjoying our, well, the very, very start of our morning stream, we've obviously not departed yet, then please do me a huge favour, hit the like button if you've got to head out and go about your day before you go. It does make a big difference to the channel, it really, really does. I can't stress that enough. So, everyone that's gone and hit that like button already, thank you so, so much for that. This aircraft looks very clean, doesn't it? Level Flight Simulations, good mornings. It's been quite a while since you've been able to watch the streams. Good to see we're still going strong. We're still going. Willie, how long is this flight, Willie Thornton? It's 6 hours flight time. Right, engine number 2 is stable. So, before I do that, we'll just go to our fuel prediction page. We should have the C of G now, which is 21.8, which we'll need in a moment. Alright, so engine mode selector now back to normal. Get one of the packs on. APU can come off. APU mask can come off. Lock the flight deck door, and on the spoilers, zero the rudder and flaps 2. Set our takeoff trim 21.8. And the after start checklist. So anti-ice is off, not required. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is 21.8 and rudder is neutral. Istanbul traffic, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha is taxiing runway 35 left via Tango 3, November Whiskey Echo Delta 8, Charlie 1, crossing runway 35 right and then holding Bravo 1 Bravo. There's a mouthful. Oh, there we go. So, I'm going to leave that off for the moment. I'll explain why in a moment, but we'll get that on. Get that on.
Istanbul traffic, Turkish 19 Lima, following the company A330, rail taxi via Tango 3, November West, Delta, and hold short, Charlie 2, Alpha 35 right.
Sean, 6 hours, what's that in miles? It's about, what was it? Was it 2,600 miles, something like that? Something like that. Okay, yeah, so the reason I've not put on the auto brakes yet is because I need to double check this, but I was reading something that you should do the flight control checks before doing, before putting the auto brake on. Something to do with the fact that when you're doing the checks and things and the brake checks and stuff like that, that sometimes the auto brake max can be triggered, which obviously you don't want. So we're on a nice straight bit of taxiway here, so we'll go full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, rudder, full left, neutral. Da Vinci, you can do the flight controls prior to taxi, or rather during the taxi, but again, it's different aircraft SOPs, so I might be familiar with something different to you. Okay, that's done. Brake check was done whilst we were pushing back then, so that's fine, and I'll get that on as well. So we're looking for taxiway Echo now, which is on the left down there somewhere. Right, so let's do the PEDS checks. So we've got no LMCs, no change to our performance, QH still the same, still doing a toga takeoff, full length departure, drive figures runway 35 left. Engine out procedure is standard straight out, and then once we're above 1,900 feet, we're going to make a left turn to our holding point where we'll get nice and safe 3,000 feet. The departure is Ratfu for Delta, straight out. We can clean up, push for managed speed once we pass the speed restriction. First turn will be to the left, transition altitude 12,000, and then the initial stop climb is 5,000. Willie, what stops am I using? I'm using the same ones I always do, Willie, regardless of what airline I'm flying. Right, I might have just taken a left turn too soon here. Yes, I have. Hang on. We've just taken a turn too soon, so we just need to get down here. Ottoman on Twitch says he's been to this airport in real life several times. It's like a 50-minute walk to the gate. It's massive. What really surprises me with this airport is the fact that all of the runways are pretty much the same orientation. But because of that, if you have a look at the runway headings, despite the runway headings, they've given them different names. Which I think's... I don't know of any other airport that's done that. Because surely you can't have 2 3-5 lefts, etc, etc. Kokozo, welcome to our first Officers Club, our first new channel member of our long haul stream today. Thank you so much, Kokozo, for supporting the stream and the channel. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you're going to be with us for the duration today. Right, so that's Delta 10, so we've got another couple to go. Perfect time now to do the taxi checklist. So flight controls have been checked, flap setting is config 2, FMA, climb nav blue, 1FD2 5000. Radar and predicting wind shear are on, ECA memo, we've got takeoff no blue, EFB is stowed. I wanted to be out of here for about 0900 Zulu time, so we're not doing too bad. Just going back to doing the flight control check whilst you are taxiing. That's also one of the reasons you've got the pedal disconnect button, which sadly doesn't work, neither in this or the Phoenix correctly at the minute. So you can check your rudders without steering the aircraft whilst you're taxiing. But yeah, so there's, I don't know, different airlines might insist you do the flight control checks prior to taxi. Even Airbus might have that on their the way they do their list, but yeah, SOPs I follow don't. I think I may have missed the runway. Where's the bloody runway gone? Oh, I meant to take that taxiway there. Oh. And Istanbul traffic. Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha is making a right turn now on Delta 7 to taxi north on Delta for Charlie 1 Bravo. Too much time chatting. Sony147, mate, thank you so much for your £2 super chat. Good morning to you. Hope you are very well. See, we wouldn't be late. I need a navigator. Passengers will be thinking, where the hell are we going? I think it was perhaps a bit unfamiliarity on the airport. We briefed that as a threat. But the charts also look perhaps a little... I mean, you can't rely on charts, they're not exactly accurate in terms of scale and things. But it looked like there was actually quite a long taxi down there, so I thought, oh, I've got ages yet. Clearly I hadn't. So we're meant to take this left turn here. It's not a massive detour, but there you are. Level flight, are the PNG files for the custom view still in my Discord? Yes, I think they are. I think they are. There we go, Charlie 1 Bravo, that's what we wanted.
Istanbul traffic, Turkish 19 Lima departing 35 right on the run through for Delta departure.
Okay, so 35 right is a live runway. Oh, is that where you're departing from? Oh, you cheeky thing, you're departing on the closer runway, which is usually used for landing. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm certainly no expert on this airport. Right, approach path looks clear. Istanbul traffic, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, crossing runway 38 right at Charlie 1 Alpha. Lucas Mann says it's mainly 35 left for departure. I thought it was, but as I say, I'm certainly in no place of a position of authority to say on this airport. I don't know it very well. Istanbul traffic, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha lining up for departure runway 35 left at Charlie 1 Alpha. This is another one of those freeware airports that looks, I think, very, very good. Easy on the frames as well. Willow Good on Twitch says, hour into the stream, we're not even off the ground yet. No, that's what happens when you do things properly. Loving the TCAS displays as well there, look at that. Okay, so just for separation then, we're just going to give that a another few seconds. And then we'll be good to go. In fact, we can just see him. We'll just see his lights, look. So he's actually crossing our path because he took off from the wrong runway. He's actually crossing our path, so we'll just wait for that. But I hope you guys are ready. 6 hours this flight will take. And hopefully you'll be able to stick with us for a lot of it. Gorgeous looking aircraft. Love the little grey swirl at the back as well. Great livery from the creator. Willie, turn it up for the takeoff. Let's hear the engines. Do you know what? Let's go for it then. I'll stop talking and you can enjoy the sound of these engines. Line of checklist, cabin secure, takeoff runway, full length runway 35 left, TCAS TR Apex 1 2 are off. Let's go. Enjoy, guys. Take off. Start the chrono. And 50% in one set. And set takeoff first. Mantoga SRS.
climb, gear up.
First climb. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Flaps 1. Autopilot 1 engaged. S-speed, flap 0. Spoilers disarmed. The 6-hour flight begins. Very true. Danny, I do have views set up. Yep. I just don't use them on takeoff because obviously we're usually busy with such things. Wouldn't want to do a 6-hour flight without having some good views. Nice little lecam warning there whilst I was looking at the views, just to let me know that I'd not turned pack number 2 on, which is fine. Okay, so no air traffic control around. Let's clear ourselves up. We'll go flight level 250. We've turned through the first constraint, so push manage speed. We'll go to open climb as well. So open climb, and we want 250 blue. All the FMAs and little alerts all working exactly as we would expect them to. Well, Lemons, how do you chat in Discord? There isn't a chat bar at the bottom. I think this is where you need to speak to someone who knows more about it than I do. I think you just need to accept some of the terms and conditions in the main channel. Now, I don't know if Dark Fury can help you with that. He's in the chat. He's just departed, so he might be able to assist with that. Limited Watch Bear, thank you, mate, so much for your tier 1 resub for 2 months. Fantastic. Says just got the message that you've been live. Missed the takeoff. Also missed the 1 hour prep as well. So you're here for the best bit. Thank you so much for the resub. Do appreciate that. Just really, FS Realistic is on. Yes.
Mike Sierra, pushback from stand 2 Delta 4 to taxiway Tango 7, facing east and west.
Let's hope it behaves. Pilot Tim's just tuning in for the day. Looking forward to it. Are you going to be here for the next 6 hours, Pilot? Be cool if you are. Plans and stuff, the checklists I use, there is a link to them in our Discord server. There's Istanbul Airport. Blueface, does it have VNAV? No, not yet. Not yet. No. That's in the... That's in the... So this is based on the FlyY systems, isn't it? And at the moment, they haven't yet got that into the A330. But it will come, I'm sure. Spotting straps, gear. Lights. Oh, we need breakfast. Hungry already. What a view. Both sides, what a view. And Mark has gifted 10 EasyJet SimPilot channel memberships. Our first gifts of our long haul stream today. Mark, thank you so much for your support on our long haul flight today. Welcome to Chris, Willie, Wet, Q3HZ, Yardy, Matthew Frost, and Football Moments, Felix, and Hamish, and Nelson Morris as well. Guys, welcome to channel membership. Make sure you get yourself into the members lounge on our Discord server and check out some of the members only streams that we've had as well, where I do my best not to crash the aircraft in certain failure situations. So, yeah, thank you so much, Mark. Really do appreciate that. Football moments, mate. I know you. Why aren't you in school? How are you on stream? Or is it break time? Limon, you're here for the failures as well on Twitch. So Simplays SG. So VNav is obviously working in the experimental version and developer version, which they've just imported it into the fly-by-wire A32NX. But the developer version of the Headwind A330 at the moment has just been suspended whilst I think they just try and sort some of that stuff out. So only the stable version of this new A330 mod is available for you guys to download at the moment. Right, so we're past 10,000 feet, so we'll get the airports onto the EFIS. We'll just do some of our usual stuff. Desperate territory, fuel on board below minimums. Don't worry about that. I'm sure I'll be fine. So we just want to check what we got. Rad nav page. We can leave that in for the moment. That's okay. Progress page. We're going to go 3.5, aren't we? Yeah, because 3.7 is not available at the moment. So let's continue with that. Flight level 350 blue. We're still in open climb. That's fine. Climb at a nice rate, 2,000 FPM. Performance page. We'll zero the cost index. I'm not sure that makes any difference. I don't think in this aircraft at the moment. No, it doesn't. But it's just good to stay in the habit. And fuel predicted. Yeah. So it's showing that for our alternate we will be below the minimums. We're actually looking to land in Nairobi with 7.5 tons, which is absolutely fine. We can see in the crew, look at this, in the cruise we're burning 12 tons of fuel per hour. Or actually maybe more than that, probably more like 14 tons per hour, which is incredible. Second flight plan obviously not working. Great stuff. So everything looks good, nice and stable. A little bit of slight chop, but not enough that's going to keep the seatbelt signs on. So I think we can release the passengers and enjoy these gorgeous views.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign has now been turned off. You are now free to move around the cabin and the toilets are now available. However, when in your seat, we recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times in case of unexpected turbulence. Please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
Thomas 571. Yeah. So we have got an alternate in there. Yeah. Oh, how cool does that look? If you're not doing much today, keep us on in the background, just that cool engine hum sound. Beautiful view. Headwind simulations, it's really nice to handle this aircraft. I usually, it's make use of maximum amount of automation for as much as possible safely. However, I did want to just hand fly a little bit of the departure, just see what it was like to control and follow flight directions and things. Really nice. It's going to be fun to land in 6 hours' time as well. So glad you enjoyed that. Gonzi, is this going to be nice and safe today without the Phoenix failures? Yeah, I hope so. Lots of ship traffic there as well. Berke, is that Ataturk? I can't say that. At Ataturk Airport. I'm probably not saying that right, but more than likely. More than likely. Is that an aircraft going into the airport? It might just be a light aircraft. Oh, nice! Like to see a little wake there from the ship. We've got similar sort of views at the other side. Yeah, plenty. Look. Tom, how do you know how much fuel you need before you sort of divert? Right. So the main golden rule to look at is if you go to, where's your operational flight plan? So you're looking sort of here. So your minimum fuel remaining. If you start to drop below this, it's time to start thinking, you know what, we need to go to the alternate. Otherwise, we're going to be landing below below minimums, which is, well, that's no good. That's then a fuel emergency. So you don't want that. There should be plenty of nice scenery on today's flight. Oh, First Officer George is just going a bit nuts. Bear with me one moment. Oh, I'm back with you. So, probably should have added that to the threats in the brief. Morning flights mean deliveries. Postman, Amazon, other couriers. So, Level Flight says, smooth flight, my friend. Have a great flight. Try and get back on when I wake up. Well, you know, 6 hours time, we're probably still going to be here, something like that. So, enjoy your sleep. So can I show you the flight route on Navigraph to Navigraph? Absolutely I can. In fact, can we use the tablet for this? I bet I've not linked this up. Which is the... Right, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll just do it the easy way. Hang on then. Loving the terrain radar as well. Vibrant colours. So, this is our flight route then today. There it is. Nice long flight. So obviously over Turkey at the moment, and heading down. Might see Cyprus. Sat on the left hand side. Over Egypt, and then we start to drop down into Africa. Some of those views look spectacular today, don't they? Planes have any chance of a Christchurch to Sydney flight soon? It's all about the time. That's the issues that I have. I'm just lucky enough that today I got the time to do a nice long flight for you. Alton, asked on Switch, how can I do the miracle landing on the Hudson? Is it a pack you have to buy? I suppose not really. You could just sort of depart from LaGuardia. Was it runway 04, I think? Straight out, and then at about, what was it, 3,000 feet, cut both your engines and good luck. Pilot Sim, yeah, so I don't even think I've got the PMDG 737 installed anymore. I used to. I don't anymore because I obviously more Airbus focused, and I just needed the space. I was really starting to run out of space on my my SSD. Lots of stuff that I'd accumulated over the time, so I had a bit of a cull, which I think was definitely needed. Oh, I wondered how long it'd be before you said that, Doc. Get another SSD. I know. Then I'll need to contact my MOC to come and sort it all out. So we had more or less clear skies, didn't we, on our departure, which is always a bit disconcerting because you think, is live weather working? Thankfully it was. Paul Newman, good evening, sir. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Had a good day, I hope. Whilst you sleep, we're going to be heading to Africa. Pilot Tim, any failures on today's flight? I hope not. I really hope not. If there are, it'll probably be more of a computer failure than an aircraft failure. Little wing flex there as well. Just see that. You don't get it. You don't see it in the Phoenix, but you know that's not inaccurate. Just the A320, the CO A320s, the wings were, you know, a little bit more rigid, if you like, so they don't flex and bounce quite as much as you'd see with something like the Dreamliner. And here you can see it as well with the 330. Paul, how's this update so far? So far, very, very nice. Love seeing the terrain radar. I mean, that's obviously a big visual thing. We'll go through the list in a little while. So we've got plenty of time to kill on today's flight, don't we? We're going to need some... we're going to need the breakfast cart around soon. Although, I say breakfast, that's fine for me. What time is it for the locals, the passengers? This is one of the things I like as well on the tablet. It'll tell you the local time. Oh, does it not show you the local time? I thought it did. The fly-by-wire gives you local time, doesn't it? Maybe the Headwind one doesn't just yet. Well, I think they are 3 hours ahead in Istanbul, so it would be, what's that, 12:30? It'll be lunchtime. Paul, the flight is 6 hours. This is an interesting discussion, Dark and Elliot having just now. So, and Willie, the process of getting a second SSD and sort of putting a community folder in there, so not having it on your main SSD, your main hard drive that you use to run the simulator and things. How does it? Because I don't do this and I've never done it. How does it affect performance? Because obviously it's on a different SSD. For me, in my mind, my very simple mind when it comes to computering, would be, is that not going to slow things down? You know, because it's not linked into the simulator so much anymore. So, just Willie says it increases performance. How is that? Is that not backwards? My brain can't work that one out. Leanna says it doesn't affect performance. Ellie says has 0 performance issues. Paul's bought a separate 2 terabyte SSD just for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Back is 173 also saying it doesn't affect performance. This might be something I need to start looking into. I'm just getting so many add-ons, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, isn't it? Anna also says the same. If anything, he'd expect it to increase the performance as the drive the community folder would be in isn't driving the simulator and the operating system. Interesting. Just Willie says if some of your add-ons are on a second SSD linked through, it allows both drives to run at full speed. Bottleneck would be the bus and RAM. Yeah, now you've lost me, Willie. I was with you until you started talking about bottlenecks. Well, Viking, I've not used add-on linker, but then I only have one SSD at the moment, so I'd have nothing. It's not about how big the community folder is. It's about the overall space that I have on. Yeah, the overall space that I have on that SSD. Hey, Space Colours, good morning to you. Hope you're well. A magazine as well on Twitch who followed a moment ago. Thank you so much for that. Welcome, mate. Hope you're well. Alright, so what we're doing, still cruising. We've got about 1,000 feet to go, then we're going to be at our cruise. We can't go up to planned cruise, which is 37, because we were too high, although we will burn a shed amount of fuel on that departure. So Oh yeah, not quite. And to be honest, we don't want to go. If the maximum's 37, we don't want to go to that. 1,000 feet buffer is always nice. So we'll wait till that gets about 38, and then we can increase that. Let's see what time we're looking to land. Just after 3 o'clock UTC time. Lots of people now saying that they actually have two different drives, one for the SIM operating system and one for all their add-ons. Oh, maybe it's gonna have to. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go for it. Hey Ace Airstream, good morning. Also allows you to organise sceneries, liveries, separate folders and things like that. To me, I mean, I'm not too bothered about doing that, Ace, because once I've got something, I just leave it in. Yeah, it's all in. I've never had any issues with the amount of stuff that's loaded into the sim in that respect. So it is just more about overall space for me. Nullx2411 says that ping at 7 AM deserves another fail. I know it wasn't early ping, wasn't it? But I thought, you know what? If you're going to get boarded for a long haul, you need some notice. Right, we're at Mac Alt, which is fine. We just need to update that to... I'm going to turn the lighting up. It's a bit dark, isn't it? Turn them up. There we go. So, let's just select 350. We should now get alt cruise. There we are. We're at our cruising altitude, so we'll check that and set it to below. Let's go through our SSD pages then. So we want to just check the engines. Obviously nothing in amber, nothing nasty showing there. Bleeders are all working fine. No amber dials. Ooh, now pressure differential is over 8. Not sure about the 330, but obviously the A320 you want it to be below 8. And that cabin altitude is that actually looks a little bit lower than I expected. Again, not 100% familiar with A330 systems, but I would just have expected that to have remained below 8, but never mind. Everything's working on the electrics page. Generator 1, 2, they're both working fine. Essential bus is powered. Yeah, okay. We'd know if the essential bus wasn't powered, wouldn't we? Hydraulics, they're all fine as well. Look, my PTU in this aircraft is working. No one's knackered it. Fuel page is fine. Center pumps are closed. Have I done that automatically? Oh no, they've done it because there's nothing in the center tank. It's fine. APU off. 24 degrees, fine. Wheel temperatures, flight controls, computers, all fine. And that's fine as well. Systems page, good. Actually, can I just circle? Can I just go through the... Ah, there you go. So, this is neat, because you should just be able to press the all button and it'll cycle through the SD pages, one after the other. There's a little bug with the Phoenix, it doesn't do that. It returns you, it sort of like goes to engine, and then cruise, then bleed, then cruise, pressure, cruise. Whereas fly-by-wire systems seem to have got that accurate. Space Colours, why don't we step climb? We are step climbing because we're too heavy at the moment to get up to cruise. We wanted 3.7, but 3.5 will do. Bear in mind how heavy we are. We're at 213 tons, so I still think it's pretty amazing. You know, understand the physics behind it, but still, anyone that doesn't think that flying something that weighs 213 tons in the air at sort of 6 miles up, if you don't think that's amazing, then you're on the wrong channel. So I'll get some en route weathers in a bit, and we shall also do a fuel check. So, yeah, no idea where we are now. Could just bring up a VFR map, couldn't we? Have a little look. There we are. Is that VATSIM traffic? It has to be. That's the only traffic I've got turned on. I didn't know VATSIM traffic was shown in the VFR map. How long's that worked? Wonder Breed, do we do realistic procedures like the flight checks and that? Absolutely we do. So we can't go 100% with real ops and accuracy here because I don't know all of the A330 procedures inside and out. But when we're flying on the A320, then yep, it's literally full procedures, realistic flights, which is why we ended up diverting the other day after someone broke my PTU. But yeah, that's really neat that we've got this here. Didn't know that was a thing. Fantastic to have VATSIM traffic on there. That's going to be far easier when you're on Unicom and you want to see what the traffic is around. C. Denton, good morning. Says missed the departure, but good to see the stream. Well, we're going to be here for a long time yet, C. Denton. So thank you for your support for the last 4 months. Really do appreciate your support of the channel. Red Devil, this is the Headwind A330, but their new update, which got released yesterday. So that's what we're checking out today, making sure it all behaves itself on a nice long haul flight on VATSIM, putting it through its paces.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit once again, just let you know that we've reached our cruise level for the flight today. The cabin crew will be waiting for their way around, serving drinks, hot coffee, teas, etc. So please keep any aisles clear of items. We invite you to sit back and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
C. Denton, oh, are you around all night? Are you in a part of the world where it's currently night time? Obviously, here in the UK, it is just past 10:30 in the morning. Paul, looking forward to the Aerosoft A330 as well. Yeah, particularly as that's an older variant, isn't it? Obviously, this is the 900 Neo variant. Very, very good. But it will be nice to have the older variant as well, because while Turkish do fly the A330 on this route, they don't fly their 900. And trying to find A330-900 Neo flights that I could replicate, well, because of how efficient they are ridiculously long flights. So I'd need a good 12 hours to do it, and I can't do that. My wife's understanding, but not that understanding. Oh, Denton, you're in New Zealand. Yeah, I guess it's pretty dark now, turning into your winter, isn't it? Flops, yeah, there aren't many short A330 Neo flights. Quite right, too. I tell you what, there's a brilliant one I would love to do. And, I forgot the airline that does it. But it's, I think it's French airline that flies from both Orly and Charles de Gaulle down to Reunion Island near Mauritius. That is one hell of a flight. And I think that's about 12-13 hours, something like that. Hey Danny, what's the MAC number? Let's have a look. MAC 0.82. So if I can climb higher and get MAC 0.82 as well, that'd be quite neat. Get us in a bit quicker. Corsair, that's the one, Flops. Thank you. Corsair, that is the airline that does it. Alright then, so let's have a look at doing a fuel check. We're coming up on TechDo. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. So let's go to our operational flight plan. So we took 40. No, we didn't. We took. Yeah, we did 46 tons, which is about 2.2 tons extra. Throw in the contingency, 2.2. That works out at 3.89. About 3.9 tons of fuel extra. So we're now coming up on Tecdo. Just find that. So that's 35.9. Should have 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So about 39.7, 39.8. And at the moment we've got 40.2, so fuel's good. It's quite a nice accurate fuel burn. So the Headwind Simulations team created the SimBrief profile for this aircraft. They've also tinkered with the performance of the fuel in SimBrief, so the performance factor, and that seems to be working quite nicely as well. New Skies rating us on Twitch with a party of 14. Good morning, guys. You join us more or less as we've just reached cruise in our 6-hour stint to Nairobi in Kenya, checking out the brand new A330-900 update from Headwind Simulations. Good morning, guys. Hope you are all well. Thank you so much, New Skies, for the raid. Really do appreciate that. It's definitely time for breakfast. It's been an early start. Nightbot on YouTube is saying, welcome on this EasyJet flight. Hey, it ain't EasyJet. Far from it. It's a gorgeous looking Turkish A330 Neo. Really nice livery, this. Really nice looking livery. Cornwall says it'd love to do longer flights, but has a graphics bug where it crashes after about the 2-hour mark. That almost sounds like a sim issue with your settings. Have you tried reducing all of your settings and then trying to do a long flight? Dresden, good morning. And Samuel and, oh, how can I say that? Divaka Cheesy Zag. Thank you for the follows on Twitch, guys. Such awesome graphics. I mean, it could be a television advert for Turkish Airlines, this, couldn't it? What amazes me about the Neo engines is the size of them. Same with the 787 engines, to be honest, the Dreamliner engines. You look at the size of them, you think, wow, the fuselage of a 737 would pretty much fit inside one of them. Berex, in VR, the tablet for this aircraft is small. You can't see anything. I've heard a few people say that about VR. Look at the sun reflecting off the flight deck. I obviously don't have that issue because I don't fly it in VR. Dwal, good morning. Joining mid-flight for a big Turkish Delight. Ooh, Turkish Delight. Turkish Delight is one of those foods that I'm not sure if I like it or not. Some you eat and you think, oh, that's nice. Then other times you eat it and think, ugh. Pass me something to spit that out in. Danny, you always like you can see right through the bypass of the engine. You're a tech guy, Danny, aren't you? Stuff like that. Willie, PMDG is working on this 777. Yeah, I think so. Elliot, you hated it as a kid, but you love it as an adult. Sounds like vodka. Hitesh, good morning, says doing a Perth to Kuala Lumpur flight. Malaysian 330, about to reach top descent in a few minutes. Enjoying the stream on second monitor now. Yeah, so obviously Malaysian has plenty of 330s. I did look at doing a flight like that, but we'd like to do it in live time. It would have been quite a dark for 6 hours, wouldn't it? So decided against that. Backers 173, Turkish Delight always reminds me of eating a bar of soap. Please tell me how many bars of soap you've eaten. My cousin did that once. It was one of those floral, really nice looking decorative bars of soap. She was about 4 and thought it was a sweet, put it in her mouth, she was blowing bubbles for hours. Right, so both Aviation Alfie and Paul asking what's new in this version of the A330. All right, so let's get sort of a bit of a change log and read that out so we can see. Releases. Right, okay. I mean, this is a massive change log. So, but we've got loads of time, so I'm going to read this out to you. Okay, so one of the biggest things you will notice is, I would say definitely, if you're going to download this new version of the A330, do it using the Headwind installer. If you're not familiar with the Headwind installer, head over to their website and download that. Now, the Headwind installer looks pretty much identical to the fly-by-wire installer, except that it's orange, which is lovely. I love the colour scheme of the Headwind, and yeah, so it's exactly the same, almost in layout and things, as the fly-by-wire installer. And because this is quite a significant update, you need to be very careful that you remove all of any previous A330 updated A330 mods from Headwind in your simulator to begin with. Now, that's not just removing it from the community folder, but some other places as well, which is why if you do it and update it through the Headwind app, it's done automatically. So I didn't have to worry about searching through folders and deleting stuff. I just did it through the Headwind app, and it was all done seamlessly for me. So so yeah, that's the way forward. Things you will notice if I can bring this out on stream, can't I? Yeah, so things you will notice, there's some quite exciting things in this, so have a little look at this. So this is the obviously the version that we're running, release version now, the new one, stable version 0.4.0. Notice there's no developer version. They have temporarily suspended those whilst they're sort of working on some other new things. Now, not confirmed, but I don't know if Headwind's still in the chat, but I would imagine maybe things like VNAV. I know they're testing VNAV, I've seen that on their Discord server, so that's been tested at the moment. This version at the moment does not have working VNAV, but hopefully that will come very soon based on fly-by-wire systems. So obviously that's there's only one version available to download through the installer for now. The other thing that's worth noting is when you do download this, you're not going to get all the liveries that it used to come with, and the reason for that is to try and reduce the size of the download and the package. So you can still get liveries, but you have to download those separately. You can download the livery package just here, which obviously tells you Belgium, Condor, Corsair, Delta. Corsair, that's what we were talking about with the Reunion Island flight, wasn't it? Delta, High Fly, TAP Air, Portugal, etc. So really nice to really nice to get those, but you have to download those separately. Or you can do as I did for this flight. I went to flightsim.to, picked up this night's livery as well. The other thing that's new with the installer is that SimBridge is now available. Now, SimBridge, I don't know why it says it's not running. It was running a moment ago, because have I still got the terrain radar? Yeah, I've still got terrain radar on. Sure, SimBridge is running. Oh, actually, it is running, but that runs through the fly-by-wire installer. So you set this running here, and then it runs in the background. So, but SimBridge is what's responsible for remote displays, such as the terrain, and I think you can also get the remote McDo as well, which is nice. So, a couple of big updates there in the actual installer. So with regards then to this is what's looking quite exciting. So we've obviously got the Square Superjet, which most of you are already familiar with. It's been out for a while now. So it's a stable version based on the Flyby A320NX stable build. Now, as far as I'm aware, the stable build of the Flyby hasn't actually been updated for quite a while now. But that's one of the important things. Same with the A330 update. It works with all of Microsoft Flight Simulator's big updates. So that's quite important. But look at these, currently greyed out. But I saw these, and is this not a little bit exciting? An Airbus A321 Neo series. A321 Neo, I mean, that's transatlantic capable. And is flown on real-world routes by the likes of Aer Lingus to Boston, JFK, might even get down to Philadelphia as well. So, cross-the-pond events in an A321 Neo, that would be fantastic. And then I saw this one as well, Airbus A330-900 Neo. So this is another variant not yet available, but it's there, so it's planned, I'm guessing. So looking forward to that. Flop Scandinavian currently has the longest A321. Yeah, because that's the A321 LR, isn't it, or XL, whatever they call it. That is really long. Pilot team also TAP Air Portugal, Lisbon, JFK, and the A321 NX. So, well, A321 Neo. Yeah. So there's plenty of options there for crossing the Atlantic in the A321 Neo. So definitely something to get excited about. Just there. Right. Well, let's have a look at the actual release notes then for this. So this basically just tells you all about what I've already said about it. Just download it through the installer. It's far easier. And then obviously we've got the history of it, so I'll just get rid of that. So this aircraft then, with its current updates, then let's tell you what. Let's go for a nice wing view while we discuss these updates. Where's it gone? So, we now have a First Officer's EFB flight pad. If you prefer sitting from the right-hand seat, that's obviously good. You've now got that. Option. Another new model feature: glass and reflections to the screens on the flight deck, which I think we saw a little bit on departure. So they didn't have them before. They do now. The main control panel has now been changed to white text instead of orange, based on some rare A330 Neo's configurations. So, hang on, let's just have a look at this. Yeah, if you actually have a look, it's no longer yellow, is it? It's more... Would you call that white? Does it look white? I mean, it's not orange. It's probably closer to white than orange. So yeah, that's obviously changed as well. They have removed the no satellite model and added a SATCOM feature in the EFB, so basically you just turn that on and off rather than having to load a new model. They've removed the liveries and added them as a livery package via the installer. We've spoken about that already. Pilot avatars weren't showing correctly, which they're not going to show when we're in cockpit view anyway, but if you fly sort of with an external view, then they should be okay. They've increased the brightness and reduced the reflection on the EFB. So for those of you that thought the EFB was a little bit dark to begin with, it's obviously now a little bit brighter for you. So landing gear and the bay animations have also been fixed, so third parties should recognise the state of the landing gear now as well. So if there were issues before with whatever add-ons you're using not recognising if the landing gear was up or down, that should now have been fixed as well. They've updated the lights and effects and relocated the pedestal integrated lighting to the correct potentiometer position, so a little click spot, hopefully, I think that means, so that's much better. They've updated the sound sounds as well. They've changed the engine sounds to the A330 Neo Rolls-Royce Trent engine, so that's what you heard on our departure today. Flight augmentation computers have been updated to more realistically fit A330 values. On the McDo init page, you can add passenger numbers. Can you? I bet I can't do that now. Add passenger numbers? Oh yes! Oh, so they have. So you can throw in how many passengers you want there, and presumably that will then all match up with what you've got in the FB. That's quite neat. Didn't spot that before when we were departing. So they've reworked the McDo in a couple of places. So we saw new systems: the ACAR, SATCOM, CMS, ACMS, and FM1. Now, a lot of those systems are still greyed out; they're not working, but the roadmap's there, so that's good. They've also reworked the fuel prediction pages as well for us today. So this is, well, we'll see what we land with when we get there. Bear in mind we've got 6 tons of fuel for our alternate. Looking to land in Kenya with around 6.8 tons of fuel, which is fine. Now, I'm not actually too sure what this aircraft burns in cruise. So you're looking to burn about 6 tons per hour then in cruise. What we currently got, about 38.5 tons. So we've got plenty. So also in the McDo, they've on the init page, they've got the correct aircraft and engine type in there. Fixed the negative estimated fuel on board in the flight plan page. Was that sometimes showing? Oh, might have done. Yeah, look, that's now showing accurate as same with the fuel page. That's good. So estimated fuel on board and fuel prediction page get dashed out at descent. We won't be able to see that yet because obviously we're not descending. So they've also reworked the ECAM. So they've added some data, missing wheels, missing spoilers, changed the label of the cargo bulk door. So presumably that's all of this stuff. Yeah, that's nice. So look at that. We've got 1, 2, 3. We've got the 6 spoilers there. Which, if they were mimicking sort of A320 systems, obviously you're not going to have that many, so that's now much more realistic. Rework the engine, change the labels, engine config for N3. They've adjusted VFE speeds, alternate direct low, all engine failure speeds. Let's hope we don't have to see those today. Fixed the wrong radio altimeter position, and now with the speeds, reworked speed calculations based on A330-900 Neo values. So that was quite an extensive list. A lot of it is under the hood, some of it is obviously visual, and you can see that when looking at the McDos and things, and obviously around the flight deck, etc. So quite a significant update. Hopefully you guys appreciate that, and yeah, looks like it's lots of good stuff on the horizon. Now, does the equitime point here work? Because this would be a good time to look at it. Obviously, we're crossing. We've got about 300 miles now as we're just crossing the ocean and the sea. So let's just have a look. Equitime point. Ah, no, it doesn't. All right. Well, never mind. So, in terms of, you know, where we could jump into if something breaks, we've obviously got Antalya behind us. Is that LTAI? So we'll just get a bit of live weather for that. Okay, where's the flight report? Can we send position reports? Ah, they're not working. Nice little feature though. AOC, weather request. Right, so let's fill these out. LTAI. Now, in terms of other airports around us then, Paphos LCPH. And we've also got Larnaca as well as LCLK. Send off those three and see what's available. Wait for that to come through. Atom1311, thank you for the follow. King Cobra as well, and Samuel, sorry I missed those whilst we were just discussing the latest changes on Twitch. Thank you, new followers on Twitch. Hope you are well. Marina Heli, this aircraft does not yet have VNAV. So Autumn 7 November, yes, so the A330, really nice by Headwind Simulations at the moment. So I'm just going to wait for those. Did I send that request off? I'll send them again. Sending. Hopefully that feature still works. It better do. Need to get some en route weathers, just in case something does break. I'm sure it won't. And once we've got those, we'll check them through, and then I'm going to go and grab some breakfast. Let's also get some live weather for Cairo, which is there. Print that off. Send that one. Does the printer work on this? Let me just wait till I get the report which has got Cairo in it. If it has, we'll see if it prints. Give that a minute. Is anyone still scared of pressing the print button due to what happened? Well, it's probably a couple of years ago now, isn't it? You used to press print and it used to break the aircraft. There's Cyprus. We can just see the island over there. I think this is really the only bit of the flight where we're surrounded by water. If we just double check that. I think after that we're over Africa. So yeah, so once we've passed, we fly straight over Cairo. We'll do some pyramid spotting. After that, we're over land for the duration. My company message has come through. Let's check that out. Print that. Does it work? Oh, oh, fly by wire, you legends. Danny says you haven't printed anything for a long time. I know. It still concerns me from the time that you used to press that print button and that was it. Broken. Ah, now it doesn't go here, does it? They don't put it on the pedestal. One moment, they put it quite realistically. Actually, they put it over. Oh, do you know what? This might not be a Headwind or fly-by-wire, but it's definitely a combination of both and Microsoft Flight Simulator. What do you think is really impressing me about that image on screen now? Have a look at it, and it's very minor, but something is really impressing me about that screen. Shout it out when you see it. You've all got it, guys. You've all got it. more specifically with the reflection, it's the text. So, sure, I would have expected, perhaps now, just because we're so used to it, I would have expected the piece of paper to sort of reflect in the window. But the blooming text is also reflected, and it's correct. It's not just random rubbish. Look, if you look there, the QNH 1011, you can see the reflection 1101, and there's the Q. Oh my god, I need to lie down. That is some brilliance. What wizardry is this? I mean, D-level sims may be fantastic, but they don't look like that. Is there just me that's getting far too excited over this, or do you guys appreciate the brilliance? I mean, I think that's just stunning. Willie, welcome to 2023. I do. I think that's amazing. I don't care what anybody says. When you grew up playing Microsoft Flight Simulator 98, and now you see that. Hey, Simulate, thank you for the follow. Just brilliant. Dwight and Jordan, pretty much, yeah, same thing. It adds to the immersion and the simulated realism, and it's the minor details that are always the best details. I mean, would we actually care if there wasn't a reflection there? Would we care if the paper wasn't reflected there? No, of course we wouldn't. It's a brilliant simulator. But you see that, and it's another level. Anyway, we should probably check what the weather's actually doing. So I'll tell you, we've got Cav OK. Runway 1 is centre, winds, they're fine, runway 36 right, winds, they're okay. Yes, all the winds are fine and it's Cav OK, so that's fine. Paphos has got light winds and Cav OK. Larnaca's also light winds, Cav OK, and Cairo's light winds, Cav OK. So everything around us is wide open. Wonder Breed on Twitch says he's an old flight simulator as well. Hey, less of the old, we're not that old. Back then we couldn't have dreamed of things like PMDG or the Phoenix. No, quite right too. Mark, awesome emoji. Family channel behaves. Jordan, do the engines have a Rolls-Royce logo on them? Should we check? Don't think they do. They're normally on the side, aren't they, if they're there? Daryl ex-ATR driver, love your videos. Oh, Daryl, you need to be around when I'm attempting to fly the ATR then, because as close as it is to Airbus logic, it still trips me up. Yeah, that doesn't look like there's any Rolls-Royce logo on there. Then we can see definitely is Cav OK, isn't it, over the island of Cyprus. There we can see it off our left hand side. Paul says he just bought the ATR as well. Interesting play. Interesting. I find that an interesting use of the word interesting. I like the ATR, I really do. It took me a while to get things bound correctly with regards to setting stuff up. Thrust levers, and power levers, can't call them thrust levers, power levers, and fuel shut off and things. Once that was working, that seemed to be okay. And the flows are a lot more sort of Airbus based than Boeing based. The McDo as well, the fact it's even called a McDo is quite nice. I feel at home in the ATR. Hey, Chalty, how you doing, mate? We needed you in Lisbon the other night. Some unscrupulous people broke my plane. Not mentioning any names. Dark Fury, Eastbirds. So Daryl, you flew the HR-72, the 200 series, didn't have a Mach 2. Okay, we're quite advanced now in Microsoft Flight Simulator with the 600 series. Just the GPS. No Lex 2411, I might feel comfortable in an Airbus, but we don't have flat ring. I'm going to get banned one day for saying that on YouTube. I will be doing top of descent rings though on this flight. Right, it's definitely time for some cabin service, I think. It's, my other stomach's rumbling, I'm surprised you can't hear it. The cup of tea my wife made me has gone cold, so I need to go and replenish that. I need to go and throw some food in a bowl. So, that's why we're here. I think now, great time to step out. Go get some food. Flight deck door doesn't open, does it? No. Phoenix doesn't open here. I can't actually sort of replicate going to the galley for you. Never mind. You'll have to just imagine it. Alright guys, I will leave you with the rather beautiful engine view and Cyprus in the distance. When we get back, it shouldn't be too far away, hopefully from Egypt. And we're about an hour into the flight. 1 hour down, 5 to go, guys. 5 to go. Thank you so much for being here as well. Hope you stick with us. Leave us on in the background. I ain't going to be gone too long. Only 5-10 minutes. Just grab some food and I'll bring it back in here and crunch it down the microphone for you. But if you haven't done so already, please do leave a like on the live stream today. And of course, if you are new to the channel and you're enjoying the content that you've seen today and that, then please do consider subscribing as well. Or of course, if you're on Twitch, hitting the follow button. I will be back. As I say, 5-10 minutes. I'm going to boil the kettle, grab some food, and then I will be back. Thank you so much for your support, guys, and I shall see you in about 10 minutes. Thanks a lot, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Alright guys, so back with you. Oh, breakfast has been had, cup of tea is refreshed, not reheated. We've spoken about this before, you can't reheat tea, can you? It's just not the same. Although I am guilty of doing it because, well, just for quickness really. It does open up an interesting question though. What is your favourite cereal? I've just had a nice bowl of cereal, and because there are so many of us in our house, you know, there's 6 of us, there's the 4 kids, myself, my wife, our cereal cupboard is full. There must be 4 or 5 different cereal boxes in there. So, what is your go-to cereal? Danny, coffee's greater than tea. Well, that's another argument for another day. So Will is going with Weetabix with strawberries. That sounds very posh. I don't have time to muck about with strawberries in the morning. Spitfire rafts on with the crunchy nut cornflakes. Excellent. Lemon breakfast at noon, Captain's Life. That's right, yeah, that's pretty much it. Because I needed to get today's stream and flight started sooner rather than later, given how long today's flight was. So starting at sort of 11 o'clock would have been a no-no for me. So, like, we'll skip breakfast, we'll get it in the air. Crunchy nut cornflakes. I've never been a cornflake lover, Raf. I'm just not. It's not my... Even the crunchy nut ones, and do they do ones with bits of chocolate in it as well? So, Leanna says she wishes she got space for cereal, for a cereal cupboard. Where do you store your cereal then, or do you not have cereal? Not everyone has cereal, do they? Just like toast or crumpets, whatever. Just Willie says it's only posh if it's at Wimbledon. That would definitely be deemed posh in our house. We do have strawberries actually. The girls like strawberries, so we do have them, but I don't think they'd entertain the idea of throwing it on their cereal. Elliot, you're more of a crumpets guy. See, Elliot, that's what you... did you go for crumpets while I went for a little break? Ace is... Ace says he's got his still set to realistic. The A339 been really thrown about. Disconnected. Really? Does this model support realistic? Well, I've got realistic turbulence turned on now, and obviously you can see how it's flying for me. Great, we've got Cairo coming up ahead of us. Looks neat. That's it. We're going to be over land now for the rest of the flight once we hit this. Peter, the ATC. Oh, Peter, fantastic, mate. Where have you been? We've missed you. Oh, I guess you've been working quite hard, keeping the skies safe. So I hope you're well, Peter. Great to have you back on board for our long haul flight today. Obviously, we're flying away from you this morning, but never mind. Chris says shreddies the best. You see, that's one of the girls' favourite. I'm not a shreddy lover. The problem with me is I have a very sweet tooth, so unless it's some sort of cereal that's caked in sugar. Although I did buy the wrong shreddies the other day, and my wife went nuts with me because they now do a sugar-coated shreddies, don't they? I don't know if you've seen that. And the kids went wild for it, as you could imagine. So now they're very disappointed I've gone back to buying the normal ones. Matt Jensen, good morning to you. Hope you are well. Leanna only got muesli in there, not much space left. See, that's another one, muesli. It's like cardboard. I can't stomach that. Legend! I knew you were a legend. Frosties and a cuppa. Do you know what I've just had, Dark? Frosties and made a cuppa. Yep. Frosties by that well-known brand, who also makes Special K. That's another one that I can't be bothered with. Are they crumpets or pikelets, Elliot? Doctor on board, open the tray table, enjoy the breakfast. I don't think it opens in this mod. It does in the Phoenix. Not sure about the fly-by-wire. Just Willie, you hate shreddies with a passion. I mean, hate is a very strong word when discussing cereal. Albert and Pilot Ryan said thank you for the follow on Twitch, guys. Hope you are well. Ottoman says Turkish Airlines have the best commercials. You can see them on YouTube. Yeah, we were doing a bit of a flyby in the drone camera earlier. I thought, that looks a bit like the Turkish commercial. Hey Chalty, how you doing, mate? Have you got a day off today, Chalty, or are you working hard? Matt, how's A339? It's going very well so far. It's behaving. We're getting any correct warnings when I do daft things like forget to turn on Pack 2. I hadn't forgot. I was just nosing out the window and enjoying the views. I didn't get it in time before it pinged at me. It wasn't a problem. So, but that was nice to see. Frosted Flakes is his second favourite. Willie, that's just Frosties, isn't it? Paul's never heard of Shreddies. Do they not have that where you are, Paul? Elliot says the cheap Choco Shreddies are top notch from Tesco. Well, that's it, of course, because you've got the big cereal makers, haven't you? You've got Kellogg's and Nestle, etc. But then you've also got the supermarket equivalents, which there may be someone in the chat who can correct me on this and tell me that I'm wrong. But in my mind, I just see that there is one big Frosties factory that creates their product, throws some in a box labelled Frosties, some in a box labelled Frosted Flakes, some in a box labelled Frosty Flakies or something like that. And it's all the same stuff, it's just different packaging for different supermarkets and different brands. I may be wrong, but in my mind that's pretty much what happens. So you have to pay the premium for like the Kellogg's and the Nestle. Maybe the Kellogg's and the Nestle, they have slightly more sugar thrown in on top. Although I must say, I have tried other Frosted Flake brands and Frosties are better, so clearly there is something in that. And I also seem to recall that Frosties, that Kellogg's on their box, they openly state on the box that they do not make cereals for anybody else. So that might be that might be true as well. PT80. Oh, look at that! Welcome back. Peter says back to our regular scheduled program. PDD. Thank you so much, Peter, for your very, very generous 20 krona donation super chat to the channel. Great to have you back, Peter. And I hope whatever you have been doing whilst you have been away, you have been well and enjoying whatever you do. Because in fact, last I heard, you'd hurt yourself, hadn't you? You'd injured yourself somehow. Can't remember what it was you'd done now, but I seem to recall you being off work for a little bit because you'd done something daft. I want to say you got run over by your own car. That might not be the case, but something equally maybe as trivial, but nonetheless as painful. Lena, one thing you can't stand is soggy cereal. Yep, absolutely. I'd never put my milk on my Cocoa Pops. That's another one I have. On my Cocoa Pops or my Frosties. I never put it on until I'm literally about to start eating. I hate anything that's fried. Do you know, the moment I put it on, one of the kids shouts at me because they need me for something. I just think, well, kid, you're going to have to wait. I'm now eating my breakfast. Some things you can't cheap out on, Elliot, but there are a few things that are worth it. That's quite right too. Paul, all you eat these days is Weetabix. See, there's so many different versions of Weetabix available as well, isn't it? There's Weetabix, and I think is it Asda that has Weet-Bix? Literally just missed out the A for copyright reasons, presumably. Speedbird Simulations. So we've gone through the full list a little bit earlier on in the stream of the update, but basically it's now brought in line with new fly-by-wire systems. The McDo's been rewritten, nice new colours. Terrain radar works as well. Fuel predictions, stuff like that. Lots of stuff under the hood, which has helped to make this a lot more realistic and in line with the real thing. So really, really good and nice to see. And Willow also says he warms up his tea in the microwave if it goes cold. I have done it in the past. I don't do it regularly, but I see no reason as to why we can't do it just occasionally. Nothing wrong with that. So Peter HCO, was that the have you are you all right now? Are you fully recovered and back? Are you back to work as well? Is everything everything resumed as it was? The legend says Weetabix with chocolate or chocolate porridge. Oh, chocolate porridge. I mean, I have a sweet tooth, but that might be going too far. Who's murdering tea in the microwave? That would be me. Mark can't stand Weetabix. You see, I'm really bad. Yeah, I'm really bad. So, I have such a sweet tooth for anything. And, so if I have Weetabix, which isn't that often, but if I do have Weetabix, then what I do tend to do is I will have like sugar sprinkled over the top of it, and I know that's awful, right? But I do it. And I think I'm starting to play the price, because I've always, you know, touch wood, I've always had very good teeth, and you know, brush religiously and all that stuff. But just recently, in the last couple of days, so like one of the teeth at the top of my mouth, on the right hand side near the back, started to become sort of very sensitive. I drink something in there, I get a little bit of a shooting pain up there, and I think, uh-oh, this is bad. And what's worse is I'm not actually registered at a dentist, so I'm thinking this is going to be really bad now. I'm going to have to register, but I need to do that sooner rather than later, because the waiting list here in the UK is just ridiculous unless you go private. That's something else we can discuss in the next hour. So, yeah, it's not all good like in the sweet cereals, is it? Diego, how am I? I'm very well, thank you, apart from the sensitive tooth. How good are the improvements on the A330-900? So far, so good. And do you know what? So far as well, FS Realistic hasn't tried to kill me, unlike it did when we did the transatlantic stream not so long ago. Right, we're an hour and a half into the flight. How long we got left? Time's actually slowly just starting to drop down a little bit. Let's have a look, see if we can climb anymore, because we weren't at our planned cruise, were we? So I think, yeah, but I think I said you want 1,000 foot buffer. You don't have to, of course, as long as you're below the max. That's the main thing. So I think just for sort of fuel consumption and speed, given the flight that we've got today and the stream time, let's go flight level 370. I'm going to put the perf back to 50. I don't think this works. Let's just confirm it. So we're in managed speed at the moment. You can see that's sort of targeting Mach 0.82. If we pop that back to 50, does that jump at all? No. So cost index not really affected. However, flight level 370, let's go for it. So, thrust climb, open climb, 370 blue. Up we go. Mark says, can't remember who it was, but someone in his family used to eat dry Weetabix with jam spread. That's awful. Oh, that really is bad. I mean, my kids love Weetabix. They love jam. I like Weetabix, I like jam. Would I merge the two together? No. That is awful. Hey, Mike Oliver, no failures so far today. Touch wood. Flying Scots and Weetabix with warm milk. Yeah, that's another one that my kids have. Weetabix with warm milk. But do you then just leave it, or do you mush it all up? Because the kids will mush it all up and have almost looks like porridge again. Great Lord Doofus says teeth are optional. Well, it depends what we're eating. I like pork scratchings, remember. I need my teeth. Ellie says you've had to go private there in Devon. The list is 4+. What? Are you joking? I mean, I had heard it was about 12 months here around where we live, which I thought was extortionate. 4 years. Right, quick poll, guys. If you're in the UK, I am just going to have to open this to people in the UK on the chat. If you're in the UK, any idea what the waiting list for an NHS dentist is in your area? If you do, please do type that in. 4 years, my God. Do you know what really winds me up about this, though, Elliot, is our local dentist, so the wife was there a bit ago, and she said that she overheard someone come in to reception and say, can I sign up and become registered with you, move to the area, I want to be registered with you, NHS, for the dentist. And they said, right, we've got a 12-month waiting list for the NHS if you want to register with us. However, we have private appointments available tomorrow. Now, I'm not 100% certain how this works, but I'm presuming that if you go in on the NHS, the dentist will get paid something. Whereas they would rather have empty private spaces available, which cost a fortune, rather than taking extra NHS patients on and filling up their working day. Now again, I'm not involved in the dentistry world or anything like that, so if there's anyone in the chat that is, you know, tell me why I'm wrong. I like to learn. But that just seems crazy to me. So Pete80 says, yeah, back to work now, but I hurt his pelvis rather bad, so that took some time to recover properly. Glad you're back to work though, Peter. Hopefully all is going well for you. Lee JC, does going private just mean paying more for the same dentist? Yes! That is it exactly, Lee. You go into the same place, you're getting the same treatment, but you're paying 3 times the price for the privilege. Leanna says, yeah, here at the dentist they wouldn't let me book an NHS appointment. It was too long since the last visit. Fair enough. So it's not allowed. Yeah, you have to keep going, don't you? Gotta keep paying those pounds. Unfortunately, you're now private at the moment. Yeah, Photochromix, we've got Suez Canal over on our, is that on our left hand side, isn't it? Yeah, I think we're a bit too high up to see some pyramids. Spitfire Ras, I go once a year for the hygienist just to keep on the books. That's the thing now, whether they're hurting or not. It took 4 months to get a tooth out when I wasn't registered and ended up in hospital. This is awful. Not sure how long the wait is, but the dentist, this is Jordan, says, not sure how long the wait is, but the dentist I was with previously takes patients from the list if they don't attend once within a 6 months period, which is ridiculous. I agree. I agree. Why do you get... I mean... I don't go to my GP every year just to check I'm fine. They don't kick me off a list. Elian says, the examination private was 43 quid, 2 cavities, 1 redoing, about 300 quid. Fortunately, Bupa should cover that. Oh, well, at least you're in some sort of insurance there then, I guess. And Mark says, NHS now, but was supposed to go private at one point. It was amazing how many more trips to the hygienist you needed at 30 pounds ago all of a sudden. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Woodcut83 on Twitch, good morning, just joined the flight. I'm loving the A330 Neo. I just don't get time very often to fly long flights. We've got this for you today though, a nice 6-hour flight, only about another 2,000 miles to go. Hey Rocksteady, good morning. It has been a while. Says fantastic to see how far the channel has come. Hope you're all good and well. Happy flying. Thank you, Rocksteady. Yeah, good to see you on board as well. If you stick around for the day, well, we're going to be here most of the day, I think. Jordan, thankfully you now have dental cover. Let's face it, the NHS is sadly on its backside. It is, but then you also hear, so my wife is involved with the NHS in some respects, and a few other people I know, and you hear such stories of it costing so much money to do such simple tasks, and they waste so much money. You think, no wonder that the NHS is running out of money when you spend so much money on simple things and simple tasks. I once read a report, I'm not sure how real this was, so please don't quote me on it, but I once read a report that a light bulb needed changing on the ward. And, you know, in the olden days, someone would have gone to B&Q, Morrison's, any sort of local hardware shop, got a light bulb, put it in, you know, done, like 4 quid. Well, now there's sort of, you need to call maintenance, they have to risk assess it, is it going to be safe, what time can we do it, and all of that. But, and I'm sure they totaled it up and it cost like 100 quid to change this light bulb by the time everything had been factored in. And I thought, what? No wonder you've no money. It really winds me up, stuff like that. Barry says you don't see opticians or dentists queuing down at the food bank very often. No, this is very true. Legend Dark Fury also saying the same thing. Main reason they want you to go private now is down to the type of treatments, costs, and how much the dentist gets. Yeah. And Charlton, that's it with the dentist. If you're not paying, you ain't staying. Elliot says vets are the same as well. £88 for 6 UTI tabs for the cat, for example. Oh yeah, pets are expensive business. Almost as expensive as children. Spitfire Raf says that is correct. You have first-hand experience. Oh, so Spitfire Raf, was that potentially then a true story that I read about all the costs involved in doing very simple and, you know, menial tasks? Now, really, ridiculous. Dark Fury, it's £100 for an electrician to plug in 2 wires for a cooker. I hope they do it a bit more than just putting the plug in for that amount of money. Rock said you're going to be here for the rest of the flight. Fantastic. The Great Lord Doofus, at least the NHS sort of covers dental, unlike in Australia, which is the public system. Well, it does, but you'll be very, very lucky if you can get an NHS appointment now. Leanna said vets can be really expensive. Been lucky there, not ever needing extremely expensive treatments for them. And the dog has insurance since they like to eat random stuff. Yeah, they do. They do. Now, you guys can bail me out on this and say I'm an awful dog owner, but my first officer is not and has not ever been insured. He is not insured in the slightest. He's now 11 years old, so if you're going to start insuring him, it's probably going to get expensive. But he's also a mongrel, he's not a pedigree. And from what I know about dogs, which isn't a great deal, but from what I understand it, pedigrees usually have far more problems than mongrels because of sort of like the bloodlines and the way they're sort of interbred and things like that. And this certainly is the same with every other pedigree dog owners that I've ever met, spoke to and known, is that when they've got a pedigree dog, they sadly suffer far more with health issues than any mongrels, because presumably it's survival of the fittest, isn't it? The mongrel just takes all the best bits of the DNA out of the parents and away you go. And I'm happy to say that our first officer, George, he's 11 years old, but this morning I took him out and he still bounds around like a pup. No one can believe he's 11 when they see him. And I reckon in his total life he will have cost us less than £2,000 in total. And that is because he once cut his paw open. And whenever dogs do this, or any animals, and they need emergency vet treatment, it's always on a blooming Sunday, isn't it? So we've had at least 3 Sunday emergency vet appointments where he's done something really daft, like, you know, a stick stuck in the throat, or he's cut his paw open, or, you know, really bad vomiting, diarrhea kind of stuff. But yeah, he's never been insured, and he's hardly cost us a penny, really. So I think it's a gamble, isn't it? Insurance is always a gamble. I think we managed to gamble correctly with that one. Captain HMW, we x-rayed one of our budgies. It cost £700. What? I'd have had it done on the NHS hospital, it'd have been cheaper. £700 to x-ray, but how big was your budgie? If you don't laugh, you cry. £700 to x-ray your budgie. That is ridiculous. Well, I hope the budgie was okay. Well, you don't need insurance as long as you save the money. Insurance is a bit of a scam for pets anyway. Yes and no, I think, because I've also seen the other side of the coin where you've got an animal with long-term health conditions, like diabetes, for example. And obviously then you've got insulin every month, that kind of thing. That can start to build up, I guess. Although, will he say you've got a golden lab who is loving, strong, healthy, and dumb as a brick. Yeah, they're very food-orientated, aren't they, golden labs? Leanna, his mongrel of a mix of Jack Russell and a Staffy, is also about 11 years old, lots of energy still, and hopefully no health concerns either. You know, so that's good. Yeah, 3 times more on a Sunday, Danny. If I mean, that's going back to the NHS. They say that, don't you? You're far more likely to die over a weekend in a hospital here in the NHS than you are a weekday. Photogrammax, yeah, pedigree animals have the same problem nobles had in the past, just marring between themselves and not have fresh new DNA from the outside world. Yeah, it is exactly that, isn't it? Survival of the fittest, except there's nothing new being injected into the bloodlines. Lena says, buy an X-ray machine yourself. Get an X-ray for yourself on the NHS and just hold your budgies. Jack, budgies aren't cheap. No, they're not. They're squawk. Glad to see that the budgie's still, hopefully still around then, Captain HNW. Photogrammax says, here is €450 for a cat chemotherapy sessions. Yeah, that's another thing. If your animal gets cancer, that becomes expensive. Neil says, our cat was poisoned a week in a vet hospital and £7,000 later we were glad we'd taken out insurance. Ouch. Yeah, I think I'd want insurance as well if I got a £7,000 vet bill to pay. Whitson Williams, do I get top of climb, top of descent in the flight plan? No, not yet. VNAV is not yet available in the A330. That will come, but not just yet, I'm afraid. So it's going to be very interesting now, seeing the terrain that we fly over. Lots of desert, which I think the simulator renders particularly well. And Danny, your dog had epileptic seizures, so oh god, how much did that cost? Or is that ongoing treatment? Elliot, you just adopted a pedigree Bernese cat. His genetic history is exceptional, but thankfully he is also fully insured. I think if ever I got a pedigree animal, I would definitely insure them, just because I know from experience that they are going to have issues. They're going to cost you money. They're going to need the vets perhaps more than a mongrel. So, yeah, definitely worth a punt on insurance. Captain Angel says he is still around, so he's included on every stream you make, cheeping in the background. Does he say anything? Some budgies are really clever, actually. You know, parrots can do this, but some budgies have actually learned to say things as well, haven't they? In fact, my wife's parents, my now mother-in-law, father-in-law, years ago they had a budgie, and obviously they're not known for talking, but this budgie was able to replicate just about audible enough for you to be able to understand it. He could replicate my father-in-law, whose favourite quote was always, cup of tea, Deborah. And he always used to ask his wife and mother-in-law to put the kettle on. So that many times in this poor budgie's life that the budgie just started copying. Cup of tea, Deborah. I mean, I think that's amazing that they can copy sounds like that. But when you walk in and the budgie starts asking you to put the kettle on, something's gone very wrong. Leanna, cats are crazy expensive though in general. Cat litter, yeah, quite right too. Herman, you flew the 737ER from Turkish to PMGG on the same route. Well, they do this. Yeah, so this route is not just flown by the 737, but they also fly the A330, which is what we're flying today. So, yeah, both aircraft are acceptable and realistic on this route. Woodcut on Twitch, I probably cover this often, but how does the A330 vary from the A320? Is it just skin changes to the specs, aircraft, or alterations to the flight model? No, flight model alterations have been changed, fuel prediction calculations, they've all been changed. So while sort of the electrical systems, a lot of them are based on the flight model, wire systems, they have been sort of tweaked and tailored for A330, so it's not just a new skin over A320 electronics. So the basis is A320 electronics, but they are set and realistic, so all the weights and things are realistic for the A330, so lots of good work done by Headwind there. Hey, Headwinds, and do you know what? Headwind Simulations is back in the chat now on YouTube. Says, what have I missed? the past hour. Everything good so far? Everything's very well. Everything's working. In fact, we're probably just coming up time for another fuel prediction. So let's have a look at that whilst you're here and just see, because I know that you guys with your SimBrief profile, you tweet your fuel performance, don't you? So let's see how realistic that is. So, what, about 4 minutes then we're coming up on Gindi. So we've got, I just need to double check how much extra fuel we took. So 1 second. I think we took about 3.9 tons extra. So plug fuel was 43 let's call it 43.7, and we took 46. So that's a difference of yeah, so we took 46, 43.7, that's the difference of 2.3 tons, so we took 2.3 tons extra. Throw in the contingency there, which is 1.6, so that's about 3.9 tons of fuel extra. So that waypoint again is what? Gindi. So if we find that, Gindi, right, let's call that 28.1. So 3.9 plus 28.1 means we should have around 32 tons in the tanks at Gindi. So what do we currently have? Oh, yeah, perfect. So we've got about 700 kilogram extra, which is absolutely fine. Bear in mind, we're not actually there. We've got about 20 miles to run, so I think that fuel prediction is working well, realistic and nice. So another feather in the cap there for the A330. We've also climbed to a slightly higher altitude as well, which is helping us along. So look at the land still then, with about 7.2 tons of fuel on board in Kenya. And if we had to go to the alternate, which I have no idea where that is, that alternate must be absolutely miles away. Where is that? So I just let SimBrief pick the alternates because I don't fly in Africa in real life, so I've got no idea where anywhere is. Are the alternates shown on the route? Yeah, they are. So, oh god, they are a long way away actually, aren't they? Doesn't look like it on a map, but remember, this place is flipping huge. So there's probably other airports as well, more to the north. No, everything's appears to be working very, very well. And as Headwind Simulations are here in the chat, guys, give Headwind a shout out on the chat in YouTube. Doing some amazing work, and as we saw earlier in the stream, the promise of some amazing things to come. So now's your chance in the chat to show a bit of appreciation to the work the Headwind team are doing. So big shout out to them. Really looking forward to the A321NX. I know it's very, very early days, so we could be talking, 12 months or whatever before we get anywhere near that, but really looking forward to that when it comes. So Headwind also says that onboard fuel predictions will be getting much better with VNAV. Well, yes, of course, you've got extra things to use for the calculations there, so that'd be nice. But you will then need to look at the SimBrief data. Will still work with them as well. A lot of that, I guess, is trial and error when it comes to SimBrief. Obviously, you can't affect the SimBrief data, but I think the fuel performance there is, is pretty spot on. I mean, we are only 500 kilograms extra, and bear in mind that's a minimum. We've just passed Gindi now, so there you go. We should have had 32, we've got 32.5, so I'll take that any day. I think that's really well worked. Now, of course, because we don't have VNAV, we're going to have to work out when to descend this ourselves. I mean, should we do this now? We've got another 4 hours before we land, roughly. But if anyone wants to know how we'd work that out, well, let's have a look at some of the charts and see the arrival chart for this. I need to work out as well which arrival we're actually going to do. So we're coming in on the Camas 1 Alpha arrival, which brings us past the Lanet VOR to Tibet. Now, do any of these approaches bring us in from Tibet? No, most of the approaches look like they come in via Ngong. So, bear in mind, Kenya, this airport in Nairobi is actually really high, so we'll need to remember this. So, I'm going to write that down now, I've got it on screen. So it's actually 5,330, which can play tricks with you when you're not used to flying to areas that are this high. So for example, you know, normally about 10,000 feet we'll look at turning on the LS, activating the approach phase, that kind of thing. We're going to just have to be mindful of that we're going to have to do that at about 15,000 feet today, because, well, yeah, because of the elevation of the actual airport itself. We've sort of a platform altitude of 9.1. Other than that, there's no real constraints or anything like that, is there? So which approach should we do? I mean, uh-oh. Oh no! What has happened there? Oh, guys. The simulator has literally just crashed. Live on stream. 2 hours into our flight. Ah. Yep, PC's fine. It's just the sim that's just died off. We haven't had that happen for a long, long time. Now, I wonder if we can we bring that back in? Can we bring that back in? So, I'm going to try something here. You may remember a long time ago, we did, I did a video which was basically, after a crash to desktop, loading back in, so to speak. Let's see if we can apply that now. So we're going to have to restart the simulator. Luckily, we'd just done a flight check. We knew a fuel check. We know where we are. We knew sort of what fuel we got on board, that kind of thing. Let's see if we can bring it back in, and then hopefully we shouldn't really have lost that much time in the flight. Oh, how frustrating. We haven't had a crash to desktop for such a long time. FS Realistic is now gone, of course. Elliot shouldn't be a member. Bear in mind, we crossed the Atlantic. We had 8 hours the other day. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. So, no idea what's happened just there. Let's see if we can get back on. Turn it off, turn it back on again. We'll continue in normal mode. Right, so this will be the plan. The plan will be to restart the flight. If we can restart airborne, that would be nice. I don't know if we can do that. If not, we'll do our best. So this will be the plan. If we can get ourselves back around Gindi, it's about 2 hours into the flight. We know that we will have had about we had 32.5 tons of fuel, so we can set ourselves up exactly as was. I just need to reload it in. The other thing you're going to do, this is a great way actually to try and learn how to sort of re-get a flight going. So if I go to the dispatch system, where's my flight plan? Right, show my flight. Download it. So download it for Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's done. And then what we'll do in a moment is we'll import that into the sim and hopefully just be able to restart where we were. Time wise, we shouldn't lose any time, and we'll try and keep the thing as realistic as possible. A says FSI panel could get you to a waypoint quickly. It can, but usually only on approach, and we're about 4 hours away from approach. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue. So Headwinds, yes, it's really frustrating. It's hard to debug where such crashes come from. Could be Microsoft Flight Sim, could be A329X, A330X, third-party add-ons. So I am going to get rid of FS Realistic though. Let's just get rid of that in case. The Navigraph charts that I was checking though, that shouldn't have caused the issue, just because it wasn't in-game charts, it was the separate app. Elliot, a dodgy delivery can also cause crash to desktops. Yeah. PTCO got ahead of, no problem, mate. We'll still be back here in about 4 hours, hopefully. Like I say, we're going to we'll get this restarted. Legend Dark Fury says, could have been a memory dump from Windows. Speak English, mate. Remember who you're talking to. This always concerns me as well when starting Windows, when everything freezes. And I've just learned, don't get worried by the fact this isn't spinning. Just give it another minute and it'll sort itself out. Let's hope we can spawn back in and everything will be fine after that. The main thing is, the PC's fine, the stream's fine, so we'll just take this as a little sort of timeout from our aircraft. Let's just imagine that we've dropped off to sleep. Hey Pilot Tim, so we had a sim crash, so we're just going to respawn back in where we were. The real saving grace here, the huge saving grace, is we just done a fuel check. So we know exactly where we were, we know exactly how much fuel we'd got. So we will we'll get back in. I would imagine by the time sort of it's going to take us maybe 15-20 minutes from start to finish. So I reckon we'll spawn back in at the waypoint Desdo. I think if we can do that, that'd be a good place to start. I'm just hoping that we can spawn back in. The aircraft will pick it up, we can get everything loaded in, and we'll be good to carry on as we were. Paul says just pretend this is a bad dream. Right, so what we're going to do then, we're going to go to world map. That's fine. So then we're going to load from this PC, go to our downloads, there's the flight plan. Hopefully that can load in. There we are. Look, I've got Dark Fury, I know exactly where he is. Look, we're going to just spawn behind Dark. So what waypoint did I say? So we've got AST, Jibad, Desdo. So Dark, didn't you depart before us though, mate? So AST, let's depart from there. And then hopefully that will be fine and we can now just carry on. So let's hit fly and see what happens. I don't know what altitude it's going to set us at. We might just have to sort of slew our way up there. Let's just keep everything crossed, fingers, and fingers crossed we'll be there. Charlty says, welcome to his world, with the passengers frowning at you. Right, that looks like a good altitude. Let's see what happens. Prepare for some alarms. Although I have just hit ready to fly and nothing's happening. So just bear with me, guys. So autopilot's off. Auto thrust is on. Okay, we're in Alpha Prot, so I just need to gain a bit of speed. We're just going to fly the aircraft. Get the speed back up, and we'll have a steady climb back up. And if need be, we'll load the flight plan in manually. You know, it's not like we're short on time, is it? Standard pressure, airport, standard pressure. Okay, speed's coming back up. So we've done a present position start, that's fine. What on earth's going off down here? Oh, I think it's the sun. I'm thinking, why is the box flashing at me? Okay, so 350, headings 170, autopilot 1 engaged. So I now want to go. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to have a look at our flight plan. Has that been brought in there? No, it's not, but that's okay. So if we, yeah, check weight, that's fine. If we now go to init B, let's do the init request. That's brought all that information back in, which we're happy to leave. Alternate, we'll go and do that in a moment. If we go to our flight plan, this is what we want. Let's go direct to Desdo. It's still loading the flight plan, as we can see. There it is, look. So, Desdo's in there. Let's find the direct for that. Go. In fact, tell you what we will do. Let's go direct. Tell you what, we're going to go direct Orlex instead. It's a bit more direct then. So direct to Orlex. Pop that in. It's popped us back in nav mode. We're open climb 350. Speed trend is positive. We're steady climbing. That's fine. Now the only thing I want to try and make realistic again is if we could just try and get the fuel a bit more accurate. Well, there we go, that's updated, that's on the that's showing us where we are. That's fine. That all looks accurate to where we would have been. Now, am I going to be able to tinker with the fuel in flight? So the fuel we should have had was about, let's call it 32 tons. Instant. Excellent. 32 tons. That obviously has now made us lighter because it had us loaded in with loads at the start, which means now we've got the better performance. Look at the climb rate going up because we're nowhere near as heavy as we were. Excellent. Okay, so fuel's taken care of, navigation's taken care of. Let's just clear that out. Now let's have a look at the weights. We need to put these in. So of course 0 fuel weight, and that this doesn't change because we don't throw passengers out the window usually. So 0 fuel weight will still be what it was when we departed, 26.2. Zero fuel weight C of G, again, doesn't change. Oh, hang on, got the wrong one in there. So it is 0 fuel weight is 127. 127 and 26.2. That should then populate this stuff. The alternate needs putting back in, but that's fine. Self-loading cargo, the passengers have just woken up. It's fine, we're flying straight and level. Stop whinging. And do we need to load the passengers again? Yes, of course we do. We haven't got any there, have we? So if we can just download that in. That's set to instant, so hopefully that should throw them on. There we are. Passengers are in as well. Good shout, Headwind. Thank you for that. And the recovery, I think, is complete. Now, we were climbing up to 3.7. Gross weight looks accurate. Fuel on board. Estimated time of arrival is exactly the same as it was because we spawned in pretty much the same place. So that's worked. Progress, optimum. It's not got the optimum in there. Ah, probably because it's not got the winds downloaded. Which, if we do that, sort that out. We'll need to reset the 0 fuel weight and C of G again because obviously we've thrown in the passengers. That's changed that. There we go. 172.2 and 21.5. There we go, that actually looks a little bit better now because that's similar to what we were going to land with. So fuel's all fine. Time of arrival's fine. Winds have been downloaded now. We've not got the optimum because I can't. Can I still put in the potential headwind in that? I don't think we can because we've not got in it. We've not got in it B available, have we? Right. The alternate. What was our alternate? I can't remember where it was. Hotel Romeo, Yankee Romeo. Oh my God! It's Hotel Ryanair. Hotel Ryanair. What would that look like? That's fine. And we said the fuel for the alternate was going to be, we'll call it 5.8. That's done. Okay, we've just lost the optimum. That's fine. And we're we're going to go back up then now, flight level 370, let's go for that. First climb up and climb 370 blue. So, just other things that need doing then. Radars are on, transponders are on, we're squawking 2313, not sure why, but fair enough. TCAS is set to below, fantastic. Okay, FCU is all fine. Overhead. All the lights are on. Bottom low is off, that's fine. Seatbelt signs are off. No smoking's on, and emergency lights, they're armed. Guys, I think we've done it. What crashed the desktop? We're back on. Not only are we back on with accurate fuel, accurate weights, accurate flight route, and accurate estimated time of arrival. Nothing has changed. So if you didn't know how to recover from a crash to the desktop before, that's how. And thank you Headwind Simulations as well for being here and also helping us to guide us through that. Oh, we forgot VATSIM. Good shout, Elk Chocolate. Let's get VATSIM back on. Then we can race Dark Fury. Headwind hopefully won't get a crash to the desktop again, otherwise we should look into the crash report after the stream if there's a hint as to what's caused it. Yeah, absolutely. The strange thing was, I didn't even get a, you know, it was literally just a blank crash to the desktop. We got no error report or anything. Chalty, what's the maximum max speed you don't want to exceed? MMO. I'm going to cop out MMO. Just Willie says we should clip the crash to the desktop and do a help video using it. It's not a bad idea, actually. I think the key thing for us there that really helps is knowing where we were, and we also had a good shout at what fuel we were going to we had, because we'd just done a fuel check. It wasn't that long ago, was it? But we're back on track. We know where we're going. We're now just reaching our cruise level again. Guys, thanks for sticking with us. So yeah, hopefully if that entertains you all, then please do hit the like button, and fingers crossed we won't get another one. That's it, back on it. Well, let's have a look at the time. So the planned time for arrival was around 1300 Zulu, wasn't it? And look at that, 1448. So yeah, all's fine. What is interesting is all the radios have changed. We were on Unicom, we're not anymore. That's a bit weird. Monitoring the guard frequency, so that's fine. Headwind, the last time I did the transatlantic, it was in the developer build. Yes, it was. And obviously say there isn't any big changes there since then to this stable build. So hopefully, yeah, it's not an A330 issue. I'm not convinced it was an A330 issue. I think it might have just been a random occurrence. Unfortunately, it just happened to occur whilst we were doing this flight in this aircraft. But I have flown now for, I would say I haven't had a crash to desktop for well over a year. That's the first one mid-flight. So yeah, very interesting indeed. Right, well, it was just a bad dream, passengers. Looking for you, the food is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cabin crew will be around shortly to commence our hot meal and snack service. Please ensure that your tray tables are in the downward position. To assist our cabin crew, please keep the aisles free of bags and any other items you may have. The food and snacks menu can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. There is also a children's selection of food and healthy snacks available. Please dispose of any rubbish you may have in the bag provided at the ends of the aisles. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
What is interesting, of course, is for those of us that, you know, there are about 250 people watching as we departed this morning, so sort of like the first hours was everything and got going. Then people, obviously, long flight today, so people going around their working day, and if they now jump back in, they would have absolutely no idea any of that happened, because we managed to get it back up stable and perfect. I do love that way of recovering a flight, though. All you need to do is download your flight plan from SimBrief, so you then can select it in the flight plan, the Microsoft Flight Simulator Flight Planner, and then from there select the waypoint you want to go from, and away you go. I'm really impressed it actually got us back up at a decent altitude. I thought it was going to spawn us in at something like 5,000 feet or something daft, but it didn't. This is good news. John Malk on Twitch, does this have a working CPDLC? Yes, I believe it does. Yes. So that's another bus, another plus point. Loverot, have you ever used FPA and track mode? Yeah, several times, depending what arrival we're doing. In fact, if we were doing an RNP approach, we'd have to use that in this because it wouldn't have final approach mode enabled. Clinton says, yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator is generally stable. I think it's a lot more stable now than it used to be, isn't it? Whitson, can I share my custom camera view file? Yeah, it's already shared, mate. If you join our Discord server, it is available on there for you to download. Headwind simulations, that is quite interesting. So we've also got nearly 0 crash to desktop reports on our Discord, so as the developers we really can't say what's happening in these rare cases. Last time we investigated it, it was a memory leak by GSX. That's interesting. Obviously GSX is running. Actually, do you know what else? Now this is interesting. So obviously GSX is running, but when I started the stream this morning, so I actually spawned in probably about 45 minutes prior to the stream starting, and I spawned in and I just repositioned some of the GSX catering vehicles. So I actually opened up the GSX editor and then obviously closed that down, and that was it. Then away we were. We started the stream and we went. So the GSX editor was opened prior to us completing this or starting this flight. Obviously the editor has not been opened now, so I'm wondering, maybe you're right, maybe GSX editor has a bit of an issue. That would be interesting to try and see if that could be a cause. And obviously I don't normally open the editor for every flight we do. It was purely just because I was flying from an airport where I had no GSX profile and just wanted to make the departure look a little bit better. Wilson just joined the Discord, thank you. Clinton says, yeah, it does seem like it's GSX. It's always GSX. So I wonder if we hadn't have opened the GSX editor at the start of the flight, it would have been okay. Migs is in the house. Hey Migs, how are you? We've got lots of beige views for you today, Migs. Although it should get a little greener a little bit later on. Good to see you, Migs. You join us. What are we now? About 2 hours 20 minutes into our 6-hour flight. That's the only thing actually that has that's no longer accurate. Of course, we've not got the chrono working. I mean, it's not really important anymore. But I know we departed about an hour after our stream started, and we've been live for 3 hours and 25 minutes. So we are about 2 hours 25 minutes into the stream, into the flight. And if we look at the operational flight plan, how far into the flight should we be when we get to Orlex? Let's check that out. Let's have a look. 2 hours 36. Pretty much spot on. Bong says he needs my advice. No, Bong, not about this. You don't. People in the chat will definitely be able to help you, like Christian and Dark Fury, but you don't want my advice on this. But he says there's a guy selling Acer Predator Triton laptop i9 12th generation RTX 3080, 16GB and 32GB RAM, and 2TB SSD. How do you get a 16GB and 32GB? Do you mean the two different specs available? And it's 800 quid, and it's a year old. Should you buy it? Bong? No idea, but someone may be able to help you with that. Mick King, good afternoon. Hope you are well. Captain Stan, is this the A330 with an A320 cockpit? Yes and no. Try not to think it quite like that, Captain Stan, because the A330 has almost an identical cockpit to an A320. They are very, very similar. There's a few little differences, things like you can see the dials for the screens, things there. The real A330 also has another McDo down here, but for the most part, they're pretty much identical. Hey, Benny, just hope you're well. Ellie says, nice chill days so far, and then home for flying. What time do you go live, Elliot, your show? Is it 4 PM local time? That looks like the time we'll be landing. Migs, did we have a crash the desktop at the start of the stream? No! We had one about 20 minutes ago. We were sat here in cruise, everything was fine, I was just going to work out the arrival we were going to take, and boom. Although we weren't actually touching the simulator, we were in... get rid of that. We were in the Navigraph app. I was just literally just looking through this at different things, and suddenly the simulator stopped in the background. No idea why. But thanks to the fact we had just done a fuel check prior to that, we knew where we were, how much fuel we got, so we respawned in at the right waypoint, and there we are. Winston, yeah, so the thrust levers look slightly different as well, but all in all, I wouldn't want people to think that Headwind had been lazy by just throwing an A320 cockpit in their A330, because that really isn't the case. Sort of 80% of it is exactly the same. Nemesis 007, good morning, hope you are well. Carl, noob GSX question. Do you need a profile for each aircraft and each airport? How does it work with EFBs such as the Phoenix PMDG? So, I don't know about PMDG. It doesn't work well with the Phoenix. Basically, I just load everything into the Phoenix using the tablet, load it instantly, and then just let GSX come and do its stuff. It's GSX then is just used for visuals rather than the loading of the actual aircraft. But yeah, you need a profile for each airport that you're going to. Most of them, you can create your own, or most of them are available now on flightsim.to. Paul, what's my longest ever flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Probably one of our long hauls years ago, back when COVID was on, when we were flying sort of long haul Fridays and long haul Monday flights. We were doing some 8-hour flights some days, you know, really long flights. That has always been the maximum, between 8 and 9 hours. Not gone any longer than that. Pilot Tim says his mother's just got back from San Francisco. She brought him a Virgin Atlantic mug filled with the best Swiss, Miss Hot Chocolate. What a gift. Sounds like your mom's a good one. God, just how big is the African continent? I mean, I'm presuming that there's absolutely naff all down there. After maybe a few salt plains, I can't see a road, there's certainly no vegetation. It's just huge, isn't it? Very similar to that side. But how detailed does it look? Microsoft Flight Simulator's Bing satellite imagery once again bringing the virtual landscape to life beneath us. Christian says the freeware Headwind A3... okay. The freeware Headwind is more an A330 than an A320. Than the payware Captain Sim 777 is more a 777 than a 747. You have to think about that, but yeah, you are right. Asher, hello from India. Hope you're well. Mick King says long-haul flights in the simulator only makes sense to me at events like across the pond or across the land. Other than that, you don't do it. That's fine, Mick King. Everyone has their own personal favourites. I used to do, long before my streaming days, but I used to do long-haul flights like this. If I was just working at home or pottering around around the house, you know, if I got the house to myself for whatever reason, I'd set up a long-haul flight and then go do some jobs, maybe a bit of shopping, do the garden, some cleaning, tidying, etc. And it's just nice knowing that this was happening in the background, and then you come back and land in a totally different continent. When you've got VATSIM as well, that obviously helps. Woodson, in GSX, once you map a profile for one gate and stand with the A330, will it copy it to the other? No, so this is one of the things that I really find frustrating in GSX. You can spend ages sort of, if you've got like a huge terminal, you know, nice long row. Think Athens, for example. It's just a massive long row of terminal. There's no sort of curves or anything. If you go in at, say, Gate 1 and you set up where you want the parking trucks, the stairs and all that stuff, you then go to the next gate, next door to it, and you've got to do it all again. And then the next one, you've got to do it all again. If there was a way to sort of just copy and paste the layout of all those vehicles and paste it to Gate 2, Gate 3, Gate 4, Gate 5, you would save so much time and it would bring the realism up so much. Meaning that all the gates were sort of serviced. But you can't do that as far as I'm aware, so you have to go and do it to every gate individually. Willie says this terrain reminds us that Africa was once covered in rivers and lakes. Oh, is Elliot gambling? I thought the gambling had gone rather quiet for a bit of time. Darfur says, yeah, but not every gate will be the same. No, it wouldn't, and there are only certain places you could potentially do that, but it would be darn close. Pilot Tim, don't spur Elliot on. That said, Elliot can't. We can't trigger the failures in this aircraft, so. Christian, what's new on the A330? So, sort of quickly speaking, the FCU colouring's been redone. The McDo has got a lot of new features. The colouring of the McDo has also been done. The first officer has now got a tablet. Fuel predictions have all been redone as well. So there's a lot of stuff under the hood. A bit of flight modelling behaviour as well has been tweaked. So yeah, overall just more in line with the real A330. So lots of good stuff being done there. Ooh, crop circles. Paul, do you think we'll see the flyby A380 this year? Oh, how long's a piece of string? ASCAP, this does not yet have working VNAV. In fact, that's what we were going to look at, wasn't it? Just before the CTD. We were going to work out when we're going to descend. Christian, is ground handling better, or does it still feel like you're driving a big car? I thought it was okay today. It was that good, I missed my turn on the taxiway. Heliana, irrigation circles. No. Let's go with crop circles. It's it's far more X-Files like. So you can calculate the top of descent in the iPad. You can. I don't use it. I kind of use the rule of 3, the old-fashioned way of doing it. Nemesis 007, yeah, so if you're going to answer the piece of string question, how long's a piece of string? Twice the length from the middle to the end. There's your answer. Which is the answer I always give if somebody asks me, and they go, yeah. Migs, where exactly are we now? Good question. Dark, they are not flat rings. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not. I wish you could zoom out further on this map, but you can't. So show you where we are. Right, there we go. We're just past All X. We've got a turn now coming up to Alked. So we are. Find it. We're just about to leave Cairo flight information region. We're there. Just about here, where the cursor is. Which is slowly approaching what looks to be about halfway. Hey Yardi, good afternoon. Yeah, so we're almost into Sudan, the Egyptian-Sudan border. Tell you what, if you're down there in real life, you know, driving along the road, you look up at the sky and you see a contrail 37,000 feet up. Surely you can't help but wonder where that's going. Such a remote part of the world, this. You know, Willie, I was just wondering that myself. And Christian, isn't Sudan airspace closed? I would have thought so. Looks pretty though, doesn't it? So I am just, funnily enough, I am just looking at Flight Radar 24. I mean, to be honest, that's insane. Right, guys, if you've got Flight Radar 24, so if you do have it, just open it up. Don't have any filters turned on. Show, you know, all traffic that's currently flying. Yeah, so, and then if you have a quick look, you'll see There is just so... There's so much space in Africa where, for such a massive country, there's not that much air traffic flying over it. There really isn't. Anyway, let's just get some en route weathers. Addis Ababa is probably our nearest airport, which is what? Hotel Alpha Alpha Bravo. So we'll do that. Someone's turned my lights off. No, it's not a holiday destination, Paul. Not at the moment, bless him. So we'll just have a look at some en route weathers then, and see where else to quickly check out. So Addis Ababa. Where else should we have a look at? So not really too familiar with this part of the world. Khartoum Airport, is that open? Should be. Hotel Sierra Sierra Kilo. I mean, I am literally just looking at different places on flightsim.to and checking that we can actually land there, of course. That's quite important. I mean, to be honest, I think Addis Ababa is our main shout. Unless we start looking at areas over to the east of us. Where's that, Christian? Hotel Alpha Sierra. Where's that? And potentially another one. HAMK. Don't ask me where these places are. I'm just gonna look for places, and if we need to, avoid them for bad weather. But to be honest, I mean, look around. Does anywhere around us look like it's got bad weather? Looks phenomenal. Scenery looks very good as well. So we'll check those airports out as and when they come through. Christians, where was that airport? Mekele Alula Abaniga Airport. Alright. The one airport name that looks really cool, and I wish I could say it. Have a look, go and have a look at Mauritius's International Airport. It's named after a former president or something there. And it's, yeah, it's a good one. Messages received. Let's bring that out. Christian, where's Mauritius? Indian Ocean, off the west coast. Sorry, the east coast of Africa. Migs, you have to say, a fun idea for a separate series of videos would be to try and cross the Sahara Desert in a turboprop. Well, there's lots of turboprops around because they're just cheap to run, aren't they? Right, looks like if something breaks, Addis Abeba's the way to go. And it's only 24 degrees there. I expected it to be much hotter than that. Klaus, Sudan airspace is closed following the military coup. Sudan remains closed to all civilian flights. South Sudan enemy suspended above flight level 245. Fair enough. Wow. Well, there's a there's a scenery satellite image line. Christian, that's the one. Port Louis, that airport. There you go. Announce that over the PA. Dwyer, when did the pin print? I've literally just printed it. If you print it and then click on it, it pins it on the window there. And we were all balking over earlier how you can't see it now because the reflection's not clear with the sand in the window. But the reflection is just beautiful. It even reflects the text perfectly as well. Christian, it does. It sounds like a dinosaur. Seawatersaurus. Yeah, now just think about how long that sign is when you arrive at the airport. Photochromus, what is the black smoke? Are they refineries? No, I think they're just marks on the window. Yeah, they're just marks on the window. Someone needs to come and clean it. J-Hog, how's it going? Much better now. Now, if you saw us depart and you've just revisited, what you wouldn't have known is we've had to crash the desktop and we've had to reload it back in. But such is the beauty of the aircraft and being able to load our flight plan back in. You wouldn't know it because we've got accurate fuel. All the passengers are still there, thank God. The navigation is sorted, and the aircraft, actually, I would say this aircraft handled respawning back in at the correct place like an absolute boss. It was perfect. So if you do get crashed to desktops in a long haul, hopefully you'll be in the Headwind A330 because you saw how quick and easy it was for me to reset that back up. It was really nice. Christian, those dirt spots reminded me of the Manchester is on fire stream. Oh, yeah, when was that? Look, that was using a window view, wasn't it? We were like going along there, we could see Manchester, there was a big plume of smoke. It was actually a dirt mark on the window. It just looked like someone had bombed Manchester. Or a petrol station had exploded or something in a gas explosion. J-Hug, you've been on phone to Amazon for an hour and then you've had no water either. Wow. What are you doing in your house? Oh, Christian, that's right. It was dawn, wasn't it? So it looked even more realistic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
So I wonder how the EasyJet Sim Channel Points Leadership Board has changed following all the failures that we had the other day. Eastbird's finally opening up his virtual wallet and spending them. Migs, great to have you on board as always, mate. Awesome support of the channel. Thank you so much. Gifting one EasyJet Sim Pilot channel membership. Welcome to Kieran Anderson, who's been gifted that channel membership. So ensure to get yourself into the members lounge as well on our Discord server as well, Kieran. Thank you so much, Migs, for your continued support. Really do appreciate that. And incredibly generous of you. Z1 Plays Games, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And Stewie1275, how am I finding the A330 update? I've liked the A330 for a while now, and although I've not flown it too often, I think it's an amazing freeware aircraft. We crossed the pond, we did the Atlantic Stream not that long ago, about a month ago, and now we're just flying it again because it's received a big update, so wanting to see how that's working out, and so far so good. Yes, we have had a crash to desktop. I'm not saying though that was down to the Headwind A330. That could have been something I was messing about with GSX earlier, so jury is out on that one. Elliot has called the leaderboard. Let's have a look. So number 1 is still Eastbirds with an unholy amount. He's pretty much got double the person in number 2, who is yourself, Elliot. He's number 2. Mark's number 3. Peter's number 4. Soren is number 5. Not seen Soren for a while. Number 6 is Ginger Ninja. Not seen Ginger Ninja for a while either. Otto is number 7. Nick is at 8. 9 is Dr. Magic, and the upcoming legend is Migs in at number 10. Pilot Tim off to a meeting, back soon. Magic Hour, thank you for subscribing. Stewie says you keep getting crash to desktop soon after landing, after getting GSX. That's interesting. I'm nowhere near technically enough, have enough techno information with regards to what causes the crash to desktops and things. In fact, when I look and see the sort of graphics we've got here and the realism that you can do, all on a desktop PC, I think it's just wizardry. It's just so stunning. It really is. Hey, Presmo Gaming, do you need the injector for FSLTL to use the models for VATSIM, or just the base pack? Just the base pack, Presmo, because you obviously don't want to be injecting live traffic into your simulator if you're flying on VATSIM. Mick says crash to desktop or no crash to desktop. I will super chat my way back into the top 10 if I have to. J-Hog says, woohoo, Amazon is 6 stops away. He's a shock though because his road's closed. He's gonna have to walk. Why is your road closed? What have you done? Right, we're coming up on nearly 4 hours for our stream today. We're nearly 2 hours into... No, nearly 3 hours, sorry. 3 hours into our flight. So pretty much halfway. Actually, if you look at the top of your screen, you'll see the yellow bar is pretty much in the middle of your screen as it's counting down towards Nairobi. So yeah, halfway, almost halfway there. If you have been enjoying the stream, the long haul today, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It does make a big big difference. And of course, remember you can support the channel through super chats, channel memberships, and that kind of thing as well. But of course, hitting that like button is a great free way to support us, and does make a big difference on our YouTube sort of rankings and things. So thank you for that if you've already done it. Hugh, is this a VATSIM approved aircraft? Is there such a thing? There's obviously things that you can't fly on VATSIM. Cars and boats being 2 things that you can't fly on VATSIM. In fact, was the hot air balloon? There was a hot air balloon. Was that allowed on VATSIM, or did they ban that? Can't remember. I think anything's allowed on VATSIM as long as it's, you know, an aircraft you can fly and will do all the things that you might need to do. if you want to get sort of realistic, if you're going to be flying above, is it 27,000 feet, you need to have autopilot capability. Don't quote me on that altitude, I need to double check that and look that up. Matty, which announcement do I use for the passengers? It is called self-loading cargo. Legend says the hot air balloon is allowed. Have they allowed that on VATSIM? I sense a members only stream coming up. Paul, can we fly the volocopter on VATSIM? I can't fly the volocopter just in the sim, let alone on VATSIM. I remember when that first came out, I could not get that thing to work or in the air. I think I slewed it into the air and that was about it. Paul, it's 10 PM where you are, bedtime soon. Fair enough, Paul. I can't promise to still be in the air when you land. If we are, something's gone horribly wrong. And we've also invented unlimited fuel. Anthony, hey, didn't know you were there, and thank you so much for being here. Says off to bed now. Have a good rest of your stream. You've been here the whole stream. Oh, and you should have said hi earlier. If you did, I do apologise that I missed you. And thank you for being here as well. Long time channel member. Thank you so much. Lazarus said, good old hot air balloon buzzing the tower at Mach 1 FSX memories. How realistic. Dark Fury says you cannot fly around major airports and airspace zones without approval if air traffic control is on. I mean, that sounds realistic to me. Lewis Bryan, do I use a map enhancement? No, this is everything that you're seeing is completely default. So this is Bing terrain. Matty, you're using PackX, but you heard that I've got my own announcement. Yeah, so I obviously spent a bit of time creating those for the channel. It just makes things sound a little bit more realistic, doesn't it? Although I need to probably perhaps look at redoing the EasyJet ones because they don't accept cash anymore. So the announcement's a bit outdated. Anyone who's next flying on EasyJet, just get your phone out and record the PAs. We'll butcher them into a profile. Right, let's have a look at the approach that we want to do, because at the moment, remember that we had to sort of reset some stuff, which means I've probably lost the approach that we've got in here. In fact, we have lost the approach because I've not even got one there, look. So, first off, let's grab the weather for Hotel Kilo, Juliet Kilo. We can probably just get that off here, can't we? Let's have a quick look. When was this last updated? That was 35 minutes ago. Wind's variable. Visibility is cab okay, pretty much. Well, ceiling is broken 2,700 and visibility is fine. So if that is the case, then what are we using in real life? So Dash 8 landed there not that long ago. Looks like they're using runway 06, which is fine then. So let's have a look at what route we're going to take to get it on runway 06. Let's close that. So we're going to be coming in on Camus 1 Alpha, which is this one here. Takes us to Tibet. So from Tibet then we'll see what choices we've got. That's a full procedural approach taking us over the airport back out for the approach. Not going to be doing that. ILS Whiskey approach, or ILS 06 via the Yomok 2 Alpha 2 Bravo 2 Charlie. So we could do that via the 2 Alpha then, couldn't we? ILS 06 via Yomok 2 Alpha. Let's pop that in, see what that looks like. There are no times either for this, so it's not like the ILS is out or anything daft like that. See you in a bit, J-Hog. Hope you're well. So if we just have a look at this. God, I can tell that I'm flying in a part of the world where there's very little going on, because my frame rates have moved into that level where they are it's about, we're running about 60 FPS at the minute. So let's have a look. It's going to be the ILS 06 using the Camus 1 Alpha arrival. And Yomas 2 Alpha transition or via. See what that looks like. Must have caught a click spot for my thrust lever then. Anyone else just see that jump up into MCT? Right, just clear that discontinuity. Zoom out a fraction. There we go. It's coming in via Tivet, and then pretty much almost a long base leg and in, isn't it? If you look at it like that. That looks fine to me. And we've got some constraints as well. So this is what we can use for our top of descent. So we want to be at 7,900 feet at IMDIS. So let's work out when we're going to do our top of descent, and we'll get that in the box as well. Which means, so we're currently at 37,000 feet. And we're going to need to lose... How much are we losing? $29,100 feet. Multiply that by 3, that's 87,300. So 87, call it 88 miles. Add 10, 88, 98. Alright, about 100 miles out. 100 miles out from Indus, that gives us time to slow down. So what we will do then is, if we go to our fixes page, pop in that waypoint in this. $100 miles out. That should now, if we scroll down far enough, there we go, that's our top of descent. Lovely. Right, terrain radar's not working at the minute because when we had that crash to desktop, I think we lost it. So let's just restart that. I mean, could that be another potential issue for the crash to desktop? Not sure. Is that running? SimBridge is running. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Just needed a moment. Yeah, that's fine. So that's running as well. Fantastic. I'll turn it off for now. We don't need it in cruise. Salskill, does the new update include step plans? What is in step climbs and things like that? Well, that's not really part of the aircraft so much. Because you just follow air traffic control or plan your own. But it does give you sort of a maximum flight level that you can fly at for your weight and stuff like that. Robert says, years ago I used to listen to traffic heading over Africa on HF bands. It always sounded a bit sketchy, not quite as slick as NatTrax. Some great names though of fixers. I used to listen to the NatTrax, Robert. I had a very, very good old HF radio. So here, I thought it was amazing. Sat in the centre of the UK, the middle of England. I could listen out to HF frequencies that were literally, you know, two radio comms that were literally sort of 2,000 miles away, and because of the way it works with interference and sunlight, things like that, you always got the best reception at night time. So I was sort of in high school at the time, and one of the things I used to love doing was I used to stay up late overnight till sort of from between 2 AM up to 4 AM in the morning, and you'd hear aircraft come on frequency at Gander, so the wave that flies from west to east overnight coming back towards Europe. You'd listen to them enter the Gander airspace, and you could literally listen to them and track them. There was a piece of software I used to use called AirNav, and it was proper old school. This is before the time of satellite tracking and Flight Radar 24, that kind of stuff. And you used to listen to the voice reports that they give. You type in what they were doing, so like you type in the call sign, you type in the flight level, and then they'd say, you know, 20 north, 30 west, estimated at 0243, and then estimating 52 north, 40 west at 0259 or something stupid like that. And you used to put in all of those. There was a particular syntax you had to use to type it in. And if you did that, you could plot aircraft. And I used to plot sort of 30, 40 different flights all crossing the Atlantic, and I'd stay up till the early hours of the morning. And then when the sunlight started to hit, the frequency becomes a bit degraded because of the radio interference. So this was usually during the summer months when I was doing this, long summer holidays. So the sun used to rise quite early. So from about 5 AM, 6 AM onwards, you used to lose the quality of it. But I just thought it was amazing that you could do that to track it across the Atlantic. Verclick, which city am I flying over right now? Which city? Tatooine. There's nothing around us, I'm afraid. Nothing at all. I mean, it's got to be an interesting sensation, this, doing it in real life, isn't it? If we have a look at airports that are sort of around us, does this have the nearest airports page working? Yeah, it does. Now, situational awareness, I have no idea which of these airports are actually any good. you know, in case something broke. Got a couple of airports almost directly ahead of us. Let's have a quick look. Well, we've got Hotel Sierra Kilo. Where's that? Although this is Sudan, isn't it? So whilst the runways I think are long enough to accommodate us, it's nearly 3 kilometers long, just shy. The airport's closed. But interesting to note, there should be a river that starts to run around here and tracks, and I think it's the River Nile actually. Just looking at the flight map, I think it is the River Nile, which is weaving its way underneath us at the moment. It's sort of, if I have a look at the VFR map, I can't zoom out any further than that, I'm afraid. Yeah, there it is. There's the River Nile, which goes south, then back north, then south again, down here. So where's Hotel Sierra Mike November? Just off out of our right-hand side, down here somewhere. Don't know where that is. I do wish I could zoom out further on the VFR map. I'm presuming Azobo in their wisdom have put a limit on that for some particular reason. Christian says there's 45.66 million people in Africa. There must be somewhere. Yeah, they're all concentrated around the coastal areas though, aren't they, I think? GAN Trading System Time Cycles. That's a long name, but welcome. What frustrates a lot of third-party plane developers in Microsoft Flight Simulator is it doesn't provide any crash to desktop logs or tools outside of Azobo's own logs. Yeah, so that's one of the things. It's very limited, isn't it? There's lots of stuff going on under the hood that we're not particularly privy to. Matt says Microsoft Flight Simulator without weather radar is like a plane without windshield glass. I mean, the only upside to this today, I mean, look at the weather that we've got. We're flying over Africa, there's nothing there. There might be some clouds and sea breezes as we come into Kenya, but a couple of hours to go before we're anywhere near those. Ace Airstream says it reminds me of Michael Palin's pole-to-pole journey, which took in this part of Africa. Did it? Did they go down the Nile? Or did they just fly? Elliot, it's going to be t-shirt and shorts walk to the station today. It's glorious here. I think it's nice weather over most of the UK today, from what the weather forecast said this morning. Always hear the forecast because I'm listening to the radio usually when walking the first officer. And Christian, you think that city to the west there is Meroe? Meroe? I don't know. Some strange pronunciation. We'll do a fuel check then when we get to Sogad, which is in how many miles? At about 5-6 minutes. Does mean though we should see some civilization then down there. In fact, you can see the Nile. You can see it. It's run all the way from behind us. Am I right? Or am I just talking rubbish? Is this still the River Nile? It certainly starts in Egypt. We flew over the delta. But yeah, it comes down here, right the way around. I mean, this has got to feed the lifeblood of this part of Africa, hasn't it? And then it's back around here. Paul Newman, good night, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Hope we've entertained you this evening, and hope to see you on our next flight. Scott says good. Yeah, so Scott, good. Hi Gav, loving the stream. Does the nose wheel of the A330 still prematurely lift on takeoff? It didn't today, Scott. Absolutely did not today. Barry, yeah, we're kind of taking it through. The way I saw it, Barry, is that, well, no one else is going to be flying in here, so who will know? But yeah, we're breaking the rules a little bit. I'd like to think we're probably a bit too high up as well. Dark Fury just confirming that it's the Nile. I really should get the map out, shouldn't I, and have a look. But hey Dennis, what does nav accuracy upgrade or downgrade mean? So you'll probably see nav accuracy upgrade when you're starting your aircraft up, and that basically comes into place when the air alignment kicks in. Basically just means, oh, the aircraft's saying, oh, all right, GPS is up. We've upgraded our accuracy. We know where we are now. It's not just getting our position based upon VOR transmissions and things like that. It'll obviously then, the reverse is true, it'll be downgraded if you lose some GPS systems. Hopefully none of which are going to happen today. Bitamasha says, yes, you are correct. It is the Nile runs all the way south, very visible with the population lights at night. That is a good shout. Yeah, I bet if it was night time, you'd be able to just view it, because this is where all the settlements would be, isn't it? Along the Nile. Does it show on the terrain radar if we turn that on? Probably doesn't, to be fair, because I'll have just quick look. No, it's not going to show. I didn't think it would do. This is obviously showing more of a height elevation than anything else. Good to see that now finally implemented, though. That's another new feature of this update. Matty, how do you troubleshoot this issue? You're arriving at your destination, the chart stand numbers are not synchronized with GSX Pro menu stand numbers. Some advice, please. There is no advice there, Matty. If they're not synced together, then there's nothing really much you can do. The best thing you can do is don't use GSX until you've parked up. Once you've parked up, then call GSX to come and deboard. Ask F95 every so often my Phoenix crashes to the ground shortly after on short final. Right, make sure that your Microsoft Flight Simulator at ICE crash detection is turned off. You need to turn off the ICE. I forget what the label's called. Someone in the chat might help me in a minute. But it's something to do with Microsoft Flight Simulator's simulated icing effect. I think it might be called that, icing effect. Make sure you turn that off in the simulator. The Phoenix does not like that. Hey Patrick Frank, yeah, so this new update for the Headwind A330, it's got quite a lot going for it under the hood. Flight model's been refined a little bit, some extra systems included, things like terrain radar, the FCU's been updated, the McDo, the box has been updated, fuel calculations are much more realistic, the handling's a lot better, so lots of new things changed. Once we finish flight, I might just put the full changelog on our on the stream, because it's huge. We did go through each point earlier on in the flight though, because let's face it, we had time. But Salas, VNav is not yet available. Not yet. They are working on it though. Barry says, in any case, it's almost impossible to fly from Turkey to Nairobi whilst avoiding unsafe airspace. Ethiopia, Somalia, also level 2. I mean, this is true. You look at it on a map, other than making a mass detour, how are you going to get there? I had two options for this flight today. I wanted to get to Nairobi, because I haven't mentioned this on stream, I don't think, but there is some pretty recent new scenery for Nairobi Airport that we're going to today. So this is not seen before. This is only come out a week or two ago. Brand new freeware scenery for Nairobi Airport. So I wanted to get into Nairobi today in an A330. So I had there was a couple of choices. We could have done Qatar's A330 from Oman down to Nairobi. Flight time's about 4 hours. Or we could have done the one that we are doing. And I thought you guys would want the long one, so there we go. We're doing the longer one. Scott Franks, is the green yo-yo implemented? No, because yeah, that's the VNAV, isn't it? Ask Captain 5. It's on the. Oh, what setting is the icing effect under? I'm not going to do it because obviously we're live. If I press escape now, it's the, I think it's under assistance options, which seems like a strange place to put it, but I think it's under assistance options. You want to disable the icing effect. We could just fly down the Red Sea, Christian, I guess. I didn't have time for that. James, what does VNAV do? So VNAV is the Boeing term, isn't it? VNAV is vertical navigation. Basically tells you where your top of descent is, and if you enter the VNAV mode in a Boeing aircraft, it will descend you on profile. In the Airbus, it's just called managed descent. We don't have those modes available to us, so we'll just have to do it ourselves, sadly. Patrick, it is Simbridge providing the terrain radar that you can see on our navigation display. That's right. Patrick says Simbridge is causing crash to desktops for him. Interesting. We had a crash to desktop earlier. I wonder if... I'll tell you what, if we have another crash to desktop, we'll not launch Simbridge. That is worth pointing out then. So we've just passed Sugad. We're going to be at Kuvit in 25 miles, around 3 minutes. So at Kuvit, let us see what fuel we have. Just got to find it now. So we should have about Kuvit's 19.9 plus the extra fuel we took, which is 3.9. We should have about 23.8 at Kuvit. And obviously a bit higher. We had a direct, and that's cut a bit of fuel off as well, hasn't it? Bear in mind we're burning just over about 5-6 ton an hour, 5.5 tons an hour. So yeah, fuel is absolutely fine. Hey Luke, Thomas Music, no colour correction add-ons at all. This is all vanilla, so to speak. Ken says that he doesn't feel like Simbridge runs well with the Google Maps mod. Are the two similar? I mean, the only thing I've got Simbridge running for at the moment is the terrain radar. That is literally it. Which, to be honest, right now I don't need. Right, we're going to cross the River Nile again. How many times will we have crossed the River Nile on this journey? It's not shown in these charts. So we're about to cross it, so that'll be once, twice, 3 times. We will have crossed it again 3 times, 4 times, maybe 5. Yeah, 5 times. Bit of terrain coming in. We spoke about that earlier. Christian, we can change the world map at the top of Navigraph. Oh, clearly I use it for charts and nothing else. Didn't know that. But there she is, and look at the amount of fields, literally just peeling away from the Nile. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Arsenal 2000, thank you for the follow, and to Meadows as well on Twitch. How you doing, guys? Welcome on board our long-haul flight to Nairobi. And I keep saying this is brand new scenery in Nairobi when we get there, so looking forward to seeing that when we get there. Yardi, no VNAV at the moment. So we've got our own top of descent marker already sorted. Now, Arsenal 2000, you're not actually a fan of the Arsenal football team, are you? In which case, my commiserations. James, you can't wait to get home from work and try this A330-900. Where are you going to take it, James? Ken says he thinks the cause of some of the crash to desktops was simply... Do you know what? You're almost convincing me now to just bin it off. I might get rid of it. I've turned it off. I don't want the risk. Not on a flight like this. We've had one crash to desktop which we recovered from nicely, I think. Christian, you're going to throw a party the day I upgrade. James, you can do some short realistic A330 flights. Not A330-900, of course, they're only used for the long ones. But there are 330s taken to the Balearics, so like Majorca, Palma, just from Europe, because they have hundreds of people on taking them on holiday, so that's worth a shout. Arsenal 2000, mate, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You are actually an Arsenal fan. Oh, were you crying the other night then after that defeat? To be fair, I'm no Arsenal fan. I'm going to get absolutely lathered for this. Come on, bring on the abuse. I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan. And after the 4-0 drashing in the first leg of the playoff final against Peterborough the other night, it's just a head in hands moment thinking, oh, why don't we just let the youth team play the second leg? So yeah, Arsenal, we've got a bit of history, haven't we? Arsenal, Sheffield Wednesday. Presuming you're old enough to remember it, of course. 1993, I think it was. Where you beat us in 2 cup finals in the same year. But I was hoping Arsenal were going to win the Premier League just to stop Man City. And TenJ237, another resub Prime for 2 months. Thank you so much, TenJ237. Welcome, guys. Appreciate the Twitch support. How many miles to go? 1,108 miles to go. Legend Doctor says, oh god, I wouldn't have admitted that. But you know, there's no point in hiding it. I've supported them for as long as I can remember. But then I grew up only a couple of miles down the road from the ground, so stands to reason, I guess. Right, well, Ken, if we have a crash to desktop now, it's not due to SimBridge, because it's no longer running. Elliot says, used to love footy as a kid, went to all the Pump Gales, but fell out of love when it stopped being a sport and became a business. Thankfully discovered music. You're not the first person to admit something like that, Elliot, to be fair, are you? It's just... it is a business now, football. Legend Dark Fury, better to be an owl fan than a pig, I guess. I agree. What I could never get, though, is us Owls fans, we call Blades pigs. But they also call us pigs, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. There's clearly some history there I'm missing. Something to do with the Wednesday ground built on old pigsty or something? I don't know. Christian, it is an overpriced business, that's true. And sometimes you watching it, and if you just sit back and think about it this way for a minute, I'm sat here watching 22 millionaires run around kicking a bag of wind. But it kind of puts it into perspective a little bit, doesn't it? But then billions of people all over the planet follow it, so who am I to argue? Arsenal 2000, yes, we are on VATSIM, that's right. This is a strange thing. Look at all the details and textures that we've got down here. The relief mapping on that looks really nice. And then suddenly, the satellite must have fallen out of the sky because that's nowhere near as detailed. An African sim update would be immense. Mike West said, men watching men in shorts never appeal to me. Now, women in shorts bring it on. Have to go watch volleyball. Dark Fury says, though, the Wednesdays are obviously owls, but if you rotate the image, the owl's eyes look like a pig's snout. Is that the reason? Surely not. United Kit looks like bacon stripes. Let's face it. They just both like Peppa Pig. Barry says, football is amazing, nothing like an away day with the lads. Do you know what, Barry? I think... How many people would say that the lower leagues is perhaps more amazing than the higher leagues for camaraderie and stuff? Plasm, how long is the flight in total? 6 hours. We've got about 2 hours left to go. It's been a long haul day stream today. We've been live for 4.5 hours. I hope you guys have enjoyed it so far. Remember, if you have, please do hit that like button. Help us along with our YouTube algorithms. Photochromic says Catherine is approaching on your front right. Yeah, we can start to see the obviously sort of built-up area and green area around the Nile. In fact, we'll be following the Nile further down here. Look, aren't we now? Literally. Well, you can now get a canoe, can't you, from Microsoft Flight Simulator? Maybe one day we should just do a series of sailing the River Nile. How long do you reckon that would take? Barry says, I've been supporting my team for decades, long time in the lower leagues, now in the first division. I liked the old days better. I think, do you reckon it's a generational thing? Everyone prefers the olden days, even me, and you know, I'm not even 40 yet, but even I look back and I now start to think that there are certain things that you think, oh, it was much better 20 years ago when I was younger. Photochromics, it's over on the right now, is it? Oh, there you go. That is a really nice view, actually. I like that. Great view.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cabin crew will be around shortly to commence our hot meal and snack service. Please ensure that your tray tables are in the downward position. To assist our cabin crew, please keep the aisles free of bags and any other items you may have. The food and snacks menu can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. There is also a children's selection of food and healthy snacks available. Please dispose of any rubbish you may have in the bag provided at the ends of the aisles. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Christian canoe tour at Blackpool. So I was away this weekend just gone, and in the members lounge on our Discord server I gave a little quiz and sent a photo. I just happened to be stopping next to an airport in the hotel, so I took a photo out the window and said, right, quiz question, where is this airport? Somewhere in the UK. I was absolutely amazed anybody got it. Suddenly all of the channel members were just searching through pictures of control towers around the UK to see if they could locate where it was, and sure enough, yeah, you did. You really impressed me, and it didn't take you long either. Alright, there were probably 10 of you all searching, but you managed to find it, and Christian, I thought you called that very quickly and obviously got it right superbly well. But yeah, I couldn't believe you could get the airport just from the random shape of a tower, which looks like it's in much need of refurbishment, by the way. But yeah, really, really good. Talking about ship simulators, we were talking about that the other day, weren't we? About do they exist and things. Can you imagine if a ship simulator came out whereby you were the captain and you could sort of put your ship on autopilot, which I'm no ship expert, but I assume that's a thing. You could put the ship on autopilot, but then head downstairs and walk through the ship and go and take in a show, go and gamble in the casino, grab some food. Can you imagine a ship simulator that goes into that level of detail? Twarog68 on Twitch, rating us with a party of 26. Twarog68, hope you are doing well. Hope you've had a good stream as well, mate. Thank you so much, and welcome to our viewers. Virtual Airline Pilot, thank you so much for the follow. You join us 3 hours into our flight. Well, about 3.5 hours into our long-haul flight, testing out the new A330-900 Neo, Headwind Simulation's latest update. As we check this out, some new systems, new handling, and we're testing out on a real live route, 6-hour flight from Istanbul down to some brand new freeware scenery for Nairobi Airport in Kenya. We've just crossed the River Nile, as you can probably tell. Well, we've been crossing the River Nile all flight, to be honest with you. Look at the fields now. My word, I would love to know how many square miles of fields that is beneath us. Feed the world. Africa is doing that right here. Look at that. Absolutely dozens. Hundreds. And Twarog68, mate, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub as well on Twitch. Thank you. Do appreciate that. Welcome, guys, if you are just joining us. Cabin service is served. We'll get some more en route weathers in a little bit. Mark on YouTube says, I stopped you working that afternoon. Yeah, everyone just stopped what they were doing. The down tool started searching images for different control towers. If I'd have waited a couple of seconds later, you got some private aircraft, some Cessnas departing and things like that. Now look at this. This is where we need to just start and think a little bit. So if I just extend that out, you can see there's not that many airports around us. We're on maximum range here. We've obviously just passed a couple behind us, but you know, technically they're closed in Sudan. So if someone starts being disruptive in the cabin, or someone's taken seriously ill, where are we darting into? You know, where are we going to go? So just having a look now to see. Hotel Alpha Sierra Oscar, where's that? That is Asosa. How long is that runway? Is it a big enough airport to accommodate us? The land is... No, it's in the middle of flipping nowhere, that. It's in the middle of a jungle. We are going to start seeing a lot more greenery, I think, in the next few miles. There's a lot of Dash 8s flying around here in real life. Loads, actually. Hey, Pilot Tim. No failures, thank God. But I mean, it is a serious question. Where on earth are we going to jump into if we need to? HJJJ, which is Juba International Airport. How far away is that? I mean, that's nearly 600 miles away. Trying to find a large airport around here if something, you know, something bad happens. I still think Addis Ababa is our best shout. Hotel Alpha Alpha Bravo. We've already had en route weather for that, and it's fine. It's 470 miles away, so it's still going to take time. And yeah, Leanna. So again, just going back to the fact that Sudan airspace being closed and things, we don't want to land anywhere in Sudan. So Addis Ababa is the one we'd go to. HAAB, which is over here somewhere. It's worth thinking of, though, isn't it? You know, in real life, if something serious happened now, where are we going to go? We're close to Sudan. Well, we're in Sudan airspace, which technically we wouldn't be allowed to do anyway. But the sort of management of an issue now, unruly passenger, seriously ill passenger, you know, they need a hospital for whatever reason, or we have a failure, which means we need to get on the ground quickly. Well, where are we going? And if you see that the closest airport is what, 450 miles away, that's open and can accommodate us, well, and has probably got good emergency services, that's nearly 2 hours. By the time we've sorted it out, I mean, how long have we got left to go? It's not quite 2 hours, it's about an hour. So we've got about 2 hours to go before we land. But we've got a plan, if we need it. Off east, Addis Ababa. Lemon on Twitch says, let's pray for a faulty ECAM only. We've had enough failures over the last few days. Alexander, what's new with the A330? Lots of system updates, working terrain, radar, better fuel planning, FCU lighting systems, same with the box and do's as well. New menus in the boxes too. Lots of things, and also some handling. The aircraft handling has also been updated as well, bringing things more in line with the real A330. Lana says also a plane of this size, though, there's quite likely a chance of having a doctor on board, but they can only do so much. Well, that's exactly right. I mean, let's say someone goes into a diabetic coma or something. Short of pouring Coca-Cola down their throat, they need a hospital. Alexander, we can't activate failures in this aircraft, only in the Phoenix. Of course, I could have just, by mistake, shut off an engine. That's not going to happen. I also don't have documentation for this aircraft, so I've only got MELs, QRHs, Ofcoms, etc. for the A320, which is what we normally fly, but we're doing this as a special stream. And a full day's flight, keep you guys entertained. We don't do these very often, but it is nice to do something different, and we certainly don't fly in Africa very often. This is very new. Photochromax, there's also Entebbe as well. That isn't a bad shout. Well, I'll tell you what, what's the... I'm unfamiliar with African airports. What's the ICAO code then, Photochromax, of Entebbe? We'll check that out. Elena, does it have some failures in the EFB like the fly-by-wire? You've never tried them. I've never tried them. I've never tried them either. Do we have any failures? got the checklist. Not using that. Full simulation of failures below isn't yet guaranteed. No. So I'm not gonna muck about with these. So you can fail these apparently. Oh look, Captain's Prime the flight display, First Officer's flight. We've had that before. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the navigation display we lost on the way to Porto Santo, wasn't it? We can fail a radalt. If we fail it, can we bring it back? Oh damn. Alright, that's interesting. Why have we got the landing checklist on the upper ECAM? We should just have a ding saying something's broken. No, that's not working properly. Hope I can get that back. There we go. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. You should just get a master caution. It'll just say Radalt 1 or 2 has failed, which just should downgrade your landing capability. It's alright. As we were. I'm going to close that page and not touch that again. Photochromics. Let's have a look. What was Antebe? Hotel Uniform Echo November. So that's 426. Hotel Uniform Echo November. Oh no, that's double the distance. No, Addis Abeba's still the go-to. It does have some failures, but the failures fail, if that makes sense. I mean, no, let's be fair to them. They do say these are not actually implemented yet. They're not working properly, so they're not showing the proper ECAM data and stuff like that. Look at the terrain beneath us here. Let's just nip outside for a minute. Something you don't often hear at 37,000 feet, but... How good does that look? That looks gorgeous. Barry, yeah, I could reach Addis Ababa. It's only about an hour away. Left turn, and we're on our way there. Barry says you have to be ETOPS on this flight. What is the ETOPS for the... This might be an ETOPS... Is it 180 or 240? I'm not sure, to be honest. Elliot, you've just moved some stuff around in your greenhouse and now you need a shower, it's boiling. Good. Summer's on the way. Christian, we could pretend that the gear is locked. Let's not. Lovro, ever tried to do a flight with a shared cockpit feature? I haven't, no. Doesn't work too bad, does it, in the fly-by-wire? Kristen says 180 beyond is the A330. Is that for all A330s or just the Neo? Hey Danny, good afternoon, says just joining. Is there anything interesting to go back and look at, like plummeting 10,000 feet? No, we haven't done that today. We did have a crash to desktop though, so you may want to watch how we sort of got ourselves back up and running with all the correct passengers loaded in, all the correct fuel and everything. Bit of a quick start guide to crash to desktop, resuming if we need to do that. Then we could perhaps play with those failures on ground, couldn't we? Yeah, maybe not in the air. Do you know what Microsoft Flight Simulator is missing? Chase plane. Something that gives us nice, steady, cinematic views of our flight when we're on long hauls like this, so we can enjoy the scenery, the views, without having to do it manually. Christian, when you think about that, 1,700 miles or 240 minutes, that's quite impressive on one engine, isn't it? Can you imagine losing an engine and needing to travel nearly 2,000 miles on that single engine? Praying it doesn't conk out. There you go. See, told you it was going to start looking a bit greener. Christian, shall I show you the A350 top? Go on then, why not? How far is that? Is that a 240? Oh, I see some cumulus clouds on the horizon, just by the nose of the aircraft. They were forecast. I think they're going to be low enough not to affect us though. Hopefully no CBs getting in our way. That worried me. Why did the engine sound cut out? Was that just a blind spot in the engine sound? Oh. If you get the camera in the right place, it's quiet. Methinks there's a gap in the sound spotting of the aircraft. Maybe it's because if you were actually stood there, you'd have been blasted and killed by the jet blast. But that's very interesting. So Christian, what's the ETOPS for the 350? 370 minutes. Why didn't they just build it with one engine? That is quite impressive, isn't it? Right, 2 hours to go and we should be on the ground. Barry says that covers 99.7% of the Earth's surface according to the teaser. Yeah, and I bet the 0.3% left over is daft places like Antarctica. Boss Cube, Headwind 330 stopped working for him since the last update. When did you last update it, boss? And how did you install it? That's quite important. Best to install it through the installer and not through any other means. Barry, is it the South Pole? Yeah, that makes sense. No one wants to go there. Leanna, would any passengers dare to fly an aircraft with one engine? I don't know. Well, are they going to ever dare fly an aircraft with no pilots? I guess we'll wait and see. This is quite soothing sat here with no engine sound. I'm liking the I do think the heat blur looks a lot more realistic than it has done in the past as well. Alright, let's get back on board. Christian, we've lost an engine, let's quickly zip over the Atlantic. I'd like to think no pilot's going to actually go that far. Yeah, we can carry on. Dark Fury asks, what's the A380's ETOPS? Probably not, well, I don't know, 4-engine jet, isn't it? Photogrammex 350 is not the model number, it's the it's the ETOPS value. See, this is where the sim starts to really sort of catch my attention. No sim update, no world update rather. Flying over a remote part of the world, which, let's be honest, how many people using Microsoft Flight Simulator are going to regularly fly over this part of the world? It's not North America, it's not mainland Europe or Australia, etc., or Japan, and yet it still looks as good as this. StarXR, I got the A330-900 using the Headwind installer. If you use their app, it makes sure that it removes anything that you don't need from previous installations, and then you install it using the new the new latest version. Is that still the River Nile over there to our right? If you ask someone where the River Nile begins, aren't there about 12 different answers? Has anyone ever found the source of the River Nile? I remember watching a documentary about that years ago. Someone went to try and find the source of the River Nile, and I'm pretty certain it was just this little stream underneath a rock somewhere in the middle of Africa. Headwind A3, this update does not yet have working VNAV. Delic, it might have been James May. That might have been the documentary I was watching. Was that a documentary or was that Top Gear? It might have been Top Gear. Documentary. Top Gear's never been a documentary. Yeah, it was then, Alec. That's where I've seen it before. Oh, there's me thinking I was being really smart watching a documentary. No, turns out it was just Top Gear. Classic. And Alec, you're doing a tour of the Nile in a Cessna 172 from its source to the estuary. How long have you been doing that for, Alec? And how long do you think it's going to take you? How many miles long is the River Nile? Someone throw that into Google. Wally Husak in the house. Good morning, Wally. How are you? You join us with... Well, we're nearly done now, really. Not much of our flight left to go. Only a couple of hours. Curtis Beale, thank you so much for the sub. Andrew, was it the African special? Well, I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? It's not going to be the American one. But, yeah, I knew I'd seen something. Oh, there you go. James May. I keep meaning to read that book James May's done, How to Land an Airbus A330 and Other Useless Facts. I don't think that's a useless thing to know, personally. So, let me just see, Addis Ababa Airport. How far away is that now? Bearing 116, so we're still flying the right direction towards it, and it's about 350 miles away. Yeah, so that's definitely our go-to place if something breaks. We'll start looking at our plan for our arrival soon. Is that you, Dark Fury, on my TCAS about 35 miles ahead of us? Guessing so. Oh, Chocolate, is that you? I didn't know you were flying with us today. Did you depart before us or after us? I didn't see you depart. You could have departed before us, to be honest. Dark, you're about 90 miles in front of us. That's fine. So yeah, it must be Chocolate. The TCAS not picking you up. Oh, you departed somewhere in southern Egypt as you caught stream late. Are you flying British Airways, Elk? Hello, Nigel. In fact, I can just see your contrail. There he is. Now, would the winds favour a climb to 3.9 if we can make it? There's not much going on wind-wise anyway in either direction that's going to help or hinder. It's all a crosswind. We saw on the charts this morning. It's the jet stream is just coming from the almost blowing directly west to east. So yeah, it's not going to affect us that. Hey, Elk Chocolate, I've flown British Airways before on stream. Not for a long, long time, though. Ken, will I ever fly to Singapore? No idea. Oh, I hope these chairs are a lot comfier than my office chair in real life. So, what times does the sun set in Nairobi? We'll find that out for us. Clouds! First clouds we've seen this flight. Hey, Kurdizi on Twitch, good afternoon to you. Twarog 1830, is that Zulu time, Twarog, that it sets, in which case we're going to be in there well before the sun sets, so that's fine. Just realised the sun visor doesn't work in this aircraft, does it? It doesn't work in the fly-by-wire either, to be honest, so that's not a problem. Leanne says, don't ever love a company, they won't love you, they just love your money. Everyone's replaceable at work. Hadrick Co, good morning, afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. We've not done this for a while, actually. Just type into the chat, everyone, both Twitch and YouTube. Just, if you can, if you're happy to, type into the chat, where in the world are you? Where are you watching from? Hattrick, no, this is not the Aerosoft, this is the Headwind. Sanjay is in the Netherlands. We've got Elliot. Yeah, Exeter. St Helens, Danny. Nice. Terry Price says I'm at home. Great answer. Dark, I know where you are. Ken, you're in Singapore. Fantastic. Chocolate, you can't reveal his location due to a severe hatred for the by the rest of the UK. Gonzi in the Czech Republic. Great country. Belgrade, Serbia. Lovely. Pilot Tim's in London. Richard's in Brisbane, Queensland. Very nice. My God, what time is it there? Doctor on board in Bangkok. Hey, Doctor. I didn't realise you were here, Doctor. Hey, sorry about that. Welcome, mate. Good to see you. Poole, Dorset. Scarbados, Mark. On the freezing North Yorkshire coastline. Southeastern Asia for Dean. Yuri is in Germany, Hamburg. Dennis is in Calgary in Canada. Norfolk for Laurie. South Africa. Jacko. Oh, South Africa. Fantastic. We're not travelling quite as far as that today, though. Ace is currently on the east. Is in East Anglia at the moment. Q-Desi, you're in Virginia, USA. Nice. Tuarog's in a world of his own. And Barry, you're home in Belgium for once. Excellent. You're usually jet-setting around the world, Barry, so that must be quite nice. Richard, it's 11:12 p.m. in Brisbane. Well, it's not quite as late as I thought then. I thought it was a bit later than that. And Star XR is in Chicago, Windy City. Love it. Lemon Wolf, Albania. And Wayne's here as well. Ahoy, Wayne. How are you doing, mate? Good to have you on board. Tomorrow off to work. Enjoy. Find a job you love and you never work a day in your life. That's been my motto since high school. Oh, Elliot, you're actually in Exmouth. No, not Exeter. I knew you were down there somewhere in the west. You've lived in Exeter for his whole life. You've typed X by you've typed it by automatic pilot. Fair enough. Vertex is in Dusseldorf. And then we saw beautiful Air Baltic A220 on its way home. Won't be too long, I don't think, before we'll be able to fly that in the simulator, actually. Jordan's in Durham. Gorgeous cathedral. Michael York is in, is that Frankfurt? I always get Frankfurt and Dusseldorf confused with the ICO codes there. Oh, Wayne, that's unlucky. New delivery of his washing machine and the sack barra truck ran straight over his ingrown toenail. Ouch. Q-Daisy, yeah, this is a 900 Neo, which looks very beautiful, both inside and out. And those gorgeous big engines. Yeah, Christian, the only way I can remember the difference between Frankfurt and Dusseldorf and their ACO codes is that Frankfurt doesn't have an L in it. Which I guess is as good a way as any. So Elk, Elk Chocolate's either in, this is a place that everyone else in the UK hates, so he's either in Bradford, Luton, Milton Keynes, Slough or Swindon. I'm surprised you didn't put Liverpool on that list. Mind you, Liverpool have just hosted Eurovision, haven't they? It's the talk of the nation. How many people watched Eurovision? Because of course this is just worldwide. Well, maybe Europe-wide. Can someone answer me this? Why is Australia in the Eurovision Song Contest? Lemon Wolf, what would I do if the Aerosoft A330 came out tomorrow? Guess it would be another long haul flight. It certainly wouldn't be. No, I haven't got time for a long haul flight tomorrow. Craft Up 240 says, because there is no other talent to compete with in Oceania. I'm sure that's not true. Has Simon Cowell not yet done an Australia's Got Talent? Christian says when the Aerosoft A330 goes live, he's going to take the day off work and fly Munich to Mali, a nice 11 to 12 hour flight. Wow. Doctor on board, what is my favourite country in ESC? Go on, give us a clue. ESC? In my book, that spells escape. Barry says, need to go, gonna follow a suggestion to make some people redundant. Well, have fun, Barry. don't enjoy it too much. Richard says, yes, we do have Australia's Got Talent, but he disagrees. Oh, the favourite country in the Eurovision Song Contest. Sorry, Doctor. What's my favourite country in the Eurovision Song Contest? Any country that come out with a song that's got a tune. Something I can whistle and not go lightheaded. Hey, Tyrone Andrews. Verdict on this aircraft so far is very good. Of course, we've still got descent and, of course, the all important landing and handling to work out. But from a system standpoint, yeah, very nice indeed. Very nice. I think the last time I watched Eurovision, Gina G was competing. I actually quite liked that song. It was just happy music. And a girl in a pretty dress. Mind you, I would have been a young teenager at the time. Right, here come the CBs that we saw on the chart. I don't think they're going to cause us any issues. Richard said he used to enjoy Eurovision with Terry Wogan's band. Wow, Terry Wogan was the king of Eurovision, wasn't he? Is Graham Norton still doing it now? Captain Agent W says he's been flying the same route to test out the new A330, but obviously not on any network. We'll divert to Khartoum now. Have to fetch the kids from school. Fair enough. Hope your flight has gone smoothly as well then, Captain. Elliot says, this year's Eurovision was very sus. Next year is our 50th anniversary. Oh, is it? 50th anniversary of winning with Waterloo. And where will it be held? True. I see a reunion on the cards. Good cynical point of view, that, Elliot. Wayne says the last time he watched Eurovision, Grace Fields won it. Well, Captain W, that's great to hear that you didn't have a crash to desktop. I think me messing around with GSX at the start of the stream might have caused an issue. I'll tell you what. Should we have a different view for a while? Oh, let's get a first officer view. Why not? Eh? Woodcock A3, how am I finding the FPS in this sim compared with the Phoenix? So in this aircraft, oh, it's better than the Phoenix. It's much better optimized. Although, is it fair to say that it's better optimized? Obviously, there's a hell of a lot more going on under the bonnet, so to speak, in the Phoenix aircraft. But yeah, I mean, the FPS in this is just absolutely super. Bearing in mind, of course, that I am flying in a part of the world where there's no traffic, there's no cities, there's very little weather, but FPS is really good. In fact, at the moment what we've got about 50 FPS. Richard says this feels like you sat on the first officer's knees. It is nice though. Can't argue. And you know what? Oh, did you see that? Oh, come on, do it again. Did I imagine that? I haven't seen that in the simulator for, well, not on real live weather. I haven't seen that in the simulator. I can't even remember when. Richard says it was a missile. I mean, there does look like some rain showers down there, if we're looking. Right, do you know what we need to do? Closest airport. HASO. Let's check this out. Send it off. And that's just over there somewhere. Yeah, you can see it's raining. Look, you can see the rain showers. There's quite a few of them. Rainbow. Oh, wow. This is the most interesting thing to happen in the last 3 hours. Do you know what is just really neat though? Is you can see that rain there. You know, if you put the aircraft into slew mode and threw it into it, it would be raining. It's not just like an image on screen. It's actually raining down there in the sim. You can fly through that cloud. Ah, no meta are available for that airport. Typical. I just wanted to see if it had got something. Dark Fury, what aircraft are you flying in today? There's some showers down there as well, look. Oh, that would have been great to see some more lightning. You're on the 787. Are you in the new Beta 787 as well, Dark? Or not? Or are you in the Heavy Division mod? 10J237 on Twitch. Yeah, the lightning in the clouds. Haven't seen that for a long time. No beta. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's going to be interesting to see how the beta compares with the Heavy Division mod, isn't it? There you go, more confirmation it's raining. You can just see the rainbow over there. Christian got some stuff to do. Happy landing. Thank you, Christian. Great to have you on board today's flight as always, mate, and your support. Thank you for being here. If you're around in the next hour and a half, come back and see us try and land this thing. HK Flight Simulation, are we using custom engine sounds? No, that is another new thing that has changed on this big update. We've got new engine sounds as well for the Rolls-Royce engines, so well done. They're bringing the Headwind A330 up to scratch nicely, I think. HK says, right, you've rewound the... I see, you rewound the stream, saw the takeoff and got shaken. Yeah, I did turn the engines up for the sound up for that. How does it fly? Flies very well. No bugs that you need to be aware of. Systems are working very nicely. Yeah, I'd happily... Well, I am doing. I was going to say I'd happily fly this on VATSIM. I am on VATSIM right now. I'd take it across the pond. We took it up across the pond... about 3-4 weeks ago, didn't we? Maybe a bit longer. So yeah, I would happily do it. Blackman, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hope you're well. And Wigan on Twitch says, I was going to try the 787 better, but it said my graphics driver was too current and wanted me to roll back. I've seen that message. Yeah, that's interesting. I've not updated my graphics driver for the last couple of goes, to be honest with you. Dark Fury, a lot of beta testers had that. Something to do with the current driver and issues with the AAU stuff. Yeah, I have seen a few people say similar things. Elliot, you are going to get a tan. Your half-hour trek. Enjoy, Elliot. Maybe see you in the studio. HK says, fan looks like a new high-end long haul for free in the bag, so oceanic stuff work like entering the border. Well, if you create your flight plan on SimBrief, yeah, it's fine. And I believe CPDLC does now work as well. We've not been able to test that today because we've got no air traffic control, but all the logic is there and the screens, etc. So I can't see that not working. In fact, let's just have a quick look. So if we go to menu and ACARS, flight plan in it, no, I'm not going to do that. Position report. ATC menu. Flight request, ground request, usual request, ground request. Oh yeah, there you go, that's how you get into it. Yeah, so it does work. Oh, actually, you can tell it's working as well because you've got the recall button just there, look. So that's fine. Yeah, all working nicely. HK, you can still enter it manually by hand if you wish, but SimBrief is the norm. And to be fair, a lot of people sometimes ask, you know, it's not realistic to be able to do that. It's cheating. It really isn't, because you get your flight plans uplinked through ACARS now in the real world, so you don't manually have to type them in unless the ACARS link dies. So it's not cheating to use SimBrief if that's what you're worried about. HK, how does it land? Ask me again in about an hour and a half. We'll find out together. Hey, William, positive rate is back. Yeah, everything's been fine, Willie, after the crash to desktop. Were you around when we were talking about the potential cause of that, Willie? And I remembered that right at the start of the stream, I had the GSX editor running, just to put in some... move some vehicles around and things. I then closed the editor in the sim, didn't restart the sim or anything, we just went straight to the live stream. Wondered if there might have been a memory leak problem caused by that. So, potentially. HK, who went into it manually, because in real life everything gets uplinked in the half a second. It's true, but there are certain occasions when, you know, the uplink doesn't work for whatever reason. Anything can fail. So, yeah, sometimes you have to just enter it manually. Not very often though, thankfully. It is rare, HK, but not unheard of. I think you're probably going to find it in sort of more sparse places in the world. Yeah, so you're probably not going to get issues in places like Europe, but, you know, out of Mongolia or something like that. I use that just as an example, by the way. I don't actually know what a car uplink situation is like in Mongolia. Richard, no FSLTL today? No, absolutely not, because we're on the VATSIM network, so we wouldn't want them to interfere with each other. Looks like the SIGMET charts were quite accurate. It did say, you know, there was embedded cumulonimbus clouds as we were getting closer to Kenya. It looks like that's exactly what we've got. They're all further out or towards the east. So I don't think we've actually got any in front of us. No, not much at all, actually. Yeah, I do. I think that is a great view. We'll stick with that for a little bit. Chris Morgans, good morning, Chris. How are you? Hope you are well. Welcome on stream. Ooh, a cup of tea's going cold. Once we've landed, need to decide what to have for tea. Or dinner, depending on where you are in the world. Hugh, how much does the virtual fuel cost? Ooh. It's expensive. Chris, the sneezer hay fever season has indeed started. My son suffers with it. It's only started in the last year. It was only last year he really started to suffer with it. But he mentioned before he went to school the other day that his eyes were itching, so he's like, right, okay, let's get the antihistamine liquid inside you. Photographers, how much left to the equator? Don't know, we've got the equator shown on here. It's not, is it? Hang on, let's have a look at the GPS. Not far at all. Who's making use of the cabin crew? Oh, Chris Morgans, you've just woke up and you do need You do need a coffee. Yeah, fair enough. HK, Ofcom books are so heavy. Yeah, that's why they don't have them on the books anymore. They're all on tablets now. Hey, Badgem242, good afternoon. Says he's just joined the stream on Twitch. Apologies as I have answered the question a lot already, but it's okay. The updated A330 seems to be flying absolutely beautifully. I'm going to obviously reserve my final judgment until we've actually landed, because everyone knows that that's probably one of the things that you want to find working really well. So we should be on the ground in about an hour and a half. We're going to have to start looking at briefing that, actually. Quite like sitting here looking at the little rain showers and the occasional rainbow come into view. I was trying to explain to my lad the other day, he's 9, how a rainbow actually isn't a bow, but it's actually a full circle. Camilla, where's Nairobi? It's still about 500 miles south of us in Kenya. So in the end I explained to him that next time the sun's shining and we're in the garden on a warm day, I'll get the hosepipe out and I'll show him. Josh, can you create a flight plan with the built-in one Microsoft Flight Simulator for the fly-by-wire? I don't know if you can. It's not something I've tried. Yeah, alright Leon, it's not one circle. It's infinite depending on your point of view, but I wasn't going to try and I wasn't going to try and completely melt my 8-year-old's brain. Pilot Tim, do I think the UK will ever have a drought again? I'm pretty convinced that we're technically still in a hosepipe ban from last year. I'm sure we're not, but I don't remember seeing anything to say that we're no longer in one. Hey, Captain H&W, let us know how your ISS landing goes. HK, remember now that the fly-by-wire systems they were originally based on the default Azobo A320, but it's now its own mod, so it doesn't use their flight planning software anymore. Oh, Dark Fury, did they lift it at the beginning of winter last year? Shows how much I know. Clearly I don't pay attention. I was probably simming with you guys when that piece of news got announced. So where we're headed to, Nairobi, we've got some brand new freeware scenery. That's what we're going to be looking forward to seeing when we're coming into land. And Nairobi was, years ago, my aunt and uncle went to Nairobi to get married in Kenya. And I was quite young. I can't remember how many years ago it was. I might have only been 10 or 11. And back then it was sort of new, or certainly new to me, for people to, you know, you're getting married, why are you going to another country to go and do it? Obviously it's because it was cheaper, but it always stuck with me that they went to what I consider to be a really random place to go and get married. I mean, don't get me wrong, they had a great time. They're obviously they're still together, emigrated to Australia now, but yeah, so Nairobi's always been one of those places which I thought, what a strange choice, strange place to go. But and the wedding, obviously not many people there, because not many people made the trip to Nairobi. And when I say not many people, I'm comparing it to sort of like, you know, the 150 people that you see at traditional weddings and things. So I just thought that was kind of cool. It's very, very different. Nowadays it's not so much different, is it? So looking forward to seeing that scenery when we come in very soon. Well, I say very soon. It's going to be, yeah, a little over an hour. David, where are we now? That is a good question. We're here. Well, we're coming up on... Actually, we're coming up on Elk Chocolate's backside. See a contrail there. Elk, you're in the chat, aren't you, mate? If you are, what's your MAC number? I get the feeling there could be a collision if we're not careful. Ah, changelog, thank you, Dark. We did go through it right at the start of the stream, once we were in cruise. It was a long, long list. So, we're about 41 miles from EP6, which is... there. So, we're around here now. Chris is 1449 Zulu accurate. No. 1549 sounds better. Yeah, looking at this, I would work on about 1500 hours, or just before. 1500 Zulu, or just before, Chris. I like that, trying to plan when to go to work. Are you telling me your work like it's dictated to by the time we land? That is brilliant. Right, well, I'm going to take this opportunity to get some information from the charts then, and we'll start looking at landing. We just need to have a little visit of all this stuff because, well, it's not an airport I know, never been there before, so have a look at it. Leanna says, can't deny strollers when dealing with Zulu times. It's alright during the winter months here in the UK because it's the same, but yeah, I know what you mean. So we're coming in Camus 1 Alpha arrival. So a couple of nav aids to assist if we need them. We've got the NAC, VOR, and there is one just almost at the threshold of the runway, which is November Victor, which will pop in there as well. So that's fine. Transition level is 100. And then we're going to be doing Yomok 2 Alpha. Transition. So that's that VIA. Coming in by Golf Victor. Well, actually, that's sort of the VOR as well, isn't it? So, fair enough. So what else do we need off here? Platform altitude 7,100 feet. Remembering, of course, airfield elevation is around 5,300 feet, so it's high up. MSA, as we're coming in, then is 96, then 91. And we know from the weather that the last time we had it, it was unlimited visibility, so just Cat 1 approach. I guess they don't really get too much cause for nasty weather here and lots of fog, maybe rain showers and things, but not lots of fog, so Cat 3B runway is not really required. 800 meters, that's easy today, and so the minimums are 5, 5, 3, 0. ILS is November Lima, and the go around runway heading 6,000 feet, and then NVVOR, or climb 6,000 feet or at the November Victor VOR, whichever is earlier. Right turn climb to 9 1,000. Fair enough. And then we enter the hold fix at Stony. Lots of VORs and nav aids. Okay, let's jump to the box. Start filling this out. So no speed constraints in there. We don't need to mess around with speed constraints because we don't have working VNF, so that's the only reason I go in there and play with those. So we can leave that as is. All the coding there looks fine. Let's just check that. So that's coming in. So we've got Kamaz, Tibet. Then we've got Golf Victor, Nisod, Imdis. Then we should have Shomok and Antuk. And then we're on the final track. Okay, coding's fine. Radnav page then. So we're going to pop in November Victor. That's the one which is 1131. That's the one just at the end of the well, I say just at the end, it's not, it's about 2-3 miles away, I'm guessing, away from the airport. And then Golf Victor, which is on our in fact I'm going to put Golf Victor there. 1159, 159. And going to pop in this one here, November Victor, on the right hand side. Clear that message, get those both on. There we are, so we can just use those for a bit of situational awareness as we're coming down. So they're in. Let's continue with the top hat settings. So we are coming in to, do you know, I can't remember the SEO code for this airport. Hotel Kilo Juliet Kilo. Hotel Kilo Juliet Kilo 06. There we are. And now let's get the latest weather. So, how up to date is this? They might update this only every hour. Looking at that, have we got a more up to date printout? Let's have a look. Give that a minute, and then we'll sort it out. Captain HW is now on final. Good luck. Eliana says it should be up to date. Well, I'm just double checking because that's nearly an hour ago. Now, it may be they only update it hourly. Lots of airports do it every half an hour, unless there's a significant change in the weather. So, better safe than sorry. Wait and see. Morgaz has just taken off with the Concorde. Good luck. How long is this message taking to reach us? I suppose we're out at the back and beyond of nowhere, are we? Have those clouds now disappeared? Oh yeah, it looks like most of them have gone. What's that down there? It looks like blue diamonds. Company message. Let's have a look. Yes, that's 50 minutes old. Fair enough. Must mean that they're only doing it every hour, unless there's a significant change, which is fine. Alright, let's put that information in then. So we've got QNH is 1021. Look at that. Look at the scratch around the window handle. Clearly the last guy to sat here got a really big heavy watch or chain on his left wrist. Awful. Someone's going to have to buff that out. 1021 QNH. Temperature. How warm is it then? It's only 24 degrees. That to me sounds gorgeous. Not too hot. I expected it to be hotter for Africa. Winds are 100 at 5. So very light crosswind. Transition altitude 10,000, that's fine. Minimum's 3530, correction 5530. We'll do a fully config landing, that's going to be 147. Landing weight looks to be about 201 tons. Now, if that's 201 tons, what is max landing weight of this aircraft? 191. Have I got that wrong? Oh, yeah, I have got that wrong completely. I'm using the gross weight instead of zero fuel weight. So no, sorry, zero fuel weight and fuel on board is going to be about 181. Call it 181 tons. Landing weight 191, so yeah, fine. And obviously the second flight plan doesn't work. Okay then, let's let's do the brief. So starting with our weather, which is handy to have on here. So we've got winds 1000 at 5, visibility is fine, 10 kilometers as well. We've got broken clouds, 2,700 feet, 24 degrees, QNH 1021. We know from when we were briefing and looking at the charts earlier on that there is a chance that we might have some cumulonimbus clouds to avoid on the way down, bit of icing and such, so just be prepared for that as we're going down. Aircraft is still fully serviceable with nothing essential broken, all working fine. No NOTAMs in Kenya for our arrival into Nairobi. Threats to be aware of, unfamiliarity with the airport and the great big whopping bit of terrain, but looking at our route we're going to get some great views as we come through in this sort of little valley there around Lanette into Tibet. So yeah, that's our biggest issue. So we've got this down here. And then we've got, it's not Kilimanjaro, is it? My African geography is rubbish, by the way. But yeah, huge peak just there, so just be aware that if something goes horribly wrong, then we've got terrain as we're on the approach, both to the left and to the right of us, and then if something goes wrong on finals and we're going around, stay away from this. We head to the southeast, keep nice and safe. So they're our biggest threats. Let's talk about how we're going to fly the approach then. So we've already got our top of descent sorted. We know where that is. It's in the box. We're going to come down and we're aiming for these flight levels, or rather these altitudes. So 9179 at IMDIS, that's the key one, 79 at IMDIS. Once we are 79 at IMDIS, the only other thing to remember as we're coming down is the airport elevation is about 5,300 feet, so just be aware of that. Let's not wait till we get to 10,000 feet like normal do before getting on the ILS system, before getting the lights on, that sort of stuff. We want to be doing that at about 15,000 feet, and then we're 10,000 feet above ground level. So something a bit new. I suppose that could be brought into our threat management, because we would easily forget and do that late because we're not used to flying at airports that are this high up. The way we'll plan this in is some green dart as we leave Gulf Victor, slowing down to flat swan at IMDIS, and then we will be flaps 2 as we leave IMDIS and intercept the ILS. The ILS itself is a normal 3-degree ILS. The runway is how wide? 45 meters wide, so nothing concerning there. Minimums are all set, etc. We'll go through the box and confirm those, but that's how I'm going to use the charts. That's how I'm going to look to fly the approach and configure. Be aware, MSA 9,600, 9,100, and if we're going around, it's 8,000 feet. If we do need to go around, then we're climbing out to 6,000. No, we're not. We're climbing out to 9,000, and then at 6,000 feet, or November Victor, whichever comes first, we make the right turn to the holding point at the TV Stony VOR, which I will, in case we need it, now pop in the fixes page, which is it TV? 115.5. 115.5. There we go. So we've got that there on the navigation display if we knew it. Anthony, is that Mount Kenya? Ah, thank you. That would make sense, I guess. Love a little bit of local knowledge. Thank you for that. New notam from Photographics. Lion Pride on the runway. So let's go through the box then. And only other thing to point out is where we're going after landing. So landing runway 06. So we'll vacate. Most likely Echo or Lima, I think. Just check. There's nothing to say we can't take either of those. No. Okay, so they're big enough for our aircraft. That's fine. And then we'll be coming back on Golf, and we'll just park somewhere at the apron in front of the terminal. Right, let's go through the box and continue the brief. So we know how we're going to fly the approach. Just confirmation then on the flight plan page that we've got. I don't need to tune LOV, go away. Tune to love. Just confirmation, ILS approach runway 06, Camel 1 Alpha, Jumper 2 via. Progress page, we've got that in. 405 miles to run, that's fine. We're going to be landing VAP 147, minimum is 5530, fully config landing today. Landing weight is around 183 tons, which is fine, below max landing weight. And that's it, I think we're done. Box is happy. We've briefed how we're going to fly the approach. We know what we're doing. Let's sit back and relax for the next, well, it'll be about just under an hour, I think now. Photographers, can you use Delta as a high-speed exit? No, you use Delta not as a high-speed exit. It's used as a turning point for if you want to backtrack, turn around, and then depart on the opposite runway, runway 24. Right, now we've briefed all that, I am going to go to the little boy's room because the cups of tea have now run straight through me, and you definitely don't want to be caught short on files. So, I will be back in a couple of minutes, guys. Meanwhile, let's pick a nice view. Oh, there you go. And enjoy those views. Actually, that looks really neat. Hope you've enjoyed the flight so far. We're into the final, the final sixth then of the flight, I guess. Thank you so much for being here, and of course, if you are enjoying it, please don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're not yet a subscriber, also consider hitting the subscribe button as well. All right, guys, I shall be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching. See you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Right guys, we're back with you for the final leg of our flight as we get close to our top of descent and bring this fantastic aircraft down into Nairobi, and check out fantastic new scenery for Nairobi as well, which is also freeware available from flightsim.to. Oh, don't mind admitting that I have just also been to the galley stuffing my face with some food. It's hungry work flying for this long. And I also ran into my 4-year-old who was just running out of the kitchen with a full tub of Pringles in her hand, so I had to wrestle her to the ground and get those off her. Pilot Tim on the Discord, Nolex is a mod. Why isn't he a mod on streams as well? Well, we don't want to give him too much power. Plus he's far too much of a fan of flap rings, so, you know, got to keep him in check. Right, all the clouds have dissipated, and our top of descent looks like it is in... Oh, hang on, that is a good point. We did our top of descent marker prior to the crash to desktop, didn't we? So we need to just work that out again. In fact, no, we don't. It was 100 miles from IMDIS, I remember. IMDIS 100. There we go. So our top of descent then is in about 220 miles, which it isn't long to go. So guys, a little bit of fun for you. Hopefully you've enjoyed our flight this afternoon. If you have been here for, maybe not all of it, but if you have been here for, let's say 95% of it, the last 6 hours we've been live for, give us a thumbs up on the chat. Just give us a little thumbs up emoji. If you've been here for sort of like the last, I don't know, 5 hours, something like that. If you've been here for all of it, then yeah, let me know, because that is mightily impressive. Woodcut83 on Twitch says, shame can't program failures in the aircraft. We could have us going all the way back to Istanbul. We wouldn't be doing that, Woodcut. We wouldn't be going all the way back to Istanbul. We don't have enough fuel. It's not like the other day where we got enough fuel to turn around and go back to Lisbon. The reason we could do that is because we got loads of extra fuel for the alternate. And you always take extra fuel when you go into Madeira because, well, it's Madeira. El Chocolate, thumbs up, Pilot Tim, Mark. So Pilot Tim says, Mr. Takeoff, I've been there since. Juliet Charlie Mike. Hey, Juliet Charlie Mike, how you doing? Good to see you. Dean91, Matthew, Tim Waters as well. Thanks so much, guys. Glad you've been here. I do find something so satisfaction. I get so much satisfaction out of a nice long haul flight, you know, that's done successfully. Really does feel like you've sort of transversed the world. Ace, nice pink wave, love it. Dark Fury, of course, you've been here since the beginning. You departed just before us, didn't you? Leanna, your pesky colleagues keep interrupting you, but I know you've been here, absolutely. And Dean91's also been here from the start, fantastic. Photochromics, most of the listening since on the ground. Well, that's the other thing as well. I mean, absolute legend. Anybody that's managed to be on our stream since we started and watching it. But let's be honest, a 6-hour flight, people have got things to do. People might be working from home, but if you can listen to us whilst we're flying our real world route, and keep you entertained maybe while working from home, then nip in and out as you can. That's exactly what it's all about. Ace says you can't find the thumbs from the iPad. Hey Speedbird, good to see you as well. Jordan says, don't even remember when I got here, just know long haul live streams do fly by. Indeed, they fly by a lot quicker with you guys here. This amazing community that you guys have built up. Julie Charlie Mike, have you talked to the Headwind team about adding the A330 to SimSmart? Would be epic. So the problem is, Julie Charlie Mike, it'd be something that could potentially be done, but I don't know how much data the Headwind team have got with regards to stuff like that. Not until cost index starts to come into play is it really an issue. Bear in mind that cost index at the moment in the A330 doesn't work. So maybe that might be something for in the future. Lana says, to be honest, I'd struggle not to be knowing there's a stream going on. Fear of missing out is real. Hey, Hoverboard 365 stream is going very well. Thank you. Hey, Gavatron. The Legend Dark Fury says, I get withdrawal when off work and no stream. Mike Oliver, have we got any air traffic control? We've got no air traffic control. There's so little traffic flying around in Africa, sadly, on VATSIM, that there's not many air traffic controllers around. Julia Charlemagne says it works for climb descent as far as I'm not. I can't see how that is the case, Julia Charlemagne, because we don't have VNAV. We have no working managed descent and managed climb. So if they're not working, then it wouldn't make a difference. Plus which, you're not using flex, are you, when you're climbing or descending? So I don't think that's right. Gavtron, you did a flight in the new update and had no what? Oh, top of descent. No, there isn't one. There is no working VNAV yet in this aircraft. Give it time. That's still a big thing to come in. So Julia Chaya might use the dev version with VNAV. What you're using the dev version of the A330. Well, that's now been withdrawn. That's one of the things we spoke about right at the start of the stream. That's now been withdrawn. You can't download that anymore while they tinker with VNAV and sort of perfect it before releasing it to the public. But the other thing, Julie Charlemagne, is that again, sort of using flex is only for takeoff. It doesn't that doesn't affect the top of descent, top of climb, etc. Cost index does though, and cost index also is not yet currently working. Hoverboard 365 says, been feeling a bit sick today, loved it when scrolling through YouTube and it said we were all live. How long have you been here then, Hoverboard? It's been a really smooth flight as well. We're not bobbing up and down or anything, so all seems to be working well as well. Right, now, as I look into the distance, I can see the clouds starting to build. Do you remember the charts that we had, that we looked at during our departure brief this morning? Do you remember what we said? Yeah, here we go. Isolated embedded cumulonimbus clouds up to 52,000 feet. So, there could be every chance we're going to have to avoid some CBs. Get the anti-ice on. And I just think it is amazing when I actually see stuff like that starting then to appear in the simulator. Default weather that does stuff like this. Just brilliant. Alexander, what is cost index? How do you calculate it? Right. Ooh, okay, so you don't calculate it. The pencil pushers in the office for the airlines will calculate it. Most airlines will use the same one for all their aircraft. So, for example, EasyJet at the moment, most of their flights are using 4. In the past, they've used 6 and 8 as well. But cost index is all to do with managing the profile for your climb, the profile for your descent, the speed of your cruise, the length of your flight, and a quick way of looking at it is the higher the cost index, the faster you will fly. The more fuel you will burn. The faster you'll climb, the faster you'll descend, that kind of thing. But it means your flight time is less, so your engine wear and tear is less, so your maintenance costs go down, but obviously fuel costs go up. Drop the cost index down to a low one, like 4. Your climb's going to be slower. Sorry, actually your climb's faster. It's a steeper rate of climb because you're going to be travelling slower. Your cruise speed is going to be slower, and your top of descent is going to be a little bit shallower. Now the upside to that is your fuel costs are lower, but you're going to be in the air for longer, so your maintenance costs go up. It covers a whole host of different things, and this is why pilots don't decide it. Pencil pushers in the office who do all the calculations of what they want, they decide it. Hey Elliot, how's the studio? Live in 40 minutes. Photographic says Ryanair using -10. Alexander, flex temp, how do you calculate that? You need a calculator to do that, Alexander. Now, I don't know if there's any flex temp calculators available, runway takeoff performance calculators available for the A330. The Phoenix has its own, and if you're using the A320 Neo from fly-by-wire, then the closest one you can get is SimSmart. Now, SimSmart is payware, it's only about £5. And that's a one-off payment, it's not subscription based. So, and that's this thing here, which you can see how that works. If we just said, if we were going to depart from, I don't know, let's say we were departing from Istanbul in the A320 Neo, we're going to depart from, where did we depart from today? Was it 35 left? So let's use that. So it gives you the slope, the runway length. Grab the METAR. It's probably dry, probably don't need anti-ice. Your takeoff weight in an A320, let's go, I don't know, 72 tons. Takeoff CFG is usually below 27 in the fly-by-wire A32NX, so that's forward. And then you're going to choose, do you want to use flex or do you want toga? Flex usually, because it saves fuel and engine wear and tear. And config 1, air conditioning packs. If you're flying with EasyJet SOPs, then they're going to be off. Then you calculate it. Then you've got your V-speeds. Thrust direction acceleration values, there's your engine out procedure as well. No maximum takeoff weight today. I mean, it's a 4-kilometre long runway, so you're not going to struggle to depart off that, for example. And then your thrust setting is 67. But if you then if you reset that, you can also as well go into the options if you want to do an intersection departure. So application uses full runway, but do you want to use an intersection departure? You can do that, just have to restart it. So if you want to use intersection departures, you can get the intersection data then off the charts for how long the runway is, and then you can use that. So for example, if you're departing somewhere like Jersey, which is a shorter runway, I don't know, 08, grab the METAR. Yeah, runway 08, be fine with that. So, there you can see, it's quite a short runway. Let's say it was wet, anti-ice not required. Takeoff weight, let's go 69 tons. CFG forward again, takeoff thrust, flex, and config 1, packs off. Calculate that. Right, okay, so we can't do that. The runway's too short and the runway's also wet. Maximum takeoff weight for this configuration is 65.6 tons. We told it we're going to be 69. Alright, well, let's, how can we mitigate that? What can we do? We've got an aircraft that weighs 69 tons and we need to get off on a short wet runway. So maybe a config 2 might be better. Let's try config 2. How's that going to affect things? Right, well that's increased our maximum takeoff weight a little bit. Look, 68, so we're getting closer. Alright, well what about then, we'll leave it at flex, but what about config 3? Let's try that. So, takeoff, flex, and if I try a different configuration. Okay, so we're getting pretty close now to the fact that, you know, 697 tons, 697 kilograms is a bit close. So what we can do then is, well, let's not flex it, let's toga it instead. And now we've got a computation, so we're sort of config 3. This is the maximum config. Toga config 3. There you go. We can get out at that. If you're config 3 and you're Toga and you still can't get out, well, then it's time to say sorry, passengers. Some of you need to fly tomorrow because the aircraft's too heavy, the runway's wet. You know, if we change this now, if we go with contaminated, can we get out? No, look, because we've now got a contaminated runway, maximum takeoff weight has dropped right down. So let's say that we've got a contaminated runway there in Jersey, then that's not going to help us because we've got Toga, we've got config 3, we can't do anything else to help us get up quicker. That's a situation where we're going to have to offload passengers and luggage. The only other thing I could try is, so obviously the wind affects it. We've got 010 at 10. It's mostly a crosswind, that, so if I calculate that, yeah, look, that I had the right one anyway. So if you go runway 26, that's taken off with a tailwind, so your maximum takeoff weight is even less then. So basically, if your aircraft was 69 tons, you've got a regulated takeoff weight of about 68 tons. You're not getting out. Time to throw some passengers off. Photographer says make the passengers dry and clean the runway. Flops, yes, this is an A320 Neo performance calculator. Someone's just asking about it. Obviously, you can't use this for the A330. However, what you can do is you can use this for the A330 and even the 737 in terms of your thrust reduction, acceleration, altitude, and your engine out procedure, because they are the same. Obviously, you can't use these V speeds. Or maximum takeoff weights, for example, but you can use the engine out procedure and you can use thrust reduction acceleration values. So yeah, hope that helps. SJ28, how long till descent? Ooh, about 90 miles. Yeah, about 90 miles. Leanna, you can't program an engine out procedure in this aircraft either. No, but you can in the Phoenix aircraft, so I still use SimSmart for the Phoenix aircraft to get those details. What you can do is use the fixers page just to get the engine out procedure, which is exactly what we've done. Same with the go-around as well. Richard, which SimBrief profile do I use? I use the one from Headwind Simulations that's available. I can't remember if it's on their website or if it's on their Discord. Obviously, it's tuned to perfection for this aircraft. So as we're starting to get towards our top of descent, let's just have a look at our endurance, what we got left fuel-wise. So currently in cruise we're burning, let's be conservative as well, in case we have to go around or anything like that. Let's call it 6 tons per hour. We've got 14.7 tons left, which is around about 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours left of fuel. So it's always worth knowing that. Elliot, wish you could say Cav-OK on the radio rather than have to give a full weather report. Try it, Elliot, see what happens. See if you get complaints. The terrain's looking nice and green, isn't it now? Oh, what a gorgeous view. Looking forward to coming in as well. Always love landing somewhere I've never landed before.
There is a chance to cash and holidays. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
So Dark Fury is at top of descent. See you in the bar. Excellent. Glad you went first. You can get the drinks in. The weather has looked really good today. Obviously, most of it's been cav okay. But when we've seen the clouds, we've seen rain showers, we've seen rainbows. We've even seen a lightning strike on our flight today, which I got very excited about. Pilot Tim, ever thought of doing merchandise? The problem is, Pilot Tim, when you've got a channel called EasyJet Sim Pilot, there's a good chance any merchandise would want to have that sort of branding on there, which also leads to a very good chance of getting sued. So probably not a good idea. Pilot Tim, cav okay means ceiling and visibility is okay. In other words, no need to worry about it. SJ28, there is indeed freeware scenery for Nairobi. We're not using a default airport. It's freeware scenery. It's only come out in the last week or so, so really looking forward to seeing that as well. The amount of rain I've seen, we can understand why this part of Africa is quite green. Don't always associate Africa with being green. We saw the desert early on, of course, after flying over Egypt. Didn't see any pyramids though. Jordan says he wants a mug with flap rings on it. We could probably do that. Elliot, from your day notes today, is this true? So George Lucas, whose birthday I believe it is today or yesterday, Elliot, you can throw that in as an extra. I think George Lucas is 79 today. Google that and double check it, but I think that is, I think that's right. George Lucas invented the word droid in 1977 and protected it. He now earns from every Android phone sold. You're kidding me, aren't you? Surely not. Surely not. I mean, I know the guy's rich anyway, but that would be an insane level of... that would be an absolutely insane level of money. He'd be richer than Elon Musk. That sounds like a question for true or false. Someone quickly get on Google, see if that's true. Not that you should believe everything you read on the internet, of course. What I want to know, Elliot, is if you're not convinced it's right, are you still going to read it out? I just read the fact that it's his 79th birthday instead. that is accurate. Hey, Mike West. No, I'm not using OBS, I'm using Streamlabs. Tell you another bit of Star Wars trivia. So Sir Alec Guinness, obviously going back to the original A New Hope, Sir Alec Guinness, instead of getting a wage for Star Wars, he opted to take a % of the earnings. Just 1%. People thought he was absolutely mad. Turns out he wasn't. Robin Hang, when is the Aerosoft A330 releasing? No idea, I'm afraid. Right, okay, so we picked up Golf Victor, we picked up November Victor, 128 miles away. There's our top of descent. We're going to be going down very soon. Exciting times. We've been airborne for 5.5 hours, live on stream for 6.5 hours. Oh, I'm not going to be able to stand up. I'm going to have a numb bum. OG, no LNAV, no VNAV, not just yet. That is in the works though. Is in the works. So let's just recap any of the threats that we've got going down. Might be a bit bumpy, a bit of anti-icing needed, might have to avoid some CBs. We've got terrain and a valley. We're going to be pretty much going down a valley really, both left and right hand side of us. And then once we've landed, Mount Kenya will be off to our left, sort of our 10 o'clock position as we're going down the ILS. So a couple of things to be aware of. Other than that, I think we're all happy and briefed. Thank you so much guys for being with us today. Do you guys enjoy these long streams, full days? I don't want to oversaturate them and I don't get too much time to do them. If you like them, I'll try and do them whenever I can. Or would you prefer the shorter streams? Let me know in the chat. Do you like the long ones or do you prefer shorter ones? Or would you prefer multi-leg? So still a long day stream but sort of a there and back kind of thing. Always interested to hear what you guys prefer. William FMSS, hello. Grabbing some gin, go for it. So Elliot, do them quarterly maybe. That's not a bad idea. Leanna, I prefer the shorter ones, don't mind the odd longer ones. That's because you have FOMO, Leanna, that's your problem. Elliot, sorry, no, read that one. The Legend Dark Fury prefers 4-sector flights. Oh, they're a killer. They're an absolute killer. Pilot team prefers multi-leg. Robin likes the long ones. Dwyer says prefer short streams, but long streams have too much inactivity in the middle, although good for questions. See, you guys have made the day absolutely fly for me, pardon the expression. I don't feel like I've ever been sat here thinking, oh god, what am I going to talk about now, you know. It's been one of those. Scoofy, have I tried FS Hood or PF3 ATC? Any of them decent? I reviewed FS Hood when it came out and it was okay. It also interacts with FSLTL traffic as well, which I think a lot of people really like. Robert says long haul has its place. To have one in the background allows lots of questions to be answered. Multi-hop is always better though, that's true. Now, did you just say we've got approach online? Oh my god, we do. 122.3, right. There it is. We've got... Who would have thought we'd have got ATC coming into Kenya? They must have seen us.
East 6-1, and when you have a moment, do you have any specific arrival request?
I certainly do. The one in the box.
Okay, 1361, Turkish 19 Lima, and can you pass the other message, please?
Any specific approach you want to do, ILS or RNAV, or?
We'd appreciate just the ILS for 06 if possible, Turkish 19 Lima.
Turkish 19 Lima, 19 Lima, roger, identify our radar control. Expect the ILS runway 06 via the Jump 2 Alpha transition via Golf Victor. Continue descent, flight level 120.
Perfect, that sounds like exactly what we want.
We'll expect the ILS 06 by Jump 2 Alpha arrival via Golf Victor and send to flight level 120 for Turkish 19 Lima.
Approach, good afternoon, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha with you, flight level 370, Camas 1 Alpha, and we're expecting ILS 06 Yanok 2 Alpha arrival.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, hello. I'll give you a call once around flight level 280-ish.
Roger, starting our descent now, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Right, down we go, we're at top of descent. Let's get down flight level 200.
Seabird 33 with you.
Thrust idle descent, 200 blue.
Seabird 33, Nairobi radar, hello. Score quad 372. Correction, 0572.
Squawk 1572 for Seabird 383.
We'll shortly be starting our descent into our destination. The cabin crew will shortly begin preparing the aircraft for our arrival, and if you could make sure all the aisles are now clear so that the cabin crew can make their way around the aircraft safely, that would be most appreciated. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoyed your flight.
And Turkish 19, you have approximately 30 miles to touchdown. Do you need extra trap miles, or will you be able to make flight level disregard?
Right, just keep an eye on this now. And let's again, not flap rings, these are not flap rings, but we are going to use these just to help us sort of plan our descent. So if we just pop in, I've lost the ICO code again. Hotel Kilo Juliet
Turkish
Kilo.
19, expect a right hand hold over Golf Victor to ensure you can make the ILS.
Yep, Roger, we'll expect the hold off Golf Victor while right hand turns for 619 Lima.
And let's put that radius around there at sorry, just doing some maths here. So if I want a 10-mile radius ring, that's going to be
And 33, just confirm squawk 0572.
about 30 miles out.
Oh, my apologies, squawking 0572, Seabird 383.
So when we cross that line, we're actually going to have about 15,000 feet when we cross here.
The ILS runway 06 by the John 12 Alpha transition by Golf Victor. When ready, descend flight level 200.
Descend flight level 200 and expect ILS vectors for runway 06 for the John 12
Right,
Alpha.
Darkfear's just been given the hold. Can we do holds in this aircraft? I actually don't know if they're possible. If not, we'll have to do it manually. Not done that for a while. Will it do a hold? Oh, it looks like it will. Excellent. Erase that. And not BNXO, radar control, Nairobi. Mate, thank you so much for coming online and finishing our 6-hour long haul off.
And Turkish 19 for the hold at Golf Victor will be maximum 230 knots.
Got it confused with we'll forgive you for that.
Speed now 230 knots to the hold.
We'll forgive you for that. Yeah, if we need to enter a hold, it's not a problem.
Turkish 19 in the hold, descend flight level 100.
In the hold, descend flight level 100, Turkish 19.
Speedbird 33, continue descend flight level 180.
84 track miles to run.
Continue descent flight level 180, Seabird 383.
Hey, Lemon Wolf, yeah.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, Nairobi radar.
Nutbox has opened up ATC for us, so we've got ATC coming into Nairobi, which is awesome. Dansby, what are you?
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, Nairobi radar.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha is on frequency.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, hello, squawk 1372.
1372, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha.
Speedbird 383, expect a right-hand hold over position Golf Victor, no faster than 230 knots on hold.
Expect a hold and no quicker than 230 knots on the hold. Speedbird 383.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, identify radar control at flight level 263, expect the ILS runway 06 via the John Mark 2 Alpha transition, and when ready, continue descent flight level 200.
Expecting an ILS runway 06, John Mark 2 Alpha transition, and continuing descent flight level 200, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. And we're on our way down to flight level 200 anyway, so that works out fine.
Speedbird 383, continue descent flight level 150.
Continue descent flight level 150, Speedbird 383.
Robin, you're not seeing auto-tune. I've tuned these, but this aircraft does do auto-tune, so that is possible, yes. So, sorry, Damson Gordy, is the plane better to fly? It is a lot more complete than perhaps if you haven't flown it recently. We're obviously into the nooks and crannies of the approach now, so this is going to be the fun bit, really. So what's that? We're about 20,000 feet left to descend, 60 miles, and we've got 66 miles there. So profile's not looking bad at all, to be honest. We might just wind that up a fraction. Better to get down, and then we're not left high. Although if we get thrown into the hold, we'll descend in the hold anyway, so it'll be fine. Dr. Magic is back just in time. Yes, indeed. So keep in mind, guys, that airfield elevation is 5,000.
Kilo Alpha, expect a right-hand hold over position Golf Victor, no faster than 230 knots on a hold.
Expect right-hand hold at Golf Victor, no faster than 230 knots, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha.
Speedbird 383, continue descent flight level 130.
Continue descent, flight level 130, Speedbird 383.
Right, so there's actually a published hold that we can pop in here, so it's going to be inbound course is 106. Be nice to see if this works. And it's it. And we're just leveling off flight level 200 now.
Turkish 19 Lima, exit the hold at Golf Victor and via transition Golf Victor, you are cleared the ILS runway 06 via the John Mark 2 Alpha transition report established.
So alt captured.
Leave the hold at Golf Victor and we're cleared for the ILS 06 via the John Mark 2 Alpha, and we'll report established to Turkish 19 Lima.
Okay, let's pop that back into managed speed then. No need to continue burning fuel away.
Descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Speedbird 383.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, descent flight level 150.
Descent flight level 150, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Thrust idle open descent. Managed to avoid some of the CB build-ups that we spoke about. Looks alright. Sun's also getting low in the sky as well, which is really nice to see. Might even get some orange tinges as we get down. Christian, try and talk more Turkish. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'm useless at accents. Some people are fantastic, not me.
Speedbird 33, just confirm your next waypoint. You seem to have gone quite far off course for Golf Victor.
Yeah, next waypoint is Golf Victor, where we'll enter the right-hand hold at 230 knots.
033, roger.
Lewis, when Headwind releasing the A321, that is going to be a long time. Literally almost only just started production on that, so it's going to be a long time. Race, the flight has been nearly 6 hours and we're just on descent now. Now here's the terrain that we spoke about. We can see kind of a little valley coming up, I guess, from as we come down to Tibet. So we've got, I mean, it's not a massive valley, don't get me wrong, but we've got terrain there, we've got terrain here, all the terrain just down there as well.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, descent flight level 140.
Descent flight level 140, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha.
The fasten seatbelt sign has been turned on.
There's our hold.
Please ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and return to your seats immediately if you are not already seated.
And we'll start slowing our aircraft down.
Provided for our passengers travelling with small children. Please ensure that they are secured safely and ask a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. The
140 blue.
now go out of use until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned on. Whilst seated, please find the airline magazine in the front pocket providing
103 November Lima is tuned. So we'll pick that up.
033, can I just confirm the altitude you're at? You seem to have gone past below 120.
Yeah, we're passing altitude is 1170. My apologies, just coming back up to 12 now.
Turkish 19 Lima, once past the transition level, QNH 1021.
Can you repeat that for Turkish 19 Lima?
Turkish 19 Lima, once you begin your descent for the ILS, QNH 1021.
Once we pass transition level for the descent, QNH 1021, Turkish 19 Lima.
Great to see as well that this aircraft can now do holds and things as well based on the fly-by-wire system. So big shout out once again, remembering the hard work that the fly-by-wire team have done. Integrated now into the Headwind Systems A330-900 Neo. So I don't have to manually fly this published hold. Aircraft can do it on its own. See, I actually thought the controller did sound just, you know, a little bit African. It wasn't a straight, sort of perfect English accent.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, descend, flight level 130.
Continue to descend, flight level 130, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Yeah, so I did think there was something there. Right, November Lima's identified, 130 blue. And if we're going to enter the hold then, let's do it at green dot. So confirm approach phase and let's start sliding down.
Speedbird 33 in the hold, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110 in the hold for Speedbird 33.
I think there's our airport.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, you may have noticed we've begun our descent into our destination. We're not expecting any further delays or traffic in front of us for the next few minutes, so if you can assist the cabin crew by turning your trays, hand over back, and putting everyone's back.
Go through the cloud layer, temperatures are fine, we don't need anti-ice.
Switch them to airplane mode until we have landed. Please also note that the aircraft toes will shortly go out of use. Thank you.
Not BX, no.
33 descend flight level 100.
No, we won't be flying anywhere after this.
Speedbird 383.
6 hour flight, it's a night stop in Nairobi for us. There we go, aircraft entering the hold. Speed alt star. Beautifully done. Fresh Coco, great name. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Speedbird 33, exit the hold at Golf Victor, and via Golf Victor you are cleared the ILS runway 06 via the John Mach 2 Alpha transition report established.
Exit the hold at Golf Victor and then report established on runway 06 for Speedbird 33.
Oh, that reflection off the wing.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Thrust idle over to 110 blue.
Turkish 19 Lima, the wind's 120 degrees, 8 knots, from 06, clear to land.
Clear to land, Turkish 19 Lima.
Looks like almost sunset will be landing. We couldn't have planned that better, could we? What a great flight this has been. This is where we need the sun visor. And speed alt start.
Speedbird 383, you seem to have gone quite far off the John Mark 12 for transition. Do you need vectors for the ILS or are you fine to continue as is?
We can just take it in visually for 06 if that's alright.
Top out 825 on Twitch.
Roger, the airport is
excellent. So it's your friend you told her to come and open up the control for us. Excellent.
One to your right.
Thank you so much.
That's fine, we got the arriving traffic ahead of us, so we'll just follow in roughly on that track. Thanks very much, Super 383.
033, Roger, cleared visual approach runway 06 and speed 118 till 6, speed 160 till 4.
Don't get that in Europe.
180 till 6 and then 160 till 4 for Speedbird 383.
Axel, any version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can fly this mod. You don't need to have Premium Deluxe or anything like that.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, descent flight level 100, expect exit to hold in the next 5 minutes.
Set altitude 100 and we'll expect exit to hold in the next 5 minutes. Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha.
Spirit 33, QNH 1021.
And the QNH 1021, thank you, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. So, no reason to hurry down. So, nice VS 300. And we're now on local QNH 1021. So let's run the approach checklist. Bower F is QNH 1021 set cross-checked. The seatbelt signs are on minimums 5530.
Alpha, exit the hold at Golf Victor and via the John Mark 2 Alpha transition, you're clear the ILS runway 06, report established QNH 1021.
Exit the hold at Golf Victor and cleared ILS via John Mark 2 Alpha transition will report established. Thank you, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Fine.
And Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, speed 180 until established.
Speed 180 until established, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Right, let's start configuring then. So, let's just drop that a little bit. So 500 FPM as we're getting down. There is the glide slope. So, we'll now go to immediate exit. Inbound Golf Victor.
Turkish 19 Lima, welcome to Nairobi. Taxi right on to Golf Hotel and stand number 8.
Got Golf Victor in there, let's just...
Taxi right on Golf Hotel and stand number 8, Turkish 19 Lima.
There we are. Look at that ridge, how awesome does that look? Now we need to start configuring and reducing speed, so flaps 1, speeds checked, flaps 1.
Speed 383, the wind's 120 degrees, 8 knots, runway 06, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 06, Speedbird 383.
Thrust idle over descent, and we're at 10,000 blue. Slowing 180 knots until we are established. Christian, he did give us a QNH twice, so I read it back the first time. He gave us a second time and didn't bother reading it back. I'd read it back when he gave us the new altitude to descend to, which is the important one. Add to tank fuel transfer valves open. If you have enjoyed our long haul, guys, please do remember to hit that like button. I keep saying it. It does make a big difference on the channel, so thank you if you've already done that. Right, we're going to speed alt star. Now, been cleared of the ILS, which means we're illegal to get down to the platform altitude, which I'm going to put in, which is 7.1. Otherwise, we're going to be high on the glide. So, thrust idle, up to 10, glide slope, lock, blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2. Oh, did you read it for the speed? I knew I'd read it back to you, so I'm not reading it again. You know I've got it. Little rainbow there. I'll just check how we're doing. That's fine. Temperatures are fine. Bit of a cloud layer here. No anti-ice is needed for that, though.
And Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, free speed.
And free speed for the Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, thank you. There we go, speed, glide slope start, lock start, full house, happy with that. We're happy to hold 180 to be honest. We're not that far away, we're only 11 miles out. Flaps 2, speed's checked, flaps 2. Beautiful rainbow, let's get the drag out. I've got the replay queued up as well, so we'll check that as we've landed.
Speedbird 33, welcome to Nairobi. Give way to the Turkish 787-10, passing left to right and taxi behind via Golf, Hotel and stand number 90.
Golf, Hotel, stand 90 and give way to the traffic. Speedbird 33, many thanks.
That's stand 9, by the way.
Oh, 09, my apologies.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, established ILS 06.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, the wind's 120 degrees, 8 knots, runway 06, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 06, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha. Mikael, I'm not going to manage the speed just yet. We're a bit too far out for that. I'll just keep an eye on the wind, coming in from the right at the minute. Do you know, it was nice that we actually got a hold. Because it was nice to see it work. Welcome to Nairobi. Here it is. Alright, 6 mile final, gear down. Spoilers armed. Flaps 3. Speed's checked. Flaps 3. Look at the rain shower over there as well. Can't wait to see the passenger views for this when we land. Flaps full. Landing checklist. So, cabin is secured, going at altitude 9,000 feet, set, correctly shown in white as well, which the Phoenix doesn't do. ECAM memo, landing no blue.
1,000.
1,000 feet. And Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, can I just get a wind check, please?
Current winds 120 degrees, 8 knots.
Thank you. Okay, so that's going to become a little bit more of a tailwind drop off. That's fine. Just watching because we've got like a 10 knot crosswind at the minute. Just wanted to see if that was going to hold in all the way. What about disconnected? I have control. Let's see what happens.
500.
Stable.
$400. 300.
Just a bit left of that centre line. Let's see if we can get back on
100
that.
above. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Not convinced about those pappies, to be honest with you. Look a bit
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
Get down.
10. 5.
Spoilers are deployed, reverse green. Idle thrust, manual brakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for deboarding. Can passengers please remain in your seats?
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, welcome to Nairobi. Taxi right onto Golf Hotel, and it will be stand number 10 for you, and also good landing as well.
Golf Hotel and stand 10. Thank you very much, Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha.
Rubbish.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
I've seen worse, it's alright.
I've done worse. Right, let's clean our aircraft up. So strobes can come off, they can come off, that can go to taxi, start at APU. We'll see what our landing actually looks like when we check out the replay. But there we go, almost 6 hours dead on that flight time. I don't know what it is, and I don't know if anybody else has the same sort of feel as I do, but there is something incredibly satisfying about flying for 6 hours and landing somewhere completely alien to you, somewhere completely strange. I've never been here before, I've not seen that landscape in the sim before, I've never done Nairobi before, and I don't think any simulator. This is the first time in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The weather coming in looked superb, the weather effects. The sun's just starting to drop as well. The only thing I thought potentially with the scenery coming in is the glide slope just didn't seem to fit too well. We ended up being a bit high, so a bit of a long landing, but nice long runway. You know, it's 4,170 meters long, so I had no concerns about getting down just after the touchdown. I don't know where the main landing gears touch down actually. We will wait and see. So we'll have a look when we get there. Christian says looks like a random English farmer. It probably was at one stage. Damsey God, the engine sounds have now been changed following this new update. They've made them much more realistic, and they've got the Trent Rolls-Royce engine sounds. So yes, much more realistic as well. Robin, how's the manoeuvring in the 330? I think it's a little bit better. I'm using my rudder here to keep on that centre line. Let's just have a look at the chart, see where we're going. So it's going to be stand 10, isn't it? So hotel, is here, and so hotel and then left on stand 10. Not sure if GSX is going to want to do anything for us. Maybe not. No, okay, fair enough. Fringe, thanks for the follow on Twitch. If you aren't sticking around to see the replays, guys, then please do hit the like button on your way out. And as we touch down, Jordan gifting one into Jetsam Pilot channel membership. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Alpha for GSX settings, it should just be under gate Juliet on the remote stands.
Gate Juliet, let me have a look. Thank you so much. I've got a problem. After all that, what a perfect time. Wireless mouse batteries have just died. It doesn't matter. We have a backup. Right, has GSX got gate Juliet? Ah, it doesn't have gate 10. Which is a bit weird, isn't it? Well, it's a new airport, so we will forgive it. Scenery looks quite nice, though. Remember, this is freeware, this airport. Only released a week or so ago. Free from FlightSim.to. Check that out.
Turkish 9 Kilo Alpha, it shouldn't be under the Juliet because that's all remote parking. For your stand number 10, it should just be under the normal gate section in GSX.
Oh, actually, it has got gate 10. It's just telling me it's too small. We'll ignore that. Request follow me, no. Right, let's see if that works. I didn't select it because it said 0 parking available. I didn't know if they were set up or not. But let's see if that works, see what happens. So this is hotel here on the left. That looks great with those models shown, doesn't it? God, that window needs cleaning. Thanks, Pilot Tim. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you've enjoyed our stream today. Christian, yeah, this is freeware scenery, Christian. This is what this is one of the reasons I chose Nairobi to check this aircraft out today. This scenery was released only about a week or so ago, and I thought from the screenshots it looked fantastic. So I wanted to check it out. Not BXNO, mate, thank you so much for coming online today. Really do appreciate that. Hope you've had fun controlling us in as well. A few holes to sort out, which I thought was neat as well. The fact the aircraft could fly it without me having to do it was brilliant.
Turkish 19 Lima on the box, and we're shutting down. Thanks for your service today.
Turkish 19 Lima, roger. Thanks for flying in. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
And Dr. Magic on Twitch resubbing for, is that 9 months? 9 months Prime resub, Dr. Magic. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. Right, let's see if we can make our marshal happy. I do find it still a bit tough to steer this aircraft, but It's okay. Freeware Airport. I think it looks amazing. Job done. Guys, welcome to Nairobi. 6 hours later, we're on. Parking brake set. I'm going to leave the engines running and we will check out the replay in a little bit. Just before I check out the replay, let's just have a moment to respect this... oh my word, we're in there. Don't stand there. You're not blown away. Let's just check out this this freeware airport. Looks pretty good to me, don't you think? I think that is awesome. Christian, I'll check that fuel in a moment. Free from flightsim.to if you want to go and get it. Right. Before I do the replay then, let's come off of VATSIM. Huge thanks to you guys who flew alongside us today, and of course to our VATSIM controller. Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha is disconnecting. Thank you so much for the service. See you again next time.
Turkish 8 Kilo Alpha, no worries. Thanks for flying in, and I'll make sure not to confuse you with British Airways next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Right. Fuel left, Christian, was 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And if we check out what we should have left in the tanks when we got there, let's see. Where's it gone? We had, or it was expecting, is that 8 point, yeah, about 8.1. 8.1 plus 3.9 was 12. So, yeah, we had about 2 tons of fuel extra, which is fine. Absolutely fine. Right. Oh, GSX is still chunting away at me to shut the engines down. But we're not. We're going to check out the replay now. So, let's see what this looked like.
$2,500.
Obviously, ignore all avionics because replay mods just play absolute havoc with those. Here we go. I have thoroughly enjoyed today, guys. Wish I had time to do this more often. So, what are your guys' opinions then on the A330 now that it's had a further update? We're all happy, impressed? Would you go and fly it? I certainly would. Mark, you love the wing flex animation on it. Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? Bouncy wings. George Stan, I use SkyDolly for this. So SkyDolly is doing the replay. Very, very easy to use. Travis Blonde says without VNAV I'm not touching it. Mate, you don't need VNAV. Did we need VNAV to get in today? Just be a pilot. Do the calculations in your head. If you need to work out a top of descent, there is also a calculator on the EFB as well. But we've said, ever since Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, you don't need VNAV. You don't get your PPL and your ATPL with VNAV. What was the touchdown rate anyway, first time round? Little float there, you see. Those spoilers seemed very slow to come up. Aircraft this size, nice touchdown rate. That replay has just destroyed the landing gear. Let's have a look at the other side. Oh, gorgeous sunset view. Brendan, is it easy to calibrate controls on this plane? Exactly the same as fly-by-wire's A32NX. Exactly the same. always a softer landing on the left hand side. That's probably because there was a bit of a crosswind, so we might have landed one wheel down, one side down before the other. And if we just go to where we touched down about there, looks like it's been raining. The runway looks a little bit wet actually. So let's just check this out. And if I disable that, see how this looks. Live Hero thought it was real footage. That's how good it is, isn't it? Yeah, you can see just a little bit of crab, a little bit of crosswind from the right as we came in. Beautiful. Tell you what, I'm incredibly happy with that. A great flight, a great aircraft, great destination, ATC at the end, and a great freeware airport to both depart from and land from. Guys, it has been an awesome way to spend a Tuesday. Thank you so much for being with us and supporting us today. The sun is now going down, setting in Nairobi on our stream. A perfect end. Guys, amazing stuff. Thank you so much for your support. For those of you who have donated channel memberships, super chats, etc., showing your support for the channel today throughout today's special long-haul flight with the newly updated A330-900 Neo aircraft from Headwind. Thank you so much. Remember, the scenery used both at the start and the end of the flight, both freeware sceneries available from flightsim.to. Huge shout out to our channel members as always. I will speak to you on Discord in the members lounge as normal. Until then, I'm going to leave you with our final cockpit replay as we go. Great to see so many good systems working for this aircraft, including the hold that we had to do to get in with the other aircraft in front of us. It's been brilliant. On your way out, please do hit that like button. Hope you've enjoyed this Tuesday, and I look forward to seeing you all again on our next stream. Not sure when that will be. Not sure I'm going to get one in tomorrow now after today. But if you're on our Discord server, then of course I will ping you all as and when I know our next stream is going to be available. Thanks so much, everyone. See you all on the next one. Have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for being here. Bye bye.
$500. 400. 300. 200.